I just want to mention that Councilmember Garamella will be in at about 10 o'clock this morning due to a prior work commitment, and I'm not sure where Mayor Pro Tem Steve Rowley is, but hopefully he'll be in shortly. Someone maybe want to text him or something. Anyway, I'll turn it over to Jeannie to get us updated.
Everybody text him.
Where are you?
Good morning. Well, welcome everybody. You know, this is like my favorite time of the year. I got so energized when I got knee deep, or I should say neck deep, in my spreadsheets and doing assumptions and trying to figure out, well, where are we headed? What is it looking like? And that's what we're going to talk about today. My favorite thing about budget is really looking at your resources and really doing something with it, making a business plan. And that's exciting for me, because we do good things for the community. And in the fun part for you guys, it depends on your perspective, is how you ratchet up, make that decision. Do you ratchet up your resources? Do you ratchet them down because of economic issues? Or do you hold them steady because you just got a lot going on? So that's that decision you make each year, whether you realize it or not. You start with a bucket. Do you add something to it? Do you keep it as it is? Or do you pull it back down because you have to deal with things? So that's the exciting thing for me, because you're delivering good things to the community with those dollars, right? Okay. So we're going to talk. If I can get the clicker to work again. I had it working this morning. Some of the things I'm going to cover with you today, I'm going to talk with you just a little bit, really, that mid-year snapshot. Looking at second quarter, where do we see things going? How does that affect your future budget, your fiscal year 18? And then we're going to start about where do we start 18, that base budget. We use that philosophy. You made some decisions this year in 17 that affected how you start for 18. So remember, you added things to it. And then we're going to look ahead and see, well, what do we have to work with in 18 based on these assumptions, these early assumptions. Now, stress early, because it is the middle of the year. A lot can happen between now and the time we build a budget that can change what I show you today. So just remember that. Keep it in perspective. But it does give you some context as you talk and think about what you want to do. Because today is where we start. It's not where we end. It's about where do we want to go and how do we want to do it. We're going to do a refresh on your fund balance position, because that's going to dovetail into what Martha's going to talk to you next. I think it's next, about project tracking. And then we're going to wrap up, and here's where I want you to spend really the meat of your time today. Remember, you're starting that conversation. So we want you to help us understand how you want your process. So everybody's looked ahead. That one has. Have it your way. What do you want it to look like? How do you want this process to roll? Do you want it with extra sauce? Or do you just want it plain and simple? So think about that.
I want a veggie burger.
I was going to use that later. You just stole my idea.
We're aligned. Thank you.
We're thinking alike. After all these years, right? All right. So really looking at the assumptions today, always measure to your original budget. Why? Well, that's because that's what we asked you for. That's what we told the public that this is what we needed to deliver the resources. Now, you've made some decisions between the time you adopted it and now that has increased that budget a little bit. But in terms of measuring what we want to ask for and how that grows from one year to the next, we want to look at that original budget. So with general funded stormwater, it was about $32 million. How I'm estimating, based on some pretty high level assumptions, I'm suggesting that we're going to add to fund balance, potentially. Based on how the economy is positioned, we are in a positive economy. Good thing. Makes this a lot easier, but that can really change. If you think about the sensitivities of your resources, sales tax, second largest resource. It only takes a national event, political environment to go downhill, and it immediately impacts your sales tax.
Can I ask, so in the original we had used $2,000,005 of fund balance. So now we're saying that we're not using that at all.
Potentially.
And our net change is positive, so it's a $3 million delta. on
Yeah,
fund balance.
I mean, it's
essentially. We
that you
didn't
wouldn't
use it.
need to utilize it, because we asked for it as a legal appropriation to potentially make good things happen. We assigned
Balance.
certain things,
Yeah.
and it was to balance the budget. But what we planned for, because of the way we project revenue so conservatively, we plan to try to have growth in revenue better than that, so we don't have to do this.
And a couple more contextual comments. This is very typical ways to balance municipal budget. You often budget for fund balance, hoping your revenues in particular are going to be higher. So this is not unusual. This is also not much different than what we've experienced the past couple of years. That we've appropriated fund balance and then we don't use it. And this is before some of the carryovers that we typically experience and the PO
Right.
rollovers. You know, we still have those things to layer on. But this is a typical picture for us at this point time of year.
And I think the last time we actually used fund balance was in 2010. It was a small amount at the end of the year to balance your budget. That was a bad economy. You know, remember in 2009, our economy kind of started to go down, and we started to have to recover from that. And we may have projected some small, minor use of that. But we're showing a positive result. Again, our performance and expenditures, this is revenue to expenditures we're measuring over here. I'm projecting growth in revenues for this year, and that's primarily coming from the fact that your tax base is already indicating at second quarter that we might be better than 2% of how we estimated. Remember, I estimated tax ad valorem and tax base to grow 3%. So we're already showing signs that it's going to be better than that by 2%. Now, why is that?
People
Well,
selling.
I mean, we had a right size of our market. And if you look back over 10 years or over several periods of revaluation, the year following a revaluation, you still have a little bit of a bump as a result. There's things that are catching up. People are paying those prior year items. We have a right size of the market value at that point. So it does impact that next year. So tax base, sales tax. At this time, I'm holding my estimates steady on, and I'm being probably ultra conservative there. Even though my indexes are saying that we have high consumer confidence, I've only had 3 months of collections. So I usually get whole year is 12. With 3 months, I don't want to overextend that assumption. So I grew sales tax by 4 to 5% in your budget. So I'm just holding that assumption steady for now until third quarter comes in. When third quarter comes in, I have a better picture of really what the economy's doing to that very sensitive revenue source.
Can you explain real quickly why you've only got 3 months?
Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you for catching that. So sales tax distribution has a 2-month lag between how the state how they receive the receipts, they process them, and by the time they give us our proportion share, it's a 2-month period. Okay.
So when we close in June, part of the reason why Nancy's not closing the books till late July, August is we're waiting to get those extra to put them in the right fiscal year.
Because it's about 2 months, right?
Exactly.
And then while you're building in the assumption that the tax increase is going towards the bond, so that's going to come back out at the other end. So, I mean, it's a penny on our tax is roughly $400,000.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So if you take a 5.5-cent tax increase, that's $2 million.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, but it's coming out. It's
I
coming
think
out.
Jeannie's talking about sales tax.
No, I know, but I'm talking about the fund balance.
Just talk about
Okay.
Trying to figure out that's
We'll
that's
talk-
an aberration. For
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get to fund balance and maybe
Okay.
help you picture that. So I have to assume certain things that I know today, and I get kind of aggressive, meaning, you know, I want to project that we're going to use this money, but I want to be realistic. We have still some high vacancies in recruitment. So you added 8 positions this year. So at the start, we have to recruit for those positions. So that does generate some lapsed salary. But we also have sustained some additional high turnover. Now, should we be worried about that? Well, when you're in a positive economy, I have a chart that actually tracks it. And each time there's a positive economy, that vacancy rate starts swinging back up. So it's kind of logical. And if you look at the indexes, jobs are being created, people are moving. And we do have, I'm projecting some potential, and I'm probably being a little aggressive on this one too, just for the fact of the past couple of years, our behavior in this one is we've had these carryover items that are related to grants, to sidewalks. We have the Morrisville Carpenter Road Progress Energy project that I just don't think is going to ever look. I mean, it's done for the most part. It's just there's some hanging, outstanding disagreements that have to be worked out. But I'm being aggressive here on purpose, just to illustrate to you or build an assumption in there that we will have something. Now, will it be at the same level as we were this past year? Because I think it was 1.2 million we had to reappropriate. No, I didn't go that far. But it was probably around 700, 5 to 700.
Jeannie, are those carryover items in that 2929 figure?
Yeah, no, these are things that we would have to consider in 18. So this is 17. Okay.
Right, but if
So I'm
you,
assuming that we would not spend them in 17.
okay, so they're
not
in that
They're not
number.
in that number,
Okay.
but we would need to add them potentially
So
to
if
18.
it's 300,000 or $500,000, whatever, then that we shouldn't look at that as something that we could use. It's already spoken for.
It's already spoken
Yeah,
for.
gotcha.
There it is. So let's move. Are you ready to move to base budget? Okay. So let's talk about how you changed your base budget with 17. So we always have a starting point each year when we have our conversation. We've been tracking this. Then when we talk about building our budget and developing it, we make decisions that really cause us to increase, potentially, the starting point for the next year. Is everybody following with me? Okay. So we've made some increases that affected our starting place. This year we did some pretty, or in 17, we made some pretty substantial decisions that increased this number to have us potentially be, our starting place would be $24.9 million for 18. Now, we reassess that every year. So this is an early projection. I'm going to scrub it whenever I'm working with Martha and developing the budget to really challenge, is that our place to start? Is that realistic? But we added 8 positions. That was $600,000. So in 17, sure, it wasn't 100%, but in 18, we're going to have those people.
And I'll add on there. So if we only touched on it slightly at last year's budget process, but we did talk a little bit about whether we knew going in that even if we budgeted those positions in July 1, there's a gap to get picked positions up, and whether you appropriate in a first year less than a full year's salary. And that's an option, but it also doesn't hold you true to what your true budget cost adjustment is if you don't reflect it. Either way, what you don't spend falls back into your fund balance, either because you don't spend it here or you've left it in there on purpose. So just remember that conversation too, as why that number is why it is. We knew some of that going in.
And Jeannie, just to confirm, like the FY 2015 base budget, that includes all those base adjustments, that 21,750.
So the 21,750 does not include these items, but we added it to that number, which was a 4.8% increase that gets us to this.
So that is a flow.
Yeah,
it's
so
not
it flows
included. Okay.
this way from year to year. So this would potentially be, as a result of these adds to that number, a 1.3 million increase.
But didn't you just say that those 8 positions that we did in 2017 were in that budget, that 23.6?
Yes, but remember, this is where we start, and then we add to it that's increased it. So this isn't your total budget. That's your base budget that you began with when you started talking in 17. And then you decided to add these items, and you increased it, essentially, by the time you adopted a budget that reevaluate or reset that number for 18.
Okay, so that's base budget, that's not adopted budget.
Correct.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Jeannie, the graphics slightly confusing, although very nice and very well laid
I
out.
have worked this graphic in 100 ways.
He's a slide master.
So let's say,
Does say
follow
base
the
budget,
bouncing ball, right?
What I think is important that people realize is that in the box, she has listed base budget, adjustments, plus all these deltas. So it's kind of like, it's the upper box plus the adjustments.
Plus the
which
adjustments.
equals
Here.
the new base budget.
What you're missing is the next Thanks, Sarah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I just have to say, for somebody that's as good as numbers, she spends more time on the creativity. And you cannot quell that, or she will not be fulfilled.
Exactly. I'm painting you a picture with numbers and graphics and charts.
And
That's my thing. That's
Yes,
what
we
makes
talk
me
with
happy.
things like that.
Right. So for 2018, just to be clear, as we're heading into this next cycle, we have 24,900,000 as a base budget, and potentially all of these items, the debt from McCrimmon, the merit healthcare, and the inflation,
These
are
are
going
things
to
we have to
add
consider.
to next year's base budget. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I should have put an arrow right there probably to show that. But these are things I already know about. These are in my long-range projection that I'm already considering as I'm looking ahead. But you can change that. In some ways, in this one, you already made decisions.
Some are committed.
But you can control some of that, it's certainly. Everybody good?
And I'll, one more thing I'll add. If you remember when we bring you the full budget, she's got that chart that has the forecast and the things that are affecting even 5 years. It's not things you're going to consider yet. It's the things we already know because of decisions you made. Debt.
Okay.
Or just so we haven't put in stuff we haven't talked about. This is just stuff you've already made decisions on that automatically has to go in.
These are the assumptions that are rolling in my long-range model.
Excellent. Thank you, Jean.
All right, so let's move forward. All right, we can go back to the mouse here in a minute, I think. All right, so looking ahead, how we may think 17 is going to end really helps me reset some of our revenue assumptions. It really challenges me on my assumptions when I'm looking ahead and even trying to estimate this early for expenditures. So some of my assumptions have been modified already in the system because of what I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing some potential, and that's primarily your revenue sources. So we're looking between my assumptions for 17 and 18, 3.5% growth already in base revenues right now. And in assuming some potential growth in expenditures for your base budget, so we're using base budget because at this stage I'm trying to tell you what you have left that you could potentially work with. That's discretionary, that's new key initiatives you want to add. But with that, you have to think about things that are on the horizon, like reappropriating dollars for pedestrian improvements. Remember, we had some appropriations in 17 that weren't rolling as a base budget item, but those are decisions that you would need to make that would be a part of this dollar amount. New positions.
Judy, the money that we allocated to transportation, I think we committed to, is it a penny?
Yes.
For
Yes,
transportation?
so it's like 440.
Is that in the expenditure number right there, or is it in the 5.1?
So that we left it open for you to consider. Did you want to continue it at that same amount? Did you want to hold it steady? I leave that for you every year for you to make a decision, unless you tell me it's a constant. So we did it just last year, and I left that out of this assumption. But it is something we need to consider.
Do we know
That
how much
comes out of this amount.
How much is in there now? Do we know? I mean, obviously we know, but
We put 440,000 in the roadway and transportation, 200 in CIP reserves. We're talking about reserves, and of course we always. Now this is a standing commitment that you've made clear in the past. That's your fire apparatus replacement. You can commit dollars each year, but that kind of fluctuates depending on what we see on the horizon and the replacement plan that's coming up. So one of the things that we have to look at is how that impacts the dollars. But you do have a reserve account that helps pay for that, already existing, that we put money in every year. But we don't consider reserve accounts as part of your base budget. It's a decision that you can control. And the reason why is because you may have an economic situation that you're having to pull back and you don't want to pull it from operations. But you could potentially defer certain things, and that's one of them.
And Judy, just to
Puts it in your control.
Right. So, and then 5.1 is totally separate from any fund balance discussion, which we'll have later, which will be key this year because of the cash flow pressures we'll have.
True. And
We
that's
have
what Martha's going to talk
I
about.
don't want to.
You're right, this is not fund balance, and
Yeah.
I just want to, restate what I think you're all trying to get at. So as we put together the budget, again, this 5.1 is pretty typical, the gap between what we have in our revenues and what we know core operations, turning on the lights, paying our people, the repairs and maintenance, just our nuts and bolts. So any of the discretionary allocations, so the pedestrian improvements, the sidewalks, the major initiatives is what we've talked about here. That's what we're programming in. So we've been working, even really since Tony presented the budget the year before I came, to really look at that base. And we scrub it a lot behind the scenes. I think Jeannie's mentioned that. And demonstrate how it's changed, but it allows you to concentrate on the bigger things that you want to accomplish for the town.
And you know that, the term scrubbing, there's just natural attrition that occurs. One of your biggest expenses is people. And there's just some ebbs and flows to that. So we even look at that, just to kind of challenge, is that number 24.9 million really where we should be starting? But as of right now, what we know you added, that's the easy assumption to give you kind of a picture right now. Surely, if I can modify this assumption here, and obviously tax base, if I can adjust that, that's my base assumption in my long-range model. If we're showing a trend that I could be more aggressive on that, which potentially we could, then we might be able to adjust how I project my revenues for 18 and improve that number. Change it. But those are the risks. I see your facial expression. So that's
I like
the
the
risk today.
conservative.
Well, and
Mostly it's
before
this
the
one.
mayor's piece, we have approached budgets conservatively. That's also choices that we can make.
Yeah.
But we have made conservative budget estimates, and it contributes to what you put back into your fund balance.
There.
I was just going to ask you, could you go back?
If I can get the
If
clicker
you
to go
can.
backwards.
Okay, so that 5.1 would have to also cover everything in that box on the right, correct?
Yes.
So do you have a dollar figure for that?
Do I have that written down?
Let me clarify here. So
Right, it does not.
you're right.
It does.
It
So,
does.
so
It does
it would be
sound-
nice to know that number, just so we don't get too excited about 5.1 million. If you're telling us that all that is, 4 million,
Sure.
I wouldn't get excited yet.
yeah. So
So
We've got a
you're
long way
looking
to
at
go.
about 650,000 here, where you're adding additional costs. I believe that's what I remember. I can clarify this more and refine it. Merit, I have it rolling at 2%, and that usually equates to about $250,000. That's just 2%. You can in effect change to that even. Last year you decided to go higher than that, so that went up to about almost $400,000. And then inflation kind of varies across the model depending on the commodity we're looking at, the department, what they're doing. But it ranges between that 2 to 4%. Again, if we're buying certain products, then that margin of inflation can be greater than the CPI index that's about 2% right now.
so it could be at least $1 million or so in that box.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then lab funding and some other things, cost overruns, any big projects.
Well, that's what you use this money for, is to program extra stuff.
All right.
So,
One other, go ahead.
So then moving forward, barring any major changes, we could sort of expect to have that maybe 4 million or 3 million in each of the following years too. It's not like fund balance that you use it once and it's gone. This is ideally a recurring delta, unless we make large changes to expenditures.
You mean recurring? Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. So these are recurring? Yes, they are.
No, I mean the delta.
He's saying that 5.1,
Yeah,
if you just on the back of a napkin, you take off the million for this box, you're down to 4.1, and let's say there are other initiatives that may be one time, maybe recurring. So theoretically, yes, that would carry.
Unless we add more positions, which are
Yeah,
ongoing
unless
expenses.
you're going to have new things to next year's.
Float another bond.
Yes.
I mean, there are
a
this is
lot of
why
variables,
we recheck every
But
year.
in general,
because
yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, For me to give you, and I guess I need to make this more clear, this is not a budget. I'm just putting some picture together for you so you can start your
Well,
conversation.
this is very helpful, actually.
Yeah, it's like giving you some parameters or framework of maybe what it would look like, but a lot can change that can affect this positively or negatively in, going forward, from this point forward. So by the time third quarter is so key to us. You know, it's the third quarter for even ad valorem for your tax base and how it's collected, your ad valorem taxes. It's the last part of the second quarter and the first part of third quarter that we get the biggest spike in collections. That's where the meat of your budget is coming in. And then sales tax, that's your second largest source. You only have 3 months right now. I need third quarter to be there to say whether or not the 5% assumption is even good. So keep things in perspective, and how we spend this year's budget also impacts these numbers. Our behavior in spending can change the results.
Administratively, could we put this up on the budget portal, or is these slides, at the end of the day, but I think the public
Council
would be
wishes
helpful
that
for
to
the
happen,
public.
we can certainly do that.
Now, our first budget portal, we closed for this meeting, correct?
We did, but I do have the web. I can still put it back up there and say when it's going to open again. And you can have these materials there
Yeah, that'd be
as a
great.
relationship.
Anybody object?
I think you need a lot of explanation, though. Do you think?
But they can call and ask us. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's good.
Oh, no, I think it's great
It's helpful,
information,
yeah.
but I think,
Yeah, without the narrative, I think people might assume, that 5.1 is
yep.
available when we know it's not.
But
This is public, what we're doing today, so
It
certainly
certainly
it's fine to
is.
put out there.
But does everybody see really, well, I didn't talk about one thing that is exciting and disappointing at the same time, but we all knew this was going to potentially come. Commercial revenue has tripled. We've really had a lot of commercial permits come in that is significantly already by second quarter. It's at 600,000 in just commercial permits. Usually it's about 150, a good year maybe 300. This is probably the highest I've seen
Is that
since,
perimeter park?
I think
Well,
it's
45, 40.
540 buildings and some other things that have come into play.
That's not expected to sustain.
No. So, in my revenue projections for 18, I usually hold it as a base average because it is such it's not a predictable source. So holding an average is more conservative. Residential permits are way down. But we sort of knew we were going to run into that. But you've made some decisions recently that are going to potentially kind of kick that back up for the future years. So
Does that include the INC expansion, or is that more non-term?
But all those things turn into ad valorem base forever. When you're 4540,
Right.
NC research, there's still a number of pretty big sites over at Perimeter Park.
yes, there are.
So-
But we can't use that growth rate for future projections. I mean, it is a bump, but yet we will see a nice revenue stream probably.
And then our engineering guy back there, he's just not bringing enough revenue, so he's way down this year. But even
Changes
all
commission.
planning, engineering, and inspection type fees, they just kind of have this very rolling pattern from year over year. And you can see as preliminary items come in or plans are submitted, you can see in the future years, in the coming years, this rolling effect that moves through all three of those departments. Because it literally is, the plan is moving through to fruition. Let's see, what else was I going to say? Residential permits, you made some decisions this year that are going to help kind of maybe sustain my base average assumptions for residential permits. But remember, we have limited land, so the day is coming that residential permitting is going to slow down as compared to where we have been in the past. But that's what we're dealing with this year. Okay. And I think the key thing to remember when you're in the boardroom and you're talking about site plans, That's new development. Remember, the thing that moves your tax base is new development. It's the thing that other thing that moves your tax base is revaluation, but that's highly dependent upon the market. So you can have good years. Obviously, we had a really great year with our revaluation, but we could be like Winston-Salem in the year that they had a revaluation, and it goes the other way. Okay?
It wasn't my fault.
I looked right at her, didn't you? Did you catch that?
Because every year she left. Promoted.
All right, so we ready to move forward? Are we good? Just give you a good kind of visual. Okay. Man, I am not clicker.
The clicker might need new batteries, I don't know.
We had trouble with it yesterday. So this is just to refresh your memory on your fund balance position. Remember, we measure fund balance as of June 30th. That's your best way to look at it. Because revenues at this point can go in different directions, because you're spending, we can manage and control our spending right now and improve the picture as in terms of what we collect and what we actually spend. We can improve what we're going to send back to fund balance by managing and controlling our expenses. But it is hard to make an estimate in mid-year because so much can change in that next 6 months. So budgeteers usually tend to try to shy away from that a little bit. But I have indicated to you, because of positive economy, because of what I'm seeing with revenues right now this year, and because of what I think our behavioral patterns and spending are holding true to prior year patterns and trends, I'm seeing we're going to have a positive impact to our fund balance. There's that potential, a strong potential that exists. And because we typically spend in our budget between 85 to 95%, that's our normal pattern or range of pattern. Yeah, it's fair to say, if we have a positive economy and revenues are doing good, we're going to put something back. But our unassigned fund balance as of June 30 is 15.2. Now we appropriated 2.3 million of that, and we might not need to use that. That percent is 65.9% according to your policy. Remember, when we measure that percentage, is measured to the expenditures in that year. So if we spend less, that percentage could be more. It just depends. That's another factor that we have to think about. If we spend more, then that percentage of fund balance could be a little less. The amount that's calculated above 45% is about 4.8 million. You laugh. You love this conversation.
I think it's, I think it's, that's good news.
It is good news. Thanks for
just a quick question. Is the 2.3 that we appropriated in 17 included in that 4.8, or is it,
On top of it.
so that's my question.
This is really a June 30, 16 number.
The 4.8.
Correct.
So you have to take out the 2.3 from
We've already taken out the 2.3 based on the way how we have to calculate, because at the time it's calculated, remember, you've already adopted your budget, and because of how we have to report our CAFRA, it is factored into it because we already know it.
So that 4.8
It's
is
restricted in some way.
does not have anything to do with the 2.3.
Right.
Okay.
We've
so
already accounted for
We've already
that.
accounted for it.
It's a part of that, well, I don't want to confuse you guys further, but it's a restricted element we have to set aside because you've already committed at the end of the year.
So if we're looking at, from a just practical standpoint, how much money we have left over, we have to take the 4.8 minus the 2.3.
No.
No.
that's
Opposite
already
of
put
that.
down.
We've already done that.
Yeah, we've already done that.
So it's
we would
like,
have had
So we might not
It's like
seven-
super good time.
We would have
Yes, yes.
Everybody
raise your hand.
7.1.
Once again, don't start celebrating.
Yeah.
No.
Well, the cash flow
Start
issue
it,
is what
start.
I'm waiting for.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
And then
I mean, this looks good, but we've got some bills.
Yeah, I'm going to give you
And
the
she's going to give you
more
that.
sobering picture in a few minutes.
Yeah, I let her do that. I make you feel good and build you up,
I'll
and then
tear
she's
you
going to
Oh, but here's the good news. We're
It's just cash flow.
we're-
I mean, that's.
It is just.
well, we're situated perfectly for what we need
What I'm
to
going
do.
Yeah.
to, my presentation is going to complement why we are effectively using our fund balance no matter what level it is, because it allows you the flexibility through the fund balance versus other decisions that you have to make.
You've got that in cash, but that cash is working for you right now because of that cash flow. And we're managing it, and that's what she's going to try to show you, a philosophy to do that.
Correct.
So good news, the policy's working. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's one thing. So that's the snapshot of June 30th, and that's given the fact that we only spent like 85% of our expected expenditures, and that's how we get that percentage of 65. If we were to try to calculate it, if we had spent at 100%, would that be a useful to lower that 65% to show that we're actually, if we actually spent it, we wouldn't be that much higher?
If you actually spent all of your budget.
To show sort of a more conservative
Probably
thought
not realistic that you would spend all your budget.
Right.
That's not something I've ever seen, but if that's a number you're interested in, as a matter of perspective, I could do that. But I wouldn't want you to get false hopes either based
Well,
on
lowering
that
it,
number.
that's actually more conservative.
Yeah.
When that 65 would become maybe 55 or something. So that,
But does that limit you from thinking about the possibilities that could exist if you understand how your behavior of spending is and your collections of revenue in a year? Does that limit you from knowing what potential resources you could tap, or how much risk you could potentially take or not take? 100%.
something to keep in mind.
It's just a different perspective, but I appreciate that. Any other questions so far? So good news, but we have even more good news. So you have other types of fund balances. These are restricted sources, meaning they can only be spent for what they're meant for. So we all know parkland payment in lieu, but we need that also as well. So right now, what we've added so far is $300,000 to where it ended as of June 30th. So I'll just give you kind of what it looks like. At this point, that could change. Sure, we could collect more.
A question on that, Martha. Could we use that fund to do offset cost overruns for Hatcher Creek or do the Morrisville?
Well, I'm going to show you in my report how we're using that in the fund balance and with the projects. I'm going to show you that in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeannie, these are restricted.
Restricted sources. You've restricted them,
Right.
and general statutes restricted them. So your streets are your street infrastructure payment and liens that you collect. And I don't budget for those. That's another conservative practice. I don't want to make it a part of what pays for operations because it is a restricted source. So I tend to zero those at budget.
But they're not part of the unassigned fund balance.
That's correct.
Correct. These are separate.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that clarification.
Can we, as part of the 818 budget, can we buy a new clicker?
Can
Can we allocate the funds?
Let me make a
Can you
note.
make a note of that, please?
I sure do. Will it or won't it work? So here's the fun part that by printing these and giving them to you in advance, I don't have a boom moment, So what do we want to spend our time talking about today, which we've had some great conversation. Thank you for the questions. Clarification and understanding is very important in budget because there's a lot going on. Thank you. We want to look at your time frame. So you got some options here. You got your long standard version, which means we would go all the way to June 27th for a vote, and we would have a continued public hearing, or you could do the short version, which you have. Last year, or this fiscal year, you adopted 17th budget using a shorter version. Is that a positive, negative? That's up to you. But this is how you want your burger. Have it your way. So do you want a rare process, or do you want a well done process?
Well, how long did it take you to come up with that one?
Yeah, you're good.
What kind of cheese do you want? You want Gouda? Meaning you want lots of heavy taste, heavy work sessions? Or do you want just a few?
Pepper jack.
I've never seen a budget. That's
What
really
kind of
creative.
condiments do you want on there for your key initiatives? What do you want to select? What are your needs in this case? So tell us those things. So you guys ready to talk? because I'm pretty much wrapped up.
Yeah, Judy, to be fair to the burger,
See, how long did you work on this, Danny?
I think what drives the budget cycle is almost how much flexibility we might have for this cycle. We have a lot of committed funds, a lot of committed programs. We only have a narrow amount of choices. I naively think that would allow us to have a shorter cycle, but in fact it might lead us to a more robust discussion cycle because you have very few resources to allocate. So, I don't know.
Think about this. Remember I said where do you want that dial to be? So I gave you kind of a mindset of staff is we've got a lot going on. So does a lot going on mean we hold it steady and try to complete and execute? Or do you ratchet it up and add more work? But with that, you need to think about, do we need more resources to get that plus what we already have in work done? Now, I've already told you we have a positive economy, so I'm not saying you potentially need to ratchet down, but that's still your choice to pull back if you choose to.
Yeah, I mean, what my biggest driver, and it's not specific to any one thing, is I would like to finish things this year. I would like to finish the farmer's market. I'd like to finish some of the milestones for urban recruitment extension. I'd like to keep finishing projects because we release resources when we finish projects. So that's a natural thing. If we keep adding, then we slow everything down and we need more resources inherently. So
how do we feel about that flavor of the board? Is that
that's just my opinion.
Shared?
So we need to finish.
I agree. I'd go with the shorter version too. I'd like to have a vote by June 13th like we did earlier.
Yeah, I think finishing the projects we have.
Finishing the projects is similar to
Year
hers.
of execution.
Now, are you saying finish the projects, do a shorter session too, though?
Yeah.
You kind of added an extra piece there.
Execution is,
Okay.
I use add execution to finish.
Before the burger.
That was it, Mark.
I want a side of fries. That's the
With a side of fries, I love that. I'm going to use that.
Am I hearing that it's kind of an either or? Is it we finish projects or we add things to the pipeline?
Yeah, I mean, it's council's
That's kind
choice.
of,
That's have it your way.
we've been really good about trying to complete the work that's been put before us. How can we add value? What projects, what priorities and vision do we have going forward that we would like the future councils to execute?
Morrisville Carpenter, Town Center, Library.
Okay.
I mean, I think we have a lot on our plate right now, but I think we also need to look to the future. If there's other things that, we haven't heard really from the staff yet or from Martha about other needs. So I'm all for a shorter process, but it looks like the process was pretty much the same up to, it looks like we have a few more
Pretty
months,
much.
and we don't necessarily have to make that decision today.
No.
And I think if we're at a point where we're all comfortable, we want a shorter one, great. If we have to go to the end of June, that's also fine.
So I guess the statement here
Well,
is
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
butt in and say, no, I'd really like you to think a little bit about it because it drives how we do our processes back, and how we would purpose the work sessions, what we would provide to you. So which cycle you go with does matter a little bit.
Okay.
So we don't have to decide today.
A shorter one.
Um,
If I had to answer the question. I would.
Yeah, because we'll really want to make sure that, however many work sessions you want to have for the budget, it really does, we have to have the capacity to get you what you need for those work sessions. So it's some real conscious and the staff's rolling in. So again, it's not a decision today, but we can't be going on, I think, the long version and get to the short.
Well, yeah, because we do,
And
you're right, Mark.
vice
We do have to
versa,
plan
yeah.
for what
Yeah.
material deliverable we have for you. It could be more meaty if you do a short version for one of these days.
And I might offer, I think we'll be able to even come back and talk about that relatively quickly after you hear some of the other
I mean, I would like to
presentations.
hear
We've got
what
the
else.
CIP, the mayor's correct. You don't have all the information to consider this, but we want you to be really consciously thinking about this. I think Jeannie and I, over the last several budgets, have brought to you the plan for how we were going to go to it. We're shifting it up. You tell us a little bit more what you want. Some of that is driven by what you've already said. There is a whole lot going on, and I do expect that to influence what the departments submit. They're still going to ask for the things they need, but we put together those frameworks to not only look at the dollars, but our capacity and the timelines for. We're already doing some of that to help you.
So since you've offered us these two options, clearly you can commit to the shorter.
We can.
I would say go with the shorter one. I like that idea.
I mean, worst case scenario.
You can always go longer.
That's correct.
Right.
Deflating for staff, but you can. And we all, if something major happened, if the economy tanked, if the legislature did something, that could drive a different process. But it's how we prepare to get there that we're really talking to you about right now.
I guess I just look and if there's just a one public hearing, that's a limiting factor. And often we don't have a lot of input, but if we have a public hearing and then another work session, it would be nice maybe to give the public another chance after the next worship session, depending on what's in that work session. Either way, it looks like we have a work session right before the vote. So it kind of depends on what the work sessions are. Like the public might want to weigh in depending on what's in that work session.
I thought about that. That's a good point, because when I looked at this chart before today, I thought about that, because typically we've been having 2 public hearings, but I think we offer lots of opportunity for input in other ways. And quite frankly, over the years, we're getting more input in other ways than the actual public hearing. Folks, do we have anybody come to public hearing last year? Yeah. But we got input from the budget portal.
Just gave you a copy.
Just give you a
Oh,
copy.
sorry. So I'm okay with the one, but I weighed that. That's a good point, because I thought that through too. But I think the short version still is good.
So we do have public input alternatives, and people like the options, and we're actually exploring some other things, maybe even with Twitter, making sure that we're capturing some of that information as well. That was the idea Sarah brought to the table. And I think that's great, because she's already had people talk about the budget portal on there in social media. But we do have an ongoing standing thing where we open this budget portal, and it's a great alternative, because a lot of folks don't really like to come to the podium in a public meeting. That's what we find. So it gives them that great other means. And we opened it up actually twice last year. So we did the same thing this year. We opened it up this time to kind of collect some front-end information, and it will be opened up at the same time as soon as it's presented, the budget's presented to you, to capture that throughout that process. So generally just pay attention to making sure that we have those other public input alternatives available. Might help you feel more comfortable with this shorter process. And you can certainly, as you already recognize, if you get to this hour and you need more, sure, it hurts me, but I got so excited this year, because I think that's the first time you've ever adopted a budget that early, or in time for me to process year end effectively and get that budget set in the system, because this gives me 3 days to really do all that work. And I have a helper over there, Miss Nancy.
And again, we've got some still flexibility. We could do 2 work sessions before the public hearing, even in that shortened. It's really your capacity as well. And I think a lot of that will also be driven by what you want to see in those work sessions and how we put it together, front loading the real critical information. We ask you to give us your changes so that you can see it on a second pass before you have to adopt it. So a second work session could be that simple, the tweaking. But as we talk about that more, we'll be able to define that better.
So I got just a few more minutes before our session wraps up. I hope you've gotten some good information, at least enough to get you started. kind of give you a picture. But let's look over here on this side in terms of council needs. Is there anything else you want to tell me? So we got a bunch that's quite detailed oriented, and you can tell I've even pared back this presentation over the years because sometimes we do just far too much too soon. It's my alarm telling me to stop talking. What else do you need? What other information and how do you want it delivered? So we've been really keeping you up here, the high level picture, trying to pare down that budget book that we deliver to you even. Is that good for you? Have the changes that we've made been efficient and effective at the same time?
I'm just looking at the short May 9th to June 13th, that's a month, and we only get like 2 points to touch in and give tweaks. How will you know that what you present to us on May 9th really is kind of what we were hoping for? Because it's at that point it's pretty much dialed in. So I'm just trying to make sure that what we see at first is close to what we want, and that we don't feel like we need to really make big changes which are difficult at that time. How much information can we get before May 9th to make sure and sort of had a touch point before we presented a formal budget?
So layering in information in advance.
So that we can help direct you guys.
Well, so I think
you're on
what we're
track.
asking for, that's what we're asking, is what are the key initiatives and things, if you know what they are. And we've had this conversation before. It is my responsibility to present you with a budget so that it becomes yours. And my job every day is to be attuned to what you've been telling me and asking for and expecting so that it is getting, I'll call it, front-loaded into the budget. So everything you say is always part of what we put into a proposed budget. But Jeannie's just asked, what are the things you're looking for to influence this year's budget so that we know that going in?
Well, I think from a high level, we have cash needs, which is going to restrict what we can do with the fund balance, right? So we need a complete picture of what those needs are, what does it mean to the fund balance, and then what is the residual? What is it that we have some flexibility on?
Yeah, do we have the opportunity to introduce any new capital projects, or do we have to continue to support the existing ones? Because we've got a lot going on in the capital space.
I mean, you have Morrisville, Carpenter Road, and you potentially are going to have to cash flow something, or we are investigating short-term borrowing alternatives.
And we did get the grant from Wake County for those lights on the cricket field, and those aren't free. We do have a big chunk of money that we have to put in to make that happen.
Well, she'll go. I mean, there's CMAC. There are a lot of big things we're needing cash for. But so if you can kind of give us that picture, our cash needs and what's left over, and then any if there's staff needs, if there's a position, if there's a capital item,
It has a staff relationship.
let's spell that out. What do the roads look like? Blake always does a good job with the road maintenance, and we've been real good about funding that. Do we need to
And
continue?
that's a great example, Mayor.
On that level.
If you know now, or if you know next week as a council that you want us to continue that 300 additional allocation, that's good for us to know because we're going to program that kind of stuff in. If you want to,
well, I guess my answer would be, I'd love it if. Is the money there?
Yeah.
Do we have to go down to 300 or could we go up to 400? I don't know.
and that's part of the work that we do in presenting you the budget. I mean, we're doing that on your behalf based on what you've told us, and what we know the community needs. I mean, we're all participating in that process and identifying what the community needs based on what you say, based on what the citizens say, based on what our departments are doing in their operations. All of that feeds the initial budget.
So how can we sort of confirm with a check-in before May 9th that those assumptions, we're all on the same page on those. Because right now, you're not sure if 300 is okay or if 400 is okay
I
from
mean,
us.
could we see this presentation
Okay.
2 weeks earlier? And, as a draft, so that
A
there's,
draft.
so
So
that
we have the
we can sit down and
comments.
go, okay, are we all kind of on the same page with this or not? Or do you, historically, has this been the date, early May?
Historically, this has been the
It would
date.
be really
It would be
tough
hard.
Okay.
to pull it together 2 weeks earlier.
So if we can't get the specific numbers, what I think is helpful to me is to understand what your list of assumptions is.
Mhm.
Because, getting down to the, dollars and cents does take some work. But knowing what your primary assumptions are, in coordination with some of the things we've listed, help us process and understand, well, maybe I feel less strongly about this assumption and that assumption, then we can have that engaging dialogue.
So I've given you that information before, and that's fairly easy for me to pull back together. It's a 5-year long range model.
Right,
And
but all of
there are
our current
things that
stuff
we
from this
build in.
year,
Mhm. Yeah.
there's new.
So that help?
There's new stuff.
Yeah. I can raise
You ready to look?
I'm sorry.
No, sorry, good.
Would it, I don't know, does it make sense to hear all these other presentations and come back to this today?
Yeah, I think
Or-
this is a question we're coming back to.
Okay.
I do think you'll hear some more, but the presentation of the budget is for you to. I'm not sure I understand what a pre-look accomplishes. It is yours to change as you see fit, but you expect us to have presented you with a plan for you to consider, but it is yours to change. That's what the purpose of the introduction of the budget to council is. And you're right, if I've completely missed what the expectations are, that's a different issue. But, we're ongoing making sure that the things that you're looking for in the budget are in there.
Right, but, and in no disrespect, but just making sure that our assumptions are written so that we can validate those kind of things. We talk a lot in our meetings, and not everybody agrees. And also, where are we going? We're talking strategic planning. So even though today we might think something's great with this assumptions and seeing a shortfall, we might talk as a group and decide something else is more important. So it's just helpful.
So later, go ahead, Mayor.
I was just going to say, Steve had an open eyes, and Mike was trying to get in.
I think within cash needs also, we, excuse me, we often have cost overruns on a lot of these projects, Morrisville, Carpenter, or whatever. So I guess we always have to factor in as we go through the year what may occur, and we need more money.
If you know
Executed.
that's occurred, yes.
Yeah. So-
We plan for in projects contingencies for those
Yeah.
purposes, but if they exceed that, I'm sure could potentially impact some assumptions there. We have another statement? Yes.
Mike.
Oh, I like the way it worked last year, the budget process, and we got it done early, and I think we can do the same thing. And that's just my basic, so for what
We
happened
have
last
other
year,
work
I thought-
sections we can work in there. I mean,
And that was what I was
we
gonna
could
say.
do 2 up to 4 of them
Right.
if we need to.
And I'm sorry, Jean, and there, there's even other options. I mean, without having a look at a balanced budget, we could still be talking in a work session about, the feeders into the budget as a part of the strategic conversation. That's really what I think staff's challenge to you is. Give us your strategy, your vision. Don't worry about what the specific budget item is. Tell us the kinds of things you're looking for, what you want to accomplish, and what we bring you. It's what Todd talked to you about yesterday. What we bring you should support those things.
It should be in line, align with that vision and that focus, that strategic focus. That's when you have a strategic plan like that, it helps those decisions each annual year stay on that path, or route, as my husband likes to say, in a general range. But one thing we've done and we adapt is you have the ability to layer in those in-meeting work sessions. If you have certain flavors that you need to touch on right now, those we listen to intently to give us some feel for your focus and direction that impacts how we result and create a recommended budget. But it is the manager's responsibility to, as she said, stay attuned to all that and listen to where you're going and frame a budget around that and take care of those details for you. You give the vision and the direction and the initiatives, and she's going to make sure all your dollars and details and cents are lining up.
So I guess if I could, Mayor, if I could make maybe a final comment
Sure.
before we
Absolutely.
take a break. So Jeannie and I have already charted out every day from this day through when we have to present that budget to you. And so we already know when, departments are working on their budgets. They have been working on their budgets for 2 weeks. And we've got a plan. So there's going to be a point where Jeannie and I and Todd have a preview of what's being asked for, how things are coming. So maybe what we might want to talk about is, just a preview of items we might be talking about sometime much earlier in this process. Again, just to have some discussion, not make budget decisions. But
I think that's what TJ's
yeah,
point was.
that's something I think we can layer in, a pre-budget workshop maybe.
Okay. Or that out and preview of direction.
Well,
where
thank
it
you.
might be headed.
Thank you, Jeannie. This was good information. I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you for all your questions and your conversation. That's great.
So we're a little behind, but I
Do a
think
five-minute
I
break.
think the project tracking isn't going to take the whole time. So if you want to take your 10, I think we're good.
Okay, so come back at 10 after 9.
Please.
Gavel, gavel.
Rude mayor.
These are really good.
I'm freezing. That's why I layered today. Do you know anything about these? What all these pictures are from? Did an officer call him down a manhole to get little ducks in? Is that what
Lord, I
you're
have
saying?
no idea.
It was March 2016.
It's entirely possible.
I cannot find it anywhere else.
We do random things here, so
Never been.
Excited to be here.
I look at the archives at the beginning of every month.
yeah, from the last couple years. See if there's anything.
That worked out well.
Like a year and a quarter last year, this type thing.
No?
Which can be good for the weekend.
Hey, no, Rifle.
You're right. You're 100%.
Oh, sure.
I get it.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate it.
This, yes, I have it.
Oh, then we don't have the right plug.
Well, maybe, no, it's got
Oh, that's true. That's right. Let's just see.
I want to say like older. Okay.
I'm pretty sure because there's
Well,
I want to say I got that from an email, so let me go and look through my old emails and see if I can get more information. Because I don't know how else it would have
You know what?
But yes, I can still link to where through archives
Oh, that's not true.
I tell you what, we'll abandon this, like you said. Let's hear about that. That's just awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Every once in a while. I'm sure the church presenting him a lot.
Keep that in mind.
So he's there and great and tested. Yes. Certainly learning the drums.
Yeah. I'm sure when you guys are driving, they're on their screens. right? Because that makes it easier. But have they tried surfing? Does that affect surfing?
No, you want to
Yeah, like along Carolina Beach. Probably love to take their surf lessons. We have a surfboard there.
Oh, maybe that was it.
So, are young guys
That might have been it. Just wasn't synced.
Right, right.
Working now with it. Look, I guess if it stops working.
Yeah, I'll just use the mouse.
Let's just make sure that don't mess it up.
You got a grandkid? Now you have a middle school? I know in high school, your district four is it Panther Creek, but they have When is he in high school? Make sure. Because it will open up before they got Greenville high school in a couple of years. When it opens up next year, it's going to be maintenance. They play musical chairs. They give kids a renovation in high school. Once it reopens, it
Yeah, it's very awful. I travel a lot. Yeah, so I.
you get it. You see it.
Yeah, you.
No, do you have problems?
I have this.
Yeah, let's go.
Very good. So let us know.
Thank you. Catch you later.
Hi, Jason.
Hey, how are you?
How are you? Good to see you. How's
What's going
everything?
on? What's going on?
Oh, we're just so busy. So how's your family?
Good. Growing.
Yeah, I know.
Getting more expensive.
It's like,
Exactly.
yeah.
I don't want them to grow.
It's like I'm getting that like lightheaded, dizzy, pressure feeling.
So what are you up to now? Are you still with sick?
Hey!
I don't want to take anything because it makes me feel guilty.
We didn't scare him off. He came back.
Or sleepy. You don't need that today either. No, and you'll just look over and I'm gonna be like rocked back in my weird seat. These chairs are. I can't decide if I really like them because they're padded enough. Yeah. But that like the little like bouncy rocky thing, I don't know.
It's good. You feel.
What's your vote on the chair?
They lift you up and you lift them.
Lean back.
I'm liking it.
Feeling like we're.
That was some issue
I like it
here.
because I have a really bad shoulder.
What happened to you this morning?
Stand up.
Oh, I had to take
And so this is not been bothering me.
I had to just start last
It's
minute.
bothering me some.
So you
Not
just
that.
Tired. I got here right.
Whereas the ones like in the town hall training room
We were worried about you.
are very
I have
uncomfortable.
to feel like extra limit.
So this is not bad.
No, I came right on time.
Yeah, mine's
8 o'clock sharp.
pretty gosh darn serious, but I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We just were worried about you.
Do you want me to?
That's gonna be me. I'm just gonna sit here.
Oh, okay, well, here. The mouse works. Now this is a little flaky depending on who's holding it. Could be the user. I think we figured it out. We think it needed to be synced up.
It's hard for you to see, but if you have to listen to it.
I do have a copy of it.
Okay, good, good. Well, it's always good to see you.
Yeah.
Yes. Coming.
Oh, we got it.
Now, when Satish comes, I'm just going to grab
2
my
minutes.
chair and slide over.
That's fine.
So should I do that now so he feels?
We'll probably take another break. But
Yeah, if you need to move my stuff, just
Oh, no worries. No, no.
you're going to put him on the
Today's
corner?
Steve because, you know, Steve has called. Let me see.
But not that much.
That's right.
One that says updated version.
Ruckus.
You got four of us here. Stephanie, when did we get these things?
Wednesday.
Yeah, we had them for a while.
I got them last week.
Oh, okay.
Of course. So they're a little
They're brand
surprise
new.
for you with your retreat today.
Good, thank you.
You didn't talk to this one. So we're gonna empty the cooler out.
Put some class in my beer. You know?
KPW, that's what she calls them.
Are we going to do selfies?
So Sarah brought her selfie stick so that we could take some practice with some pictures. We may take it to town hall day.
I'm going to put my sling
Try and do some broader photos and
Okay.
things like that.
to get some photos of in meetings or right after meetings with
Our interactions.
All right. Cool. Very good.
memorialize them.
Okay. They're out there.
Get my cozy. There's so much swag to choose from. I just get overwhelmed.
I need to get a light read.
Right there with you.
I'm really big by that. Yes. It's a good group. I got the velvet red. You can see that.
I'm just happy.
All right, you want to be
I'm just happy any day if I can. Do you need some leave?
I have Tylenol.
What?
I have Tylenol. I have Advil and Excedrin and Benadryl and
I have syndrome, but I'm good.
I think I have it even like Pepto pills.
Well, that's what Sarah was asking. I was like, I'm sure it's true because we do the most random
Well, I had the date about it by email because that's how I would have been there. I would have just posted it. Are you going to be around for a while? Yeah.
So my presentation is really kind of twofold. It's to follow up on a draft concept that we presented to council in December and to sort of complement but show from a different perspective some of the fund balance information that Jeannie shared with you. When we've talked to you about fund balance in the past, we continue to emphasize that we really take that snapshot of it at one point in time during the year because every transaction we do every day and every revenue that we get in changes that. And so you just have to have some way of, at a specific point in time, and the natural time to do that is when all of our financial transactions for a fiscal year occur. But we also recognize that you are making decisions every day with other things that come on our plate and looking towards the future and sort of trying to develop something that helps us in that interim period see how we're using that money. So that's what the purpose of this proposed tracking tool is. And I put that on a slide in a minute, but I'll say it again. This is a planning tool. It is not a commitment. It's not a guarantee. It's not, what we're trying to get out of council. It is just a framework for seeing how the money is really being used behind the scenes. It's designed to help you with some of those strategic things you're making as we talk about our CIP projects. When we're forecasting, when we're looking at our project scopes and our timeline accountability, we continue to try to do some things behind the scenes to protect us from cost overruns and scope creep, and make ourselves accountable so that we're accountable to you. So that's really what the purpose is for. But it's not a cast in stone. It is just a way to look at how we're using that. It's still in development. I'm really trying to make sure it's meeting your needs. There is really no one simple page that can demonstrate everything. And so we're putting together some things that are in the background as well, so that we're tracking individual projects and provide you reports with that. But it's going to feed this. So we're using it for that internal project management and oversight, our reports to you periodically, for your use in CIP prioritization, and then in our
Just
other...
roll forward, Martha.
Okay, our other fund balance allocation decisions.
You roll forward a couple more times and we can show the tool.
Okay. So let's, all right. So you have a bigger copy of this in your books. And really, let me tell you what I've done. So this is the same tool, the same proposed spreadsheet you saw in December, and here's what's been done to it. And really, where I've highlighted in yellow is really where I've updated, I'll say, substantive information from what you saw in December. And in particular, you'll see that's a lot of estimated project complete dates. That is information that the departments and the project managers have been providing to us, so that we've got that point of where we know projects are supposed to complete. Again, we're putting some things in place in the background that we are going to monitor and track when those things change, and they do. They do change. If there was substantive additional information, you've seen that in the project notes. And the only real comment we got in December was, potentially would a 10% internal reserve to protect really from project costs or scope adjustments, was it too high? And so I've just dropped in just another illustrative column of 5%, and it'll feed a separate spreadsheet. But again, it's a protection factor. It's not an allocation to, but as you consider ways to use fund balance or even make operational budget decisions, do you want that internal protection factor? And then you're going to hear a little bit more from Ben Howe tomorrow. We have some, I'll call it significant future required cost or matches to projects that we know are going to come through our pipeline, that as they get bigger and bigger, we want to make sure we're accounting for them in the future.
Martha,
Yes, sir.
can I ask a question now?
You may.
On the internal fund balance reserve, that 10% you just talked about, that's above and beyond any sort of contingency fund built into the project, right?
That's correct. When we do the major projects in particular, there's typically some contingency that you put into a project cost budget. I can't remember a capital project that I've seen that didn't have some kind of project adjustment. I think with
Really like 10,
Church Street,
10, 15, 20%, something like that.
10 or 11. And this is one of the things we've looked at before in our life cycle of projects. And when you hear a Rich or a Ben bring you a 25% design and a 50% design, your contingency's really big at the front end because there's still lots of unknowns, and we try to refine it. But I think most project managers, and I'll get Rich to 20%, 15 or 20% is not unusual to put into a project cost budget as contingency. One of the things that I could tell you, we did that with Church Street Park, and one of the things you're going to see in a few minutes is, because we did that, and because we didn't spend all of that money, we've really got some contribution towards those lights that wouldn't have to come out of fund balance because it's still sitting in that capital project. And you're going to see that because we didn't use all the contingency that we needed. And we're taking into account that we're still doing the irrigation. But that's prudent project management. And then it gets returned to you. Yes, sir.
Okay, following that logic, could you explain Morrisville Carpenter Road? The budget cost, and then is capital project mean it's funded, or does that just mean that's what's in there, 1.8 million? But I thought we're going to need more than 1.8.
You're correct, and if you look, and one of the things I did add, thank you, Councilmember Schilling, that helps. I added a project key, and really that's just a project number for this. And you'll see Morrisville Carpenter Road is on there 3 times. We've got, and so I think I've named it.
Right, design
Four.
right.
Design and right away.
Yeah, because we have allocated design and right of way, so you've budgeted that, it's out. We have a component of that project that we're going to have to pay, that 20% match. So that's money that comes out somewhere in our operating budget. Then there's that third component that is just cash flow that we will need to fund, but we get back.
Right, and so that's fine, and you don't have to explain now, but somewhere in that assumption, it helps me back to what we talked about with the budget, is where the assumption is that money's coming out.
And those are still decisions
And the
we're
same thing with
making.
anything else on here, yeah.
Yes, and I think I'm going to get to that in a minute. The projects are categorized here because there are different things are already out, things we know, things we're trying to protect from cost overruns, and then just some cash flow things. And they influence the use of our fund balance in different ways. So I think Councilmember Schlink is getting to what the point of this is. And I am not linked to this spreadsheet if it needs presented to you some different way. And that's really what I want the conversation to be about. This is something that's supposed to help you as well as us. So
It's an illustrative example.
yeah, if there's, and I think that's the feedback I'm really looking for. What helps you the most? What's too much? What's too little? So that we can have those conversations. This next page is a depiction of time, and this is one of the things that what we know is the ability or need to save for different projects is different based on how long they are, and in some respects how big they are. And so what we've tried to just illustrate to you is some of the decisions you're making now are going to be complete by the end of the fiscal year, and that's the bars in blue. Some other projects we have going on are in play throughout next fiscal year. That's all the bars in green. And so when we talk about protecting ourselves from cost overruns, if you look at the Cary Parkway NC 54 sidewalks, we're not going to know till those projects are complete that our obligation is through. And so we've compared to that projected project timeline, because then it would change. Do we need to save an additional 5% or 10%? Or know that we don't have to worry about cost runs at some point in the future. So just a visual depiction of time. This is not money, this is time. And if you go to the bottom one, you can see, town center plan is many years into the future as you make decisions on those. Again, this is not what you've committed to, but this is just a correlation of, as you look at forecasting and cash assumptions, how long they are in effect for us. And the real question here is, does this help? Is it meaningless? Is it pointless? What else do you want?
This is great.
So I love the answers.
My most difficult part is figuring out how to spell Gantt.
No.
2 T's. I thought it was 2 A's too.
This is a great visual.
Right. This is a very good visual. Another way of thinking about the project list is by type of project, right? We have public works projects, we have parks projects, we have central town kind of initiatives. The town center is a central town initiative. So the color code you have here is very helpful because we can know the green projects are next year, this year, that kind of thing. But also if we color coded, I'm not trying to make more work, but if we color coded by type of project, we can see where the competition is. If I see a lot of things that are street projects hitting in 2019, then we'll know we'll have to have a thoughtful conversation. It doesn't necessarily correspond directly to resources and money, but we can see the level of activity is something that we need to be mindful of. So I like this. presentation. The one thing that in the spreadsheet that has all the detail, and I know all of us are detail people, so we're probably really loving this, but one thing I'm not seeing is a delay column. And delays are kind of hard. It's like, how do you baseline what our project was originally targeted? One of the challenges I've been struggling with as a council member is I think things are going to be done quicker than they are. And sometimes I'm realistic and sometimes I'm not so realistic. But if we know when we authorize something and we budget it, if there's a delay, it could be a legislative change. It could be we are competing with resources and we reprioritize. If we understand something that's red that needs consideration for reprioritization or something from the council, that's helpful for us to know. It's at our level.
You are 100% correct, and so I mentioned that we put together a key project template form in the past, and so what staff, and again, this is for our internal, because this is what you pay us for, is to manage all these details. So you don't need to see these forms, but you are correct. We have, for all of our major initiatives in this year's budget. And so what I'm telling you, we have a whole layer of these for just what's in our operating budget as well that we're working with. We have developed a form to talk about what our budget estimate is and to track when that changes and why, because that'll help us understand our projects better and explain to you. We are challenging departments to really identify those key project milestones, including when we provide reports to town council, so that it helps us stay on track, but it also helps us identify when those things happen. When some external factor, we have to be responsible for the things that are in our control. We also want to understand what external factors affect our project budget. So we are putting together those forms, and that's really what I'm saying. You can't put all of that on here for every project and have it be a meaningful spreadsheet. But we are working on putting that together. I think we need to think about that as well. Again, these are pretty simple to stimulate the conversation, and I think you're right. If council would determine as a strategic issue that they wanted to balance transportation spending in parks, a color coding could help with that. If that was a strategy you wanted.
We focus a lot on money all day long. We are very good with focusing on money. It's just now lifting it up a little bit and looking at type might give us another angle.
This also is very helpful to the citizens to be able to see, when this kind of stuff is getting completed.
Well, and as you know, as you've seen from Courtney's, more and more of these visual tools are not just for you, but they are for the public.
Yeah.
And again, I'll plug because I am a supporter of strategic planning. This would feed from that. They're connected. They're related. Milestones in a strategic plan that you've identified get put on here, and it's what we're benchmarking our performance and our success. It all ultimately links together.
Is this the final list? Because I know there's other projects.
Oh no, this is an example of what we can do to help you in making your big picture decisions.
If there's things out there that we want to do, we're open to, as a council, coming back and seeing where it would fit in. Correct?
Yes, that's
I don't
the
want to
whole
get into
purpose
the
of this
weeds and
conversation.
specific things.
So Mayor.
If you could flip back to the other chart. I think this is a great bunch of information here. I think this is very helpful. I would ask, if it's not too much trouble, if there are things like Morrisville Carpenter Road that are on several lines, it would be nice to have kind of a single page just for Morrisville Carpenter Road with its components to it, so we're not kind of trying to piece together 3 or 4 things.
And I do envision that there would be worksheets for major projects.
And I think you have all the information needed. It's just kind of
Yeah.
maybe a different view of it. But this is really nice.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
To piggyback on what Vicki said, maybe, I know this sheet is already width-wide, but if we to add one more column indicating like the bucket of the type, that might be a way to do it as well. Also, perhaps hyperlinks to each of these, I know you say that you have that sheet that's for internal use, but if that could also be sort of a public thing that people could drill down and say, okay, this is when it was presented to council, and this is the number then, this is why the numbers change now, this is our current estimate. I think that would be really helpful for all of us to sort of see the history of each of these projects as well. And that could also serve what Mark's talking about, that project would be in that format with all the...
Yeah, I think both of those suggestions are really good. Even if you don't establish a policy, if it's a greenway project, if it's a park project, if it's a road project, if it's a park project we're partnering on, that's a good point. And I think as we get a more robust website, the hyperlinks are an effective tool. I think we saw that you like that and the public would like that from the development. So we are trying to design these tools in mind of people that want that information. So we're still building this. The face helps us drive the infrastructure behind it. And then this is the third page again. This is the same one you saw, other than I just attempted to illustrate a different level of sort of internal reserve in that 5% column. And this is the different. Good morning.
Hello.
Oops. This is that different way to look at your fund balance, and so I think so throw excess over 45% out of your mind for a minute, because what I'm showing you is how all of it is being used. So if you look at the top number there, that $15 million plus is our unassigned fund balance, all of it. Everything that's not spoken for somewhere else. And then what we know is just sound financial policy is we keep sort of 3 months of our expenditures in reserve for unforeseen circumstances. And then what I'm showing you is if you assume everything else is available, so anything over 25% is available, I'm trying to just illustrate how we're using that money. So we've got projects that are currently in progress that we recognize there could be cost overruns on. So if we wanted to have as savings something to offset a last minute or forced budget decision for you, it's there. We have projects you are talking about, maybe haven't approved yet, but you're talking about budgets that have significant financial impact. So we've put a protection factor in there. This number's big, this $3 million, and a lot of that is because we were hopeful for Morrisville Carpenter Road, and we know we have $2.7 million of match that we would have to come up with for that project. And then there's some other projects on the front. And then even those projects, you might want a cost protection factor. Then the big thing that we really, really are using our fund balance for, and this is what gets lost, is those cash flow projects. Is that we don't really have to budget for them, but we have to, because of purchasing law and things, we have to front money. Grants is the big one. Is we're fronting it, and so we can't sign a purchase order or a contract unless we can say, Nancy has to physically sign off and say, we have the total cost of this purchase order at the front end of the project. So our biggest example coming up is Morrisville Carpenter Road. Let's say it's a $9 million cost. We have to have $9 million in order to sign that purchase order to start that project, because we would be managing that project. So we have to have it somewhere, and there's a variety of ways we can do that. What I've tried to illustrate on here is we don't have enough money. Even with all of our fund balance, we don't have enough money to be able to do that. So what do we do? And so what I'm indicating is we have options for short-term financing, and that may be something, that's a big strategy issue we need to talk about, or it dramatically influences some of your other decisions about how you budget for the day-to-day operations or other initiatives you want to consider for the town.
and we're investigating some of those options now. But as a public entity, it can be somewhat limiting. So it's not the same as if you were a private sector business to go get a line of credit. So there's some restrictions, and sometimes there's rules where you may have to have that direct collateral. So those are all those things we're kind of working on and trying to figure out what strategies we could.
And I have to also suggest to you is debt is not bad. You use debt financing for your purposes. It keeps you flexible in your fund balance. You may get very favorable rates, or you could choose to use your savings. Those are choices that we will need to make. But if I can just dispel something, debt, especially short-term debt, is not bad. Depending on what the rates are and things like that. And we still have to comply with all of our debt capacity requirements. That's why GE forecasts, so that we know what we have available. And knowing that we have a guaranteed way to pay it back off because of debt or grant reimbursement payments. So just something that we are going to have to deal with, relatively quickly this year is how we want to proceed on that. And it will influence our budget discussions. That's the big one. Now that we know that has been recommended to us. And then the other things that we got is, I mentioned, we have a Church Street capital project out there. It's still active. We're putting in the irrigation. But because we didn't spend all that contingency, there's probably $300,000 in there that could go towards the $478,000 portion of the Church Street lights that we would be responsible for. So you have not gotten that item yet to formally do. You agreed in concept to funding that project when we requested the grant. Jerry is working on getting the RFP out there to get that real dollar cost. But rather than, the last time I presented that item, I was sort of taking all of that out of fund balance. I'm telling you, you have a different resource for a major part of that money. And then we've also got the Crabtree Hatcher Creek Greenway. You've moved all the money into that capital project that we need to do that with some contingency, but we can also use our Parkland payment and lieu reserves to cash flow some of that. And so it doesn't have to come out of our fund balance, because that is an authorized use for, you're not spending it, you're just using it for that timing difference in payments. If there were cost overruns, it would not have to come out of your fund balance. It could come out of your Parkland payment.
We've done that before.
We have.
Yeah.
We have.
Are we, during the course of this retreat or in the next couple of months, are we going to get a week's update on what the current Parkland payment will do? What are the funds in those?
Well, Jeannie just really gave it to you.
Oh, it's in here. Okay.
Yeah. We've gotten about $300,000 in collections this year.
Okay. I'll find it. That's fine. Sorry.
So it's a little bit less than $3 million.
Yeah.
2.6.
So when do we get actually the money? When they give us when we give them the CO, or when they come for permits?
Are you talking Wake County?
No, the park.
The Parkland payment and lieu collection, Rich. Parkland payment and lieu collection, when does that occur in terms of the
timing of
process?
the actual process?
Yeah.
I believe with the site plan submittal.
Yeah,
So the site plan
that's
approval.
it. Yeah.
So for like Town Hall North, like when it's submitted, the money just comes into the bucket.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Most plans are coming in as combo reviews, so essentially when they're at the point where we're ready to release the construction.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Rich, if there are 100 lots, when they come for 10, we get that money's 10, and then when they come for another 20, so it comes in over time as they're developing based on individual lot. The Parkland payment in lieu is a number calculated based on a lot or a parcel. I'm not sure.
A unit.
Yes, thank you.
It's a unit, but he said, but you get the money when the site approval is done.
No, I think it's when you get the CO, like Martha said.
That's what I thought. That's why I'm getting
Courtney,
Where's Courtney?
can you clarify for us?
We're kind of in the weeds there.
When a Parkland payment in lieu has been provided as a part of a development, explain how the actual money comes back into the town.
So when we identify the potential revenue for a project, it's estimated that all the lots, say it's a 100 lot subdivision, that we will receive money for each one of those lots. The lots, typically you'll see the dirt start moving out there. About that same time, there's another review process where they come through and actually create the lots. We receive payment at the time those lots are physically created. So it can come in phases. So, you know, that 100 lot subdivision may, go through and do 20 lots at a time. So we're receiving it 20 lots at a time. So it's not the onset. It's not necessarily on the very beginning of the development that we're receiving all the money. It can be phased.
Yeah.
Now, we've had other examples where they've had to increase the size of stormwater ponds because the initial review was very preliminary when they came back to the more detailed plans. They realized they had undersized a pond area. So it may become a 99 lot subdivision. So there really are estimates at the onset, and then it comes over a period of time. But it's really based off of how quickly they are selling those lots, as to how quickly they are having to create some new ones.
But it's upon creation, not at CO. So that's the clarification, as Rich was saying. It's usually earlier in the process, not at the CO.
And it's a flat fee, right? Like a material of $1 million home or 200,000 or like 100,000. It's just a flat fee.
It is a flat fee. So in theory, the denser the development, the more money they would make because the impact is then greater. So it really is based off of lot creation.
Mayor?
Martha, it looks like the key to our success and happiness is securing short-term financing. Is at least one of the things we need to talk about.
Yeah, we've had some very brief internal discussions. We know we've got the second phase of the Prim and Parkway bonds that are going to get issued. So we've already started, rechecking. Even with our capacity, remember, it's not a lot different than when we went for our credit ratings, but we did close a fiscal year, and so that's the reset because a lot of those ratios are based on actual performance. So we've done that. Nancy's done that, and we know we have capacity. Our next step would be to bring you information because how that gets structured, the payments and stuff have to get forecast in. But I think at offset, I'd say we should at least be exploring that because your fallback is fund balance. And we know
you're saying that would be paid for by grant reimbursements.
Correct.
So there's an offset to that interest that we would pay on this.
That is correct.
I think we need to find out about what's the plan, what does that mean to us, if that's part of this, FY18.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are currently exploring those options, but as I said, just put a flag of caution out there. We're a public entity. We have more rules than if it was a private business in terms of borrowing. And so those are the things that we got to sort out. What can we do? What can't we do? The cup of what can we do might be much smaller than if I were your business, for example, and getting that line of credit. So that's the conversations we're having and trying to get what those details are, where are parameters, what's opportunities or not.
Yeah, one of the intriguing things with something other than bond debt is we could get asked for collateral. At least initially, and that would be new for us. And we do have collateral.
The trick is that it could be because we're public, it has to be direct collateral.
Yeah, so
and
those
in
are
this
some
case,
of the,
we don't have that potentially. But exercising our relationships with some of these banks might also be something we want to explore. But you need to kind of walk a line with that one.
Michael's BMW.
Well, this isn't new.
You're correct. It's new for Morrisville, and I came from a municipality who had $380 million in debt because they used it. I mean, it was as big as the operating budget. and I think, you know, our tops would come off. We were talking about that kind of debt because we've been a pay-as-you-go other than debt. So this is just a new foray for us.
Didn't we do this with Town Hall Drive? No, didn't we take out, I thought we took, because I remember having this conversation about collateral for Town Hall Drive.
But Town Hall Drive is a town-owned asset, and you're talking about Morrisville Carpenter Road.
Difference.
The value of the right-of-way that you purchase, or the land we may be able to associate it with that we purchase, is not the same value of what you would go out to get on.
But you're also talking about some of the influences that we could experience. Is we did short-term financing for the public safety radios. Well, if we didn't pay for it, they'd come take the radios. They're not going to come take a road, especially a road that's not ours.
Roads are just tricky.
Yeah.
As compared to equipment.
So.
But you mentioned that we have fewer options probably for the financing, but essentially that just means that we may or may not have to pay more interest. There will be options.
We'll
We're pretty confident.
answer that for you
Yeah.
going forward. I will say confident or otherwise, I think that's just an unexplored area for Morrisville that we need to make sure that we understand very clear and then give you the information, the correct information. So rather than me guess and speculate.
And these are all like case by case, right? When you're taking a debt, there's like how many years, how much we're taking, and what will we repay back. So it's like it might be a quick one.
And then you've got that whole dynamic of reimbursement situation. Now they're all different in some ways, and some are highly dependent upon progress, and weather can play into progress as to what you can go out and ask for. And if the terms are quarterly for these reimbursement grants, or if the term is at the end of the project and at completion, which can be a year or 2 years from now, that NCDOT calls us and says, okay, you owe me $4.3 million now.
Okay, so working back finding, when do you think we're going to sign a contract for Morrisville Carpenter?
I'm going to defer to Rich on that one.
Construction-wise, hopefully by the end of this year, we're putting it out to bid, so probably the first part of 2018 where we would actually be in the position to.
Okay.
So what staff's commitment to you is you'll have those discussions so that you've got your choices to make as you go through the budget process. So, I mean, that's what we're already working on bringing you this information and what the options that you have to consider so that you're not having to make any of those in a vacuum.
Could we go back to that final slide?
This one?
Yes, please. It would help me a lot to understand the cash flow needs right there in the middle. That 12 million, if we could recapture that and put it down again at the very bottom, because we're getting that money back. If it's just cash flow and it's not expenditure, that will be sort of reimbursed into the reserves to sort of show that we do end up whole after the process. Because right now it looks like we're well below our 25% at the bottom.
That's not what this is showing at all. It's just showing at a point in time how you might be looking at how those fund balance resources are working for you. I'm not trying to show that we get it back, just how it's working for you. And as we would update this, the unassigned really is where it changes and what you could make decisions with. Again, if this is a philosophy, and again, this is not a discussion we need to have completely now. It's just one that we can use as a tool when we're going through budget processes and stuff.
And the 15 up top does not include the 2.3.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That 15 up top does not include the 2.3 that might not be used up.
This is based on a June 30, 2016 fund balance as well. That's correct.
So that number might end up being a little bit nicer, but yeah, we are using all of our capacity, it looks like.
That's what it is.
I was just going to say that it is important to note that there is a big chunk that will come back to us. Just so.
It's a
And that's that reimbursement. It's a timing issue.
It's
like
a
I
timing
said, it's
issue,
just
so.
hard to put a finger on it. I mean, we can make quarterly assumptions, but that's throwing a dart.
I think it's a good point. We know that there's a chunk that is not kind of gone forever. It's just
a replenishment.
Yeah. So this is good stuff, Martha. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
putting that together. You want to take a 5-10 minute break here, and then we'll come back at, let's say, 10 o'clock and do the town center. All right, we're going to let Rich take over.
There we go, baby.
Town center, that's a good idea. We should do one
Or
of
do you want me
those.
to roll it?
You just want me to roll it?
Either one. All right, this will be kind of a tag team between me and Todd. I'll be doing the first part of this presentation. I'll start off with saying I hope you didn't get too attached to that 5.1 million. So the elements of this this presentation essentially going to be kind of the 3 updates I'll be doing, which is with regards to the road design and construction, regional stormwater design, and gas line relocation. And then Todd will kind of come in with the last 2 bullet points there, the library and the demonstration project. So rolling right into it, it's a little hard to see. Hopefully you can see it on the slide, but preliminarily this was kind of the layout of what our future road network will look like. We've got Carolina Street connecting to Town Hall Drive with a roundabout, the extension of Foxglove Drive from Church Street Towns over to Carolina Street, kind of creating that first Phase 1A block of the town center area. Land survey and preliminary design should start. We just entered into a contract with Kim Horn Associates. Turns out they've pretty much designed every roundabout. This is about a 400-mile radius here in North Carolina. So with their expertise in that area, as well as our working relationship, they're a really good fit for this project. Hopefully we'll have the preliminary designs. At this point, we're projecting about March of 2017. We've worked that out with the library folks as well. They're looking to kick off their design on their parcel somewhere in that February-March timeframe. So right now, if everything goes according to plan, we're kind of marrying up pretty well with their timeframe. With that, once we get through preliminary design, we'll certainly have a check back in with you all once we have a more firm kind of engineered plan. We hope to be able to roll forward and have all the plans and the permits in hand sometime this summer. With that, to stay on track with the library's construction schedule, really this infrastructure needs to be kind of at least majority complete or substantially complete by the time they get rolling. So this fall through the spring of 2018 is when we'd be looking for bidding and construction to occur. With that, the additional funds for this is kind of a big round number estimate, about $1.5 million for the actual roadway infrastructure. We hope that number actually would come in a little bit less, will come in a little bit lower than that, but obviously from a projection standpoint, being this early in the process, we really want to make sure that we're estimating as comfortably as we can. So that's kind of the street network.
Before Rich goes on, just to link it back, on that project tracker, the first page that you look, that 1.5 is on that sheet, but it's down at the bottom, and it wasn't included in any of the uses of the fund balance. But just, there was a notation that we've sort of got that working in our pipeline. Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate you linking those together. So rolling forward, the other component of this, for kind of giving the kickoff for Town Center in that Phase 1 project is the stormwater management on a regional basis. As you recall, we do have an obligation to treat the town, Church Street Towns project as part of a previous agreement, as well as we want to make sure that we are setting up that first Phase 1A at least to be able to move forward as quick as possible. That process has begun. We've entered a contract with Withers and Ravenel, again, another firm that's very well familiar with this area, as well as their stormwater folks are some of the most innovative and creative that we've been able to work with in the past. So we feel like we've got the right team in place to be able to hopefully expand the current wetland that is on the west side, south side of Town Hall Drive along the Greenway. Extend that kind of between where it is currently back over towards the trailhead driveway at Indian Creek. Through this process, it will help us determine for the library site if we are going to be able to offset, and be able to treat all of the stormwater management for that entire Phase 1 portion within that, or if the library will have to consider some on-site treatment on their parcel.
Do we own that property you're talking about for the expansion?
The property is not currently in our possession. However, if you do recall, as part of the Carpenter Road LLC rezoning case, one of the conditions of their project is to dedicate all the land from the existing Indian Creek over to Town Hall Drive. So that is something that is on staff's radar with regards to timing and how their project moves forward with regards to ours at the same time. So those are conversations that we will be continuing to have.
So the visual sort of makes it look like we're encroaching on the road itself.
Yeah, this was. I used this as a snip from one of the consultants' submittal. It's a little distorted, but also it's not exactly 100% accurate. But in general, we won't have any impact on the road other than potentially reworking some of the drainage within Town Hall Drive to work better and kind of divert water into it. So the intent is from essentially the backside of the sidewalk on Town Hall Drive and the inside of the greenway, kind of all that area within those two bounds would be open to potential expansion of that stormwater wetland.
Okay, so it'd be like a bigger pond, not just a constructed wetland?
Well, it would still be the wetland, so there'd be deeper pools, so there'd be some pooled areas, but there'd be a lot more of that wetland-style vegetation. There'll be uplands and lowlands. It's kind of the part of the design elements of it. So, like I said, the team that we have from Morrisville knows that several of these throughout the state that have gotten really creative and really almost amenitized the areas that they've been in. So we're looking at it from a stormwater standpoint is also be a good educational opportunity for us to expand on kind of some of the signage and whatnot that we have throughout the town.
So you don't have to dig up existing pavement, either the greenway or the road. So that's pretty key. So
the
that's
intent
nice.
at this point is to keep those costs as low as possible and just be moving dirt in between, like I said, the back of the sidewalk and the existing greenway.
Just a quick question on the roundabout on Town Hall Drive. Is it still possible that it's called the Stottlemyre property? Would that still hook up to this roundabout, or is it somewhere else on Town Hall Drive?
Yes, where it's shown right now, and we've talked to the consultants to ensure that they're sliding it along Town Hall Drive. It's hard to see the property line here, but this is partially the Stottlemyre piece. So we've set it up where they can come in and make a fourth-leg connection into that circle by sliding it towards Morrisville Park or something. So again, with this, they're probably going to be out there starting a survey in the next week or two. Preliminary plans are still tracking along the same schedule as the road, so that we're kind of being able to give the library all the information they need as they progress. We hope to have those plans ready by this summer, with again construction potentially happening this fall into the following spring. With this, we're projecting additional funds of about $0.5 million. Again, we're trying to be conservative with these estimates because we're really at the concept stage. But between these two elements, there is approximately about $2 million of town funds that will be required, as there is no grant programs or other funding sources that either of these infrastructure elements really.
Can we use our stormwater fund?
Right now, the stormwater fee funding would not be eligible for this based on previous conversations we've had with other or with the school government. However, we are looking at talking to some other jurisdictions about how they may or may not have been able to utilize it.
Why isn't it eligible? I'm just wondering in general. It sounds like stormwater.
The stormwater fee money can be used for operation of the program itself, but new infrastructure like this associated with development is not what it traditionally hasn't been. It's been interpreted that it's not eligible for that. When the legislature several years ago had some concerns that people were upping their stormwater fee to be able to basically support other initiatives from like an economic development standpoint and whatnot. So the school government's guidance in the past had been that you couldn't utilize strictly stormwater fee money for essentially regional bases to support future growth kind of thing. So that being said, like we are having those conversations just to see if there has been any additional guidance.
Is the library going to help fund some of this too? What funds do we have now? Where did they come from?
For the design?
For
for
this project.
So for this project, Church Street Towns did provide a certain portion of payment in lieu. It's not a big number. I think it's in the 30-something thousand.
35,000.
So it's probably enough to assist with the design portion. But in general, we don't have any specific funds identified at this point. In the library, from the library standpoint, like I said, if in a perfect world, we're able to offset the entire phase 1 area or the majority of town center in this regional pond, They wouldn't have any on-site, but to be honest with you, I'm feeling like we're still going to have to go back to them and tell them they are going to have to put in some level of stormwater treatment on their own property. It's, just looking at the available space we have and the future potential dense development that we'll have in the area.
And Todd, you're going to touch on stormwater in a little bit, aren't you?
Yeah, in fact, the county is willing to help cost share their part of the stormwater infrastructure. So, and one of the things we're going to bring back to you for the library project is the MOU, and that'll outline some of that information at a very high level. So, and I'll talk more about it.
And those two, this March timeframe is where we have hopefully enough to answer some of those questions of can we offset the library or not, should hopefully feed in or line up nicely with that timeline as well.
So in a perfect world, as all these other parcels would be developed, they each would be required to handle their own stormwater issues. And if,
well, we're gonna maximize the footprint here, and so say there's 10 acres worth of drainage that comes here, and we can handle 7 or 8 of it just in this. Then that's where, as these parcels develop, we'll be able to look at what those other opportunities on site. But hopefully, it'll be a much smaller demand compared to what we could offset, or based on what we've offset.
Sorry not to comment, just down the road, but if DFI's plan is for 1,500 apartment complexes, there's no way in heck that's going to handle that.
Right. Well, and really, going vertical and all that, I mean, really, we're just looking at that footprint of the impervious area. There will have to be, just by virtue of our planning requirements, there will be some green space required on each of those blocks. So there may be some opportunities to kind of dual purpose that, where we have stormwater features that are planted to be able to meet planting requirements as well as the stormwater. There's several innovative stormwater systems also that are either available now or currently going to be coming online through the state's BMP manual and offerings, I guess, more tools in the toolbox. So we're going to have to get creative likely, but we feel like we can still make it still cheap.
So this whole stormwater thing which is good, it's kind of protecting the water quality goes into your regulator, also share. And indirectly we expect we get clean water and we spend a lot of money along with other towns. Some might not do. Have all people like you to implement or your staff. My question is, are there any concessions when we are implementing to the best stormwater, guidelines and like enforcing those kind of things in town of Morrisville? So, for example, when we're getting our water, is there any benefit of getting a lower water rate for sending the water quality through this stormwater?
Well, I mean, in general, I think we talked about it in the past. The cleaner the water we put into the stream, the cleaner the water is when the theory pulls it back out of the.
That's a concept, yeah, but we are doing
saving is there.
That's a concept. You send it, you get it. But are they showing monetarily anything like that?
I don't know that there's any direct tracking, I guess, from a financial standpoint.
Because all these are like significant amounts of commitment and money and all those things that needs to be done.
They don't run that to make money though. So it's,
no, I get it.
And we're a partner with Carey.
And the idea is an incentivize see you're doing all these things might help.
It lowers our cost overall. So
right. I mean, the money would come into the amount of treatment required for the water that's coming into the facility. So it's not going to be a direct cost. It's going to be indirect.
Like for Carey has the other water for doing the lawns. We don't have that, right?
The reclaimed water?
Yeah, reclaimed water.
Well, it actually is. A good portion of Morrisville is in what they call their reclaimed water service area. From their wastewater treatment plant, they actually have a project that will be bringing it to Evans Road and Aviation. Our bypass project will actually be carrying it from there all the way over to 54, or almost 54. There'll be a small gap that they'll have to come back and fix. But eventually, it's slated to actually kind of work its way all the way west through Breckenridge and all that to get to West Cary. So that reclaimed water will be available to residents and businesses along that corridor. But it'll take time for the development and or town and Cary CIP projects over time to kind of install this kind of infrastructure. But again, in general, there are some things. For instance, the road infrastructure portion of this project, because it's a linear project specific to a road, that actually isn't subject to the stormwater rules because it's a network improvement at that point. But the actual private development in this case, so the library, the apartment complexes, et cetera, that would be subject to stormwater requirements. And again, we've got great partners at the state. They understand what we're trying to achieve, and they understand, sometimes the maximum extent practicable is all we can get to, but we're trying to make sure we're meeting it to that higher level. So again, with this project here, hopefully, between the two, we're looking at approximately about a $2 million investment that would have to be, I guess, ready to go sometime this fall, September, October timeframe. So just a consideration as you move forward with the fund discussions. The third element that I was going to speak about today too is just the gas line. You can see on the map here that red line is the 50-foot gas easement. Currently that does bisect future Phase 1A block. So staff's had a lot of conversations with PSNC. We've had a great working relationship with them. They're out back on their end, kind of looking at ways where they can help expedite their their project to replace that line. And hopefully, we've had conversations with them about these two alternative alignments here on the south side of the road. If you can see, there's one yellow one that would follow just on the back side of the sidewalk on Town Hall Drive, and then one orange one that would basically parallel the sanitary sewer line through that land that would be future or dedicated to the town in the future from the Stoudemire rezoning, as well as the town already owns the majority of this land up here. Excuse me. So they've kind of verbally told us that they're moving forward with looking at advancing the design on the orange line that would follow Town and Cary's infrastructure. That's their preferred route of these two. So we're working with them right now in terms of showing them the benefits, future benefits of a developed town center in terms of the paying customer for them. We're trying to figure out how we can hopefully work out the economics of it so that their project can get moved forward and hopefully it's not on the town's dime. So those conversations are ongoing. We're hopefully slated to meet back up with them sometime early to mid-February to kind of regroup after the holidays and see what we've been able to come up with.
So we can get an update then?
Pending there, I've got calls and emails to them, seeing if they're still on track and had any internal conversations.
They still want us to help?
Part of it's just the timing of it. One of the things that they have told us is that they've got a very large project on the western portion of the state that hopefully sometime late spring to summertime, they'll know with that project how much funding, if they had $2 million budgeted for that, it only takes $1.5 million, they may be able to take that capacity and apply it to their project and just move forward with it. That would be a perfect best case scenario, but also we don't have the luxury of time on waiting on some of that because of where the library site that's been selected is. It's basically right here where that line comes through, so we're going to have to hopefully get some of those answers earlier than they would have.
And does it affect Morrisville Carpenter Road development?
No.
I mean,
the alignment
of the road doesn't affect any of that?
It doesn't affect it at this point because all the work for replacing this line was going to be from, if you recall, their valve station here at the corner. Everything's from there north, essentially, I guess.
What about south? Is there any plan to move that a little bit?
They didn't have a plan. They don't have any. They don't have anything in their current plan right now to do anything on this side of the.
That would be wiser to do both one shot because we bought the land on the area. So
we broached the subject with them. Like I said, they don't have a plan to move this right now or any need to move this right now. So frankly, if we wanted that to happen, that would be. They would look at us as the developer, basically want us to pay 100% of whatever the cost is to move that. And that would be
not that particular unit, but the gas line on the
line itself
on the TDA
property. Property. Yeah. Right now, that is not part of this. This what was supposed to be their 2019 project, but certainly something that we've mentioned to them, and again, we can loop back with them and see if they've had any additional considerations.
And I'm sorry, but that's the section I'm talking about, so we can do the knockout on Town Hall Drive going back to Franklin up.
Yeah, we can do the extension for Town Hall. Nope, it won't have any impact on their infrastructure or our ability to.
Could we put a greenway there?
Once we own the property, we can do a lot of things.
Okay, but I mean, the gas doesn't bother them?
No, it doesn't bother them. That's one thing that we talked to them about. I think previously Jerry's done presentations where I think they were originally following the gas line alignment and preliminary conversations with them. They were fine with that since it's just an asphalt path essentially. But again, once we own that property in its entirety, we have a lot more flexibility as well. So those considerations.
And when do we own that property? Sorry.
I was actually just talking to Frank about that. We're just waiting on the phase 1 environmental site assessment. It's kind of a standard document that we want to have in our hands to make sure we're not taking over a contaminated site or anything. And the boundary survey, I was told that we were hoping to have it by the end of this past week. So I sent an email at 4 o'clock yesterday just checking in on it. So hopefully in the next week or two we have that, and closing can probably occur sometime this February. Which I believe, as a part of the FY17 budget, the purchase price or the purchase money was already allocated. We approved the purchase agreement, so it's just moving forward with closing after that.
Rich, quick question. There was a small parcel on the west side of Town Hall Drive near the roundabout that someone else owns a house.
All been deeded over to us. We worked with D.R. Horton, I believe was the home builder of that. That was just more formality on their point. The deed never got transferred, but I think that happened sometime in July of last year.
Good deal. Thank you.
Is there a mechanism if, due to timing, we need to go ahead and get that gas line moved, and if we pay for it, is there a way for them to reimburse us?
That's part of the conversations that we've been having at staff.
We broached that, so that's part of the conversation with them.
Thank you.
With that,
Thank you.
The good news is the library project's on schedule.
All right, sit down.
This is a high-level overview of the schedule. You've seen this information before. But Rich is going to provide the county the survey information and the total information by the middle of February, and then we'll start site design in March. We will be bringing back the MOU to you all in March. The county plans to finalize the design work by the end of this year, and they hope to start construction in 2018 and be open in the spring of 2019. Again, high-level schedule. So in March, we will be bringing the MOU to you. There will be high-level information in terms of the general understanding between the county and the town. One of the big things that will be in there, and it might be worth having some discussion now about, is how we want to deal with the land that the library will be on. We want to do a ground lease, a long-term ground lease, which would allow the town to maintain, control over that property long-term, or that's not of interest to you, you just want to transfer that land to the county. So, again, if you have any interest on that, you can pause now, just have a discussion on it, or, what staff will talk about it and we propose that in the MOU.
The ground lease would be $1 a year for 99 years or something like that.
Yeah.
It's not a money maker for the town.
Correct. That's
right. Okay.
But if they abandon the library property,
Right.
we would retain control versus that Wake County could surplus it. That's
Sure.
my concern.
And we've seen that happen. I've had other mayors say what happens when they donate land to Wake County schools in particular, and then they revert it to some other use, and then where they charge the town.
Yeah, it's a crazy, yeah.
Is there any reason not to do the ground lease then?
There is no reason.
Okay.
Ground lease.
Yep.
Right.
Check the box.
Well, then I was hoping that would be
I agree, but are there any pros of a conveyance, just that we see both sides?
I don't know of any, I understand the process is even longer to transfer, so, but I don't know of any benefits to
Okay,
transfer.
ground lease sounds really good.
Okay. Other type of information, the stormwater infrastructure, which Rich talked about, we are hoping that we can take a regional approach. And if we can, that would be outlined in the MOU. And again, we are anticipating, and the county's been open to cost sharing their part of that. But if for some reason we can't work that out, then it may be something that we do individually. All right. Okay.
It's all working for you. Okay, it wasn't just me.
All right, so demonstration project. We're at a point now where we're going to engage Little Architecture, which is the company that Wake County is using to do site design. We're at a point where we need to engage them as well to do some high-level site design for the entire demonstration project. This information will be needed to help put the RFQ together. We're also in the process of forming a working group that consists of all the key players, the town, DFI, Wake County, Little, the gas company, just to coordinate various components of the project and keep things moving forward. A very critical part of this project for the demonstration will be work session that we're going to set up in March or April. And this is really where you all will decide the development strategy. Your DFI has provided a financial analysis and they've shown how this project can be supported with a public-private investment. But really, it's in this work session or sessions that you will make the decisions on how you want the town center to be developed as a public-private relationship. A very key work session to finalize information we need, put together an RFQ, and the intent there is to send that out in the spring.
And I'll add on, so in particular for my friend Councilmember Slink, this is where a lot of the in-depth bid, synthetic TIF, the financing strategies could get talked about. I think that plays into some of your decisions then. Also, I think it's going to be robust enough that we probably want to consider a separate meeting night for just this topic rather than trying to put it into a council meeting schedule. So if I've got shakes of heads on that, we can start coordinating date. And I'll let Todd will take the lead on this one because he's working directly with DFI. So we'll be needing to look for communication from him, pulling you on dates. He may use Aaron or I to help him, but so that we can get that on the calendar.
So, I'm all for that. So, but when you talk about development strategy, tell me what it is what decisions are you expecting from us at that? Like,
so it'll be decisions such as, how much of this project do you expect to be done private development versus public? We've shown you a financial analysis of what parts can be funded publicly and privately, and some of you may like what that is, some of you may not. You may want to shift that. For example, I'll use an example of the parking deck structure. I'm not sure all of you support the town funding.
You mean the Schlink parking deck?
Yeah. But you'll have the opportunity to make those decisions because it's really based on that. We're going to put the RFQ together and we're going to send it out and see what the interest is in this project.
Can we get can they show us a demonstration project? I want to know, I would like to know what that means. If that means like we're going to put it out there so we could have an apartment complex come in here and the concept is we're going to build them a parking deck. I'm not in favor of that.
And those are the kind of decisions that you will have the opportunity to make because that's what's going to shape how
we have a fallback position, like maybe we could partner with the library and do things with their site, and you call that a demonstration project?
We certainly those are discussions that we can have, absolutely.
It sounds like we need to have a date.
But the timeline seems like it's going to
go
be
to their office with the models.
In terms of the timeline, we set it up to where the library project and the demonstration project can be going on at the same time, with the intent that when the library opens up, we would be finishing up the demonstration project. Now, again, spring of 19 could be a good year if we want to move forward at this pace, but we're certainly trying to set it up to where decisions can be made and those projects can go on at the same time and finish up at approximate times. Yes?
I guess it would help me to start to understand if you think of the entire funding, it's kind of like a sliding scale, and the private partner versus the public. If we can pick any of these discrete things, or if there's only like 3 options, it has to be this, this, or this. Sort of going in to sort of understand that those are like our 3 choices, or there's an infinite number of choices. It'll kind of depend on how it's presented and what DFI thinks is actually viable. but I think it's going to be important for us to sort of understand going in that it's got to be one of these things. And if they can present things that are all doable, that's good. Because if we're asking for pie in the sky, then that's not helpful.
So can I put the spin on that? DFI is interested in what we want the development to be. And then they're going to tell us the viability of attracting a private developer for some or all of the portion. So I think it's important that you are still in the driver's seat. That was the engagement we had with DFI. It's not what they're telling us should go there. It's what you're asking for that area, and then how that relates to the financial model.
Is the purpose then to show this project and then, they would use that as a model then to go sell the bigger vision?
Their goal is to determine when they would go out to talk to private developers out. So I think we're certainly clear that council's still got lots of discussion, in particular about a parking deck. And where you come in on that's going to help them formulate what they go out and talk about.
So I have a question about, since we're in the driver's seat, no pun intended, about parking, but I'm still not completely clear about the kind of demonstration buildings, whether it's going to be mixed use or is it going to be more dense townhome apartments kind of thing. So in the mix, it depends on how we zone or make that area ready for, could we introduce workforce housing into the mix as a certain percentage or zoning capable, because that will increase costs. Affordable housing or workforce housing is not free or cheap. And if we want that as a council, then that would be an input to how they would put together their proposal.
We can certainly start having those conversations with them now, so they could, present some ideas on that in March or April.
I think the council has made it pretty clear that we want the minimum public investment to make it happen. So if that's a starting point.
Yeah, and keep in mind, when you say minimum, there's a lot of ways you can minimize that. From it being a private development from start to finish, to it being a private development that builds it, and then the town would purchase it back. So, for example, the parking deck, you decide to do that to maintain control over it. It could be that the town funds the parking deck, but that we have revenue streams to pay back that investment. So again, those are several options to consider, and those are the kind of decisions you'll be able to make when we have the work sessions.
So you don't need final decision at the work session, or do you?
Well, so the intent is to get baseline information so they can put together the RFQ, because...
And that's what's going to go out.
Yes.
So yeah, you're looking for decisions now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So
If I could characterize it, I think you need to really, we've talked a lot about conceptual. You have to move your needle now to what you really want to get out there. So the decisions become more discrete and defined.
Then I think it's high time then you give us the numbers, like as you rightly said, if town builds a parking lot, what's the cost, and what's the cost of reimbursements we get in 10 years.
That's what's going to happen.
And if they build it, what is our cost to give them? How does it equal out? So those kind of numbers.
we'll have those materials in advance of the meeting, because we receive them at the meeting. That's no time to process.
Yeah, again, we can provide you, if you want the financial analysis that's been done, that information is available. If you're changing scenario, we can certainly work on that.
That would be really helpful to me, to see the different scenarios in advance.
And then from right before we went to break, your cash flow analysis, I think that has to come in too, because if they have a timeline, it's going to have to be pushed out, because we won't have anything to be able to offer any.
Well, and it also, we also talked about other financing strategies, and that could become part of that conversation.
And then my final thing on the parking deck, what I propose, and would be partnering with Wake County at the library and just building a 2-story parking, 80 spaces on top of their 80 for 160, and using that as a demonstration project to say you have additional 80 spaces to work with.
Without wrapping the partners around that, though.
No.
It doesn't give enough
No.
But it's a
project
definite
development.
lot.
Okay.
Just a simple parking, 2-story plain Jane.
So this is discussion for the work session.
That's right.
We're excited.
Any other questions or discussion points?
Thank you, Tom.
I guess one thing, feel comfortable with your uncertainty at this point. This is a big project. So the fact that we aren't united on what we are thinking about here isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just that big of a project for us.
Did we just get like a half hour in front of the schedule here?
Yes. Yes, you did. That's what Stephanie and I were just saying.
How does that happen?
Is that right? Like, you just gave some time.
All right.
No break.
How do you, no break? All right, Jeannie,
Let's
you're
just
up.
go into capital improvements and see, if we happen to get out early, will anyone work, be,
Well, hopefully.
The only logistics question I have is lunch timing.
Yeah.
So what it's
when
supposed
do you
to be
need us for
delivered at
lunch?
noon?
When's
Lunch
lunch
is
ready?
supposed to be delivered and set up starting at noon.
So if we just want to go until the lunch
Yeah.
break, if that's okay?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can maybe take a little break between now and then.
No, I just mean in terms of freeing up a session for,
Well, I mean, Courtney has lots of substantive stuff to talk to you about.
yeah, so if we started that.
So we'll pad her time.
Courtney's excited now. Yeah.
Beyond 30 today, you're right.
All right, is everybody ready?
That's right.
All right, capital investment planning or capital improvement planning. This is really kind of a check-in. We're going to focus in on 2 key specific things I want to really talk to you about. But the first part's really kind of a refresher of where we've been and how far we've come. So this is really our process that we've gone through, done critical thinking and evaluation of criteria, community interest, and then our professional knowledge and expertise has led us to you selecting the top 10 big accomplishment, top 10 projects. And we're trying to find those investments to get those things working so we can realize results for a capital investment plan. So we've really kind of taken some really big steps in our CIP process and how we can get things done and accomplished. And this was another big conversation and another big step that you took, I think, because that idea I've been trying to throw out there for a number of years, and you guys have made some traction on that. The trick is this budget year is planning for continuing putting those dollars aside in those reserves. Remember, one of your reserves was the CIP capital reserve, and then you did a roadway and transportation fund. So here's your top 10 as it is right now. Of course, there's other project concepts, but these are the ones you told us to focus in on, and these are the ones that we're trying to put dollars towards maybe getting them shovel ready and progressing them forward. Now, you've already decided in fiscal year 17, this was your active project. We will be bringing information back to you. We're working towards making that a reality. And in doing that, that may or may not align with accomplishing short-term or long-term, depending on how that senior element grows in our demographics. It may help you accomplish this as well. Something to think about when we start planning the function and use of that expansion for that parking lot expands the function of the existing facility you own right now, because it's quite limited. And then how things relate in opportunities that may exist now that you want to talk about for your top project, which is public works, that may bring in some other elements as a result of the opportunities. So, well, your next project, interestingly enough, after your first 10 is your Northwest Fire Station.
Have you given any thought to putting those in buckets like we?
So we've done that in the past in terms of showing them as types of project, like roadways, facility improvements. So yeah, sure. If you're interested in kind of looking at your top 10 that way, we can do that.
I think it was brought up in some of the budget discussions to do it that way.
That way you just make sure that you're hitting all things. If you notice in one of your public comments that you received, yeah, I mean, I've heard that one actually before, maybe from even the same person, is that we focus a lot on transportation. But what about these other things? And what they were saying in there was facility improvements so you can expand your youth programs. And then I think one of the things he mentioned was the relationship with, or the limitation that comes with us in our partnership with Webb County School, with Cedar Court, limits us in our ability to grow or expand those projects.
Yeah, that's not an isolated thought. I've
Right.
heard that before.
Yeah, yes, it's not just that one. I have heard it over time as well. So CIP, these are the updates. These are the work in progresses. As you know, Morrisville Community Park, the master plan update that you approved in 17 is going to really give us an indication of how we craft an actual project concept. Because remember before, when it was activated, it was attached with MAFC. But now you've kind of separated the two. We have direction with MAFC to use those bond monies. And for that one, we are in progress with the design and RFQ for that. So we're moving forward. Town Center Core, obviously you had a great discussion just a minute ago. You know you're going to talk more about that. And you're going to have a much more deeper dive and have to make decision points at a future work session that you're going to have to identify. And then, of course, I mentioned the Historic Christian Church.
I have one question on when you say a concept to be developed after a master plan update, does that mean that we're waiting for?
We're assessing it as a part of the whole projects. Then what do we really need? Because that site, that plan is very old for MCQ3, and we need to relook at it in present day perspective. It was a long time ago that concept was put out there. 2001. So let your plans do their work, and it'll help us shape what maybe that concept looks like.
Gene, when is the church parking lot coming back to us? You said
February 28th, I think.
Historic Christian Church.
Yes.
February 28th?
That sounds.
Okay.
and what are you going to tell us on February 20th?
It's a project update.
Okay.
Over budget.
When is it going to be done? Just give me the end date.
Just give you that. All I can say is Rich Capola can spend some money.
Another butterfly garden?
Progress.
Yeah, when he calls me, I know what he's going to ask me. I gave him a bag of chocolate coins the other day. I said, don't have to put any more money anymore.
Trying to get things done.
He is a mover and a shaker, right?
That's what it costs.
Have to appreciate that. So the discussion items, here's where we want you to focus. And I'm going to tag team with Todd here for a second. But Public Works facility renovation, that project concept is really expensive. I mean, it's over $6 million. In fact, more than $6.5 million. But that was a total renovation of the site. And that alignment of the entrance on where it is right now, the footprint it is right now. But there's more land opportunity there. And there's another partnership that we might be able to tap into. And then another thing is we've got to talk about is you have an asset that is sitting there. Just like you're taking the Historic Christian Church that has limited options right now, you're adding and investing to it to increase its potential. Same thing here. Do you want to own this? Do you want to continue to own this in the future? What do you want to use it for? Is it public? Do you want to transfer it to private? But all you have right now is a shell, and it's going to deteriorate over time. Are you going to continue to put something in it? It doesn't have power.
It doesn't have power, plumbing, electricity, HVAC. It is not ADA compliant, and there's no parking.
Yeah, I recommend it as a mayor's residence.
So I'm going to bump. I'm going to hand this off to Todd to go back to Public Works because there's some good things that maybe we need to talk about.
To move the Public Works project forward, staff is proposing to put funding in FY18 to revise the concept plan. There are a number of things that have changed that warrant our need to relook at this project. For example, if you don't know, Wake County is going to expand the convenience center to be what they call a full-service convenience center. Right now, they're tracking to design that in 18 and construct in 19. One other component that's very different today is the original Public Works concept. There was a little over 6 acres of land reserved for a future public safety training center. Just to remind you that right now the town of Apex, town of Cary, and Morrisville, we are looking at opportunity in partnership with a local public safety training center this very year that we're in. Town of Cary has taken the lead on doing a needs assessment and a concept design. And what we know at this point is the land we have is not appealing and of interest. So that, with confidence, I say that land's freed up. That would freed up that land in some things that Jeannie said. The original design, especially to get the road alignment with International Drive, I mean, we would have to level everything on Public Works and rebuild it because it was such a confined site. But all these changes I just mentioned, it's no longer confined. So now let me back up and talk about Wake County Convenience Center. We are having conversations that we could partner with a entrance that would go to the right to the expanded convenience center, go to the left to the Public Works. This entrance could be directly across from the Hindu temple. And so that intersection would create a full movement access, which is very, very much needed for Public Works. But not only could we share the main entrance, but this also with the Wake County needs about a little over an acre of our land to make what I just described work, but it also would afford the opportunity that we could utilize some of Wake County's existing land to expand programs at Cedar Fork Park. My point is, a lot of dynamics have changed, and it is worth reevaluating the concept design. And we were going to recommend or ask for about $20,000 in 18's budget to do that. Yes.
Could this road you're talking about, the entrance, go back? Could it be worked to go back into the park?
Yes. In fact,
so you get a second entrance?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Great. I mean,
it would go back to the park, but also it would be our intent to be able to utilize more of Wake County's land to expand programs in that park.
Can you show an aerial view of it?
I'm sorry.
Well, this is another one that we're going to be bringing you more information on. It's more, and I think what this one does is illustrate the connectivity of the projects that you consider. So Councilmember Slinks mentioned that road. That's really also important to one of the others, so flip back to the list of CIP projects, because when we put number 6 in there, the sports facility improvements, that was one of 3 phases, and a lot of it related to the design of lights, and part of it was Cedar Fork, and you really need the road to do that. So that's how some of the projects more effectively connect together, by doing a reeval and reassessment. The Wake Convenience Center is really a win-win-win kind of opportunity for, I think, us and our citizens and Wake County to get that expanded center.
What are they doing there?
They're gonna create what they call a full service convenience center, where you can bring a full line of recycles will be able to go there. You're going to be able to bring household items such as oil, motor oil, paint, that kind of thing. It's going to be, if you're familiar with what they call a full service center, like they just built one in Wendell, they have one in North Raleigh, out there.
The closest place we can go is all the way down to,
Apex,
it's technically Holly Springs, isn't it?
Yeah.
The South Wake landfill.
This is a tremendous benefit for the citizens, the way we see it, to provide this increased services that they're going to offer.
think of a little mini transfer station.
I was about to go there. It might even take white. Would it also take white goods? Yeah. So that's a big plus. Also,
electronics, yes.
So, and I think in the past, the Cedar Fork second entrance, that was hundreds of thousands of dollars they were thinking about allocating to that. So if we could
partner.
combine that, partner it,
Absolutely.
and sort of really,
We're having ongoing meetings to be able to bring that forward to you guys.
yeah, so that
And
sounds
we're
like a really good
already
opportunity.
incorporating the fact that you've got a greenway going in there. I mean, we're putting together information on all of those components so that it comes together cohesively, not bit by bit.
That sounds very
And, so,
exciting.
and that's really why we need to relook at the concept design for Public Works. So,
And there's a lot of water back there to cover. So a road can get expensive.
and hopefully we don't have to build it.
So that's investing dollars now and rethinking projects based on the influences that have occurred, new opportunities that have occurred that could really change and benefit the town. So that's advancing dollars now to get projects ready that could really work for us and be realized. And that's what he's asking for, the $20,000 is an advanced investment to get us there.
Yeah. I mean, for example, we potentially now could maintain every structure on the current site of Public Works. Now, we may repurpose those. For example, the town's in a high need for, permanent storage, record storage and stuff. We may even use one of the buildings can currently continue to be used by Public Works. So there are opportunities that we feel like we need to explore. And it's worth, as you say, Jenny, the investment to assess that.
Now, I'd like to offer a caveat. Todd saying 20,000. I think that's an estimate at this point.
It is.
I don't know that we've really evaluated how much we might need to ask for. I think he's just trying to give you a ballpark number. So.
What's helpful to me, is just we made a lot of progress in getting the CIP list down to 10 that we're focusing on, and I think the project tracker that we saw, where some of these things were mentioned, listed on that as completion dates. So I'd rather see us make investments to make sure that we know that something like the MAFC, the historic parking lot, Public Works, that we're making progress, and saying we know when these are going to be done, because I think we've come a long way, but in terms of prioritizing, but we haven't really seen these things go to fruition in terms of we're going to. So if I could get 3 of the 10 or 4 of the 10 done in the next 2 to 4 years or 3 years, I think it's great.
Why do we have to pay the 20,000? Why can't the Wake County pay? Because it's very expensive, right?
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
and they're obviously designing their own site and their own project. But this is really separate. They view this as a separate project. Our town project, they don't view as it has anything to do with them. And so,
This will demonstrate that it can be theirs too.
Yeah, that's.
Or it would help save us maybe some construction dollars if we have that joint entrance. I mean, if you think about it, us trying to realign where it is right now, that's our dollars. We're having to do it all. But if we partner and maybe have some shared expense.
Yeah, partnership is good. Everything is
Yeah.
good. Let them take the lead.
I don't think they'll take the lead unless we do this.
yeah, I think for them to pay for the concept design for our Public Works, it would be a hard sell. Certainly, the road part.
That's kind of an understatement.
Yeah.
Take a good salesperson.
The road part is going to go into the main entrance.
So,
Do you need a decision from us now on this, or?
We're planning on, we're proposing that this will definitely be something you're going to see in a proposed fiscal year 18 budget request.
Great.
Okay, good.
Pew House?
And the Pew House, again, we kind of laid out the situation there, and really just any high-level feedback and direction you could give us. I mean, it goes from, we could sell it, we could use it for meeting space, but again, the condition of it, and I think even if we don't really are not sure exactly what we're going to do long term, we need to really be thinking about some things we need to do in the short term so we can better preserve the structure. So now, again, no utilities, none. Of course, we know it's not ADA compliant. There's no HVAC system. So I think a minimal amount of things need to be done just to help preserve it.
So how long it has been lying in that condition?
about 4 years.
How long will it stay like that?
Almost 8 years.
Yeah.
So, Todd, just as a reminder, whether we own it or it turns over to private hands, it's going to be kept in its current outside look. I mean, it's historically
It's historic
protected.
on the outside.
On the
It is
outside.
not historic on the inside.
Gotcha. So if, I'll just say my opinion, I think if there was an attorney's office or a design firm or someone who was there actively using it, I think it's better than what is happening now to it, which is probably just slowly decaying. I would imagine for us to do a full renovation is a pretty high dollar, probably upwards to $500,000 to more to do that. So I don't know that.
I think it would be pricey, and the reason why some discussion of the feelings about this are important is there could be significant cost if it's used in one way or another, whether public access or whether we would use it for internal staff, all kinds of things, and those numbers are going to be really.
I think the good news is that we did what we did with it. It's a fantastic visual asset for the town, and it will remain that way regardless of what direction we go in. I personally advocate for. I'd like to at least see what the possibilities are. Is there any interest in someone coming in and doing a full renovation of it, and whether it turns into an office of some sort or a private residence? I'd just like to see it being used.
I mean, to that point, can we understand better all of the required upgrades to make it a functional place? I mean, obviously plumbing and that kind of thing, but there's also things like asbestos potentially and infrastructure.
The renovation for the Christian church, I think, was $600,000.
Yeah, I mean, I watch House Flippers, and it's not like this. I mean, this is a big project. It's a very complicated project.
Well, even if you try to go the private route, I think you potentially are going to have to invest dollars even to get it to the state that you could market it. So that's just something you have to think about too. But we'd have to explore the potential.
I'd say why?
I think
Why
we would see a road.
do that?
Would we see a roadblock or not? I think we'd have to ask that question. Is it viable now, or do we need to put something into it to get it to a certain state to make it more marketable? That's the question.
So I think our goal in putting this one on was it has just been sitting there, and at some point we have to do something. So based on this, I think staff can go back and determine what would be the best recommendation to maybe get you even some of those basic answers about how do we even go about grappling with what we talk to the historic people, maybe even do a very modest assessment from some external professional experts. I don't think staff has the expertise to really be able to give you viable options for historic property. But I also don't know that I think that would be extremely expensive to at least make some inquiries on that.
My inclination, I realize it's going to be expensive to upgrade it, but I would somehow hope that we would keep it in our inventory and maybe have somebody else fix it up and then rent it for free or something. So I don't want to lose that option in this discussion either.
Actually, there's a lot of things because recently at the SV Temple had one more historic home. It was the what was James Blue house, which was on 54
In Cary. In Cary, right?
Yeah, in Cary. And I had asked Courtney, and I worked with Capital Area Preservation. So it has different ways of how you use it for private and this one. If a private person takes it, if you bring it to a certain level and a private person buys it, and he'll get all kinds of tax credits and all kinds of things, and then but you put an easement that, it is marked for it and you cannot do anything, and obviously it's an historic and it's preserved, and so the town loses the biggest burden of, hey, I don't have it to upkeep and those kind of things. So there are pluses in it. And otherwise, you have the continuous liability of something happens, then you are stuck to it. It's always how emotionally you take, how much you want to go into it. So there are two kinds of thoughts, and certainly I like what Mark was saying. Someone has to use it, otherwise it's deteriorating from inside in some way or the other. And as a non-profit, you cannot get in tax credits for whatever you do.
I agree that a government cannot get those historic preservation tax credits, but in North Carolina, I think we've eliminated some of those private ones anyways, but federal ones, that might be applicable. But to have a historic structure, we're losing them. As we develop the town center, we're not having any more historic structures. We've got the historic church, and there's a couple buildings, but
you're having them. It's not like you're not by the structures there. You're not destroying them. It's just the sanctity is remaining. It's still there. It's how you're getting it used.
It's a question of control, using control of the property or the facility and access.
And I'm not advocating this, but I'm throwing it out there as just another option to consider. Ben's Bargain Barn does not exist. We own a part of land. We've talked about gateway projects. All of those can connect for you. Again, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just sort of throwing thought-provoking concepts out there as you look at this and where it is proximity-wise. As Todd's mentioned, there's a significant issue with parking that will have to get grappled with related to the use of this project.
I think some kind of a private use. I think it would be like a B&B or hotel, like a store kind of small. I don't know. It's very small, but or office or something like that.
Yeah, like we use historic Fire Station 1, but I think the ROI doesn't really make sense from a financial standpoint. It'll have to be an asset that we know is not going to be a money maker. It's going to be over time. We'll get some of the money back, but that's a cash loser. But it's still a nice visual asset, like Mark said. And I'm not sure if a private entity would want to come in and spend all that money, because they could more easily do something somewhere else or just lease somewhere. So it's an interesting position to be in.
There's lots of thoughts.
Yeah, I think staff's got enough that we could develop a next step to get you some better information to have a productive conversation. That's very helpful. It's more than we've talked about the Pew House in quite a while.
Yeah,
so.
it's more plan to see today that we need to talk about it.
Thank you for.
So the last thing is just.
Ready to wrap it up.
Sorry, Mayor, I'm wrapping it up. Oh, my timer didn't go off yet. Just to bring it home is we're really looking to make sure that we're able to front load some of those dollars, because in order for you to get those top 10 items accomplished, that's what we need to be working towards. So that same thing applies with Public Works. We've kind of talked about that in the past. You want to put monies towards design, but in this case, we need to kind of go back to the drawing board because of opportunities. But the point is, invest dollars to get some of these shovel ready, and you can start to see your CIP in action and working for you. And then you can move on to the next round of reprioritizing another set of projects and make progress. So there you go.
And I just, it goes back to two of the things that we continue to talk about is our project cost estimates and the timeline to take care of projects. So that investment in the front, and recognizing you can't do them and put them on the shelf for 10 years, they're going to wear. But for the ones you prioritized, investing some of the design, some of the survey. Right now what happens is we keep coming and asking you for some of those bit by bit. That investment in dollars, we've got some design, we put some design money in this year's project, so we're going to be able to do some of this town center stuff for you. And again, they're not talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, but just to bring you better information to make your budget decisions is really what we're advocating for.
And remind us again, any future bond referendums need to be on our election cycle, the local municipal election cycle.
You mean when we, a referendum? That is
bond
correct.
referendum.
That is correct.
Okay.
All right. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Thank you, Tom.
You guys want to take a 10-minute break here? We'll come back and maybe knock out one of the UDO sections.
Yeah, that would be great.
Courtney, for you.
Yeah, so, and I'll preface Courtney's. Courtney's is different than what we've done so far. I think Courtney's got a number of very specific, discrete sections, and I think she's going to sort of walk you through them kind of chapter by chapter. So, discussion as she goes
Would
through.
you be prepared to do one before lunch?
And I can even do it through lunch if you really want to shorten the day.
I don't care if we have a working lunch. I mean,
I like a short day. I won't.
yeah, that's fine.
All council consensus on working through lunch?
I have to leave at 12:30 to go pick up the child.
And you'll be back?
I'll be back when the schedule said 1:30. I'll be back because I've got to.
Would you be okay if we continued
Yeah.
your absence?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I can get caught up, but that's okay.
All right, so-
And
Do you mind?
we're happy to support you. and get
Okay,
caught
I
up.
apologize for that.
All right, so
That's
let's,
all right.
in 10 minutes we'll start, and then we'll take the break at noon to get our lunch, and then continue. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. It's 11:20. Going to turn it over to Courtney.
Okay.
And, go ahead, Courtney. Thank you.
Well, format-wise, ask questions along the way. For the most part, each slide represents a single topic. So I think I'm going to caveat that when we get to about the airport overlay to the recruitment area, there's a couple of slides. Those we're probably going to talk more sort of big picture all related. But outside of that, I've broken each slide into a single topic that we can come to some consistency on and certain directions, potential policy changes, and then we can move on to the next slide. But I know this can get technical and things aren't always that clear. So if you have any particular questions, feel free to ask. So first, and I think I kind of went over this the last retreat, but I'm just going to give you kind of a high overview of the text amendment process. So we have internally a master sheet running of just identified changes. Those changes include things the staff sees. Those changes include things that are being requested by an outside entity. But we do try to catalog every single one of those. So we are acknowledging comments are being received and potential issues are being identified. Really at the next stage is when we bring the consultant in. Some of the smaller changes we can do in-house, but for some efficiency, it's much easier to have a consultant bring those draft those changes for us. What I did a little bit differently this time is, I've always said that I run big changes to you every single year, not these little dribs and grabs. So we, on Tuesday, presented that overall new step that we're taking a look at. Is there kind of an analysis that can be put in that I can get new direction from council? Where historically we just went into drafting changes. We had our information, we drafted the changes, we then presented it to all the stakeholders at the very end of the game. We say, here you go, town council, here are all our changes. And it kind of puts you all in a tough position because we vetted everything at that point. There's some consensus before we get there, and you really haven't had an opportunity to understand any significant policy shifts. So little ones that are tiny, that are not that big of a deal, will probably still run this process. But when we're going to have really large ones, we're going to start folding into this work session to really give you additional information and make sure we're heading in the right direction before we even start drafting changes to the code. Now when it gets to how y'all see it, the briefing sheet. I hear some of you want more detail, and then some of you want it spelled out line by line, and some of you are just like, you know what, we're taking your judgment, Courtney. If you're providing it, it's got to be good. Which great for me, but what do y'all need? I guess is my big question that I have for you. What makes the briefing sheet format most effective that you understand some of the complexity that's taking place. You know, understanding that I have to provide you some new type of redline document, but the briefing sheet itself, what can I do to make that process easier for you as a group to understand better? That is my question.
How will it affect citizens? Yes.
Well, yeah, the impact of that change on various stakeholders, maybe, would be the way to expand TJ's statement.
I think coordinate very clearly what the change is from the existing rule and maybe what's driving it. Is this a developer's request? Is this something staff discovered? Is this something council or the public suggested? It'd be nice to know what's driving the change and clearly what the difference is.
And how much of like a middle ground are we really flexing? Basically, if the UDO is this and the person is asking this, so the mitigation value is like X amount. So where is the middle ground? How do we, kind of?
Okay, so where did that specifically represent a compromise?
Yeah.
I think it's already been alluded to, but for me, what's very helpful is even if it could be spelled out of not only the impact of the stakeholders, but just really high level on before and after, before this text change and after this text change. So what is it? What is it that's changing?
And to that end, sometimes, and I know it's not possible in all situations, sometimes visuals help too.
Yeah.
And was it like many times I've heard from you, it was left over from the old changes? So if it's those kind of things and no questions asked, yes. It was like, for example, Jerry came last time, I think, on Church Street. The right side and the left side had the walkway has different dimensions, so those kind of things. You don't, mitigate much on it. Those are given and move forward.
Okay.
Would there be any effect to our tax base by such a change?
More usable land.
Yeah, how would it affect our zoning elsewise or ability of everything?
Okay. Is there any other things before I move on to the next slide?
They covered it.
Oh, it's hiding over there in my blind spot. So the next is the flexibility analysis. And I'm not going to go through and read any of this. Those are the sections that we talked about the other night. And I asked, give each of y'all basically a homework assignment on Tuesday. Some of us apparently completed our homework assignment, other ones didn't. But, came in, gave you very high level, dribs and drabs of what we were looking at. Really what I need from you are we are not interested in making these types of changes. What are your really big concerns? So before we start investing the time in drafting changes, only to hear council say, that was not where we wanted to go. Right now is that point that I need that critical information to get back to the consultant to say, we are not interested in this change. I can go, sometimes there can be other alternatives, I can talk about. I know several of you, when I mentioned mini storage, I saw some faces. We're not talking the mini storage that you see, we're talking the large building mini storage now that's occurring. It's a little bit different. But it's one of those things where I think planners have a certain viewpoint on certain uses and the public has a different, and it's one of those ones I just need to better understand what y'all really want in some of these cases.
So can you go line by line each one, or like?
I can do it however you want to do it.
Yeah, I'd like to do it by category, like
Okay. So the first item is, do you have it?
Yeah, we have.
So the administrative adjustments. And if you look at this document that I handed each one of you last week, it talks about, and it's really broken into really key sections, some problem statements. Understanding those problem statements, again, came from staff and stakeholders, which is a rule. Then it was kind of some big key themes, and then really what's the direction we're heading. So current administrative adjustment process, and I can give you multiple examples of where they've been used. We had a house, they poured their slab, built the house, and when it came to the actual surveying, they had shifted the house 2 inches. So with these really small building envelopes, there's not an inch of give. There's usually about a half an inch of give on either side of a house. So they had built it too close. So here are your options. Under the old code, it was great, we issue a CO knowing it's in violation. We don't issue a CO. So a person's living in a house that's never been issued a CO. Or in some before the final stage, we've actually caught them building it, but it turned out we've had them take framing down and the pass and start all over. So in this particular instance, we had the administrative adjustment in place. It was an inadvertent error in the field. What they submitted to us said it was going to be in this location. It was built in this location. We were able to approve the adjustment, and the person could move into their house. So that was an example of how we are using it. We've had instances where an very large existing utility lines running the entire length, of a buffer. So we've had to do some adjustments with that. So there's been many instances where it's worked well, but sometimes it hasn't worked quite well enough. Or it makes great for a site that's, it's an old big green field, but it doesn't work so great for an existing extension on the building. So it's going back, and that's what this section is really getting at. It's not so much huge policy changes necessarily. It's evaluating a new tool that we put in the UDO and revising it is really what this section's getting at.
Courtney, I'd love to hear your opinion of these. These came from code planners, right? Or code writers?
His evaluation?
Yeah.
The administrative adjustment section, nothing gives me pause. I
guess what I'd like to hear before each of these, is there anything that causes heartburn and causes a lot of extra work on your part? Anything that you don't particularly think is a good thing?
I think the biggest challenge that we really have is, let's find this particular section for you. It has to do with our current alternative equivalent of compliance. So we have not had a single developer use the tool. I remember when the tool was written, I was like, yeah, I doubt this is going to be used, but hey, it's good to have, better to have it, not need it, than need it, not have it. And then talking to particular projects, they're like, there's no way. We're going into some great unknown situation. We're willing to give this, council's going to want this, and we're going to spend all the money, and then it's not going to happen. It's kind of a project killer. So there's this new alternative that's proposed in here that would go to the Board of Adjustment. So the Board of Adjustment hears variances now. But a variance, you have to have a very clear hardship, and it's not something you created yourself. Whereas in most every single adjustment, it's something they want or desire or they've created themselves. We've had 2 variances since I've been here, and one, the person was confined to a wheelchair and needed to put an addition on their house. So it had to have a setback encroachment. It was granted in that instance. Another one was actually another addition on the house, and where their septic tank had to go, the existing one could not be relocated, was the only place where they could put an addition. So they had to get a variance to put an addition kind of in a different location that was in setbacks. So things that are beyond their control. It was either, in both those cases, was either go up with an elevator in one of those, or not put any addition onto the house at all. So this new one here is a quasi-judicial process, but there's no hardship in this case. I don't know what it's going to look like. I'm not 100% convinced it's great, but what we have currently doesn't work. It's one of those ones where I'm going to have to see the actual text to really understand whether I'm going to appreciate it or not. It could potentially mean a lot more meetings for my planning staff, and that does, impact things as well. It's more work is in meetings, more work is in preparing briefing items. So that I do think about. So I'm not convinced it's the right tool. But in the absence of reading the full thing, I just don't know with 100% certainty.
So can I ask you a question? Does it have to go in that instance, even if you like the text when it comes through in the end, does it have to go to the BOA? Can it go to any other body? Can it come to council? I just want to understand that.
It could go to anybody.
Okay.
I'm just going to caution, it is going to be a quasi-judicial process, which y'all are not huge fans of.
Yes, I know.
Except for one.
So, and it's designed so, it's very clear rationale that they'll have to meet. Could it potentially go to the planning and zoning board? Yes. It could go there as well. And they can have the procedure. That is an option.
Courtney, when I was looking through the table that you provided us, the UDO section name, purpose, and disposition, a lot of the dispositions were established thresholds, and to me that's important because it gives the developers or the project planners an idea of what expectations are. But I don't know what those thresholds are. There's obviously professional expertise, but those thresholds really do drive how the town looks, how it feels, all those kind of things. There has to be more conversations about what we think those thresholds should be. Maybe I'm missing the point, but.
Well, no. So, as it currently stands now, a lot of it's all percentage based. And I think one of those things, if the average person walks down the street and they can't see that a 10% variation occurred, then that was a successful, adjustment. The average person walks out and is like, whoa, how come all the homes in this fall apart and something like this? That's not an appropriate threshold. So it's one of those ones where we're going to have to take it and really run some numbers on different projects, to see if we think they are appropriate, or not. Every single one to date that we've pretty much had has taken the maximum, 10% or 15%. And it maybe one with somewhere like 8 is really all that they needed.
But so is that a conversation council will get involved with the thresholds? Or
we can do that. We can have a draft of the thresholds. We can go draft the text, have the thresholds.
Because we might not understand all of them, but there might be certain ones where council's more interested, like trees or vehicles or bicycles, but those are my top 3.
Absolutely. We can have a special work session after the draft has occurred and go back and say, here they are. This is what they potentially look like. And then you can decide whether they are and they are not appropriate. One of the bigger change is we have the administrative adjustment section, and it basically says, A through Z has to be met, in order for our staff to approve it. And then we get to other things where it's like, well, if it just doesn't make sense because there's a stream there, you can grant a waiver. What all this is getting consistency in everything that we do. So every single decision that, this is setting forth for staff to be able to make, it's having very clear criteria. So we can look at those criteria. So that's the first thing is, are those criteria appropriate? Are you comfortable with those criteria for staff to even begin evaluating? Do we need more? Do we need less? This is why we have what we have. So I think that is an important conversation. And once you're okay with those criteria, then we can get onto the percentages. Potentially, we can talk about what we're currently doing, what are the new things, and make evaluations. So we can definitely bring back. I will need to go look at my schedule. I caution you, it's about the same time as budget, so I may have to reevaluate my schedule.
Or we can do things that, I call it low-hanging fruit, things that are really easy that, you don't need a lot of discussion. Get those through first while we're scheduling things that are meatier and more complex.
When it comes to the code, it's easier, unfortunately, to do it all as one, because if I make one, it actually ends up changing 7 other sections. So it's easier, you know, what may seem as a very low-hanging fruit for that one has implications so many other places. So it's actually easier, you know, in some ways if
There
it
was
needs to delay
hope
the
for half
project.
a second, wasn't there?
I like the idea, but unfortunately, in some cases it does work, not always.
So Courtney, do you have enough on that first one, administrative adjustments, to move forward to the next one?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
So density, dimensional, and district requirements. I mean, the only kind of bigger item is, this was really my recommendation that's put in here, is to remove the Town Center Conservation Overlay District. It applies to 3 areas. I'm going to talk about the Town Center here in a minute and the Town Center plan. You know, as we know, it was designed to help preserve parkland. Stottlemyre, we are getting preservation through the rezoning process. We have purchasers of another area. And then the 3rd area, we agreed initially along the way that we weren't just going to include it as a park. It's really core or commercial. So there's not great function to it anymore. I think there's more value in us reprogramming what's in our plans. So that's really one of my main recommendations of removing this section.
What will happen if we take it out? What would come there potentially?
So, for example, if you take the Heritage Preservation Park, if somebody wanted to rezone it for residential, they could use this tool to increase density and preserve land to the side. There's other strategies for doing it. I'm also going to argue that parts of it are going to be preserved anyway, because you can't really build on this section of it. You know, it's whether or not you want to abandon the historic preservation. You know, we also have a master plan, Parks master plan coming in place. I assume this area will probably be evaluated as part of it. You know, we can leave it in there for now and take it away at some other point in the future. You know, after the master plan happens, that's fine. We can do things like that. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, if we really want parks, we really should be in the business of purchasing them and not just identifying people's land. I mean, it makes it extremely difficult for them to develop their land. But the rest of it's fairly straightforward and what it has to do with.
So like density, dimensional, and district requirements, so does that cover like the ones that we went through the latest Cal Atlantic where they were continuously going up and down? They wanted to do a high density product on a medium density on a high density lot area. Is that?
They did not use this tool at all. I mean, it was really designed that it basically gave somebody the ability to develop 25% of their land, or maybe even 30% of their land, and then set the rest aside to give it to the town for permanent green open space. A little overreaching, I think would probably be a statement. I mean, there's other tools. So like in the Cal Atlantic, well, not Cal Atlantic, if you take the Stottlemyre example, I mean, rezoning, that was our tool. You know, rezoning is probably one of our most powerful tools that we have when it comes to certain regulations on there.
And what does the district requirements mean?
It has to do, they're going to break it down district by district. So currently we do not allow residential development to have riparian buffers in their backyards. Reason being is the entire backyard was a riparian buffer. The person must have put in place that they removed the trees only to find out they're getting in trouble with state regulations because they've removed trees they can't touch. So it has to go through changing our setback dimensional standards so that we are allowing by law riparian buffers to go on individual residential lots now, but the setback's 30, you can't use that 50 feet, but you now have to measure that 30 feet off the 50 feet, so it becomes like an 80-foot step back. We're just trying to protect those trees, protect our streams, protect our drinking water while, complying with state law.
Okay. Any additional thoughts on this one?
Okay, so the next one, buffer and landscaping. There's some images in your books. You asked to see aerials. So, and it's going to be tied to tree protection as well, but really, the buffer and landscaping as a general is really straightforward. But I wanted to kind of show you two images for a couple of reasons. One, if you look at the image, that is the one that does not have a house on it. You have one with a house and without a house.
What you're
What are you talking about these big?
Yeah, it's the big fold out page.
Big fold out page.
Yeah, so if you want to pull,
Yes, they're yours.
okay. So taking this one here,
Which one, the Church Street?
the Church Street one.
Outlined in yellow.
Yellow lines.
We're, tell us where this is.
Taylor Glen. So this here is Church Street Townhomes,
Okay.
and that's Taylor Glen Drive right there in Downing Glen.
Gotcha.
And I zoomed this in on purpose so you could really see some of the details.
What's the business to the, in the north part? In the
That's
left-hand
that
corner?
landscape company.
Okay, that's right.
Remember that? It used to be Shibboleth Nursery, but because somebody else bought it, I don't know the name.
And how many acres we talking about? I didn't see a picture.
I do not know off the top of my head.
We like to be.
100?
I would have, no, it's not that many acres. It's,
Okay, go ahead, Courtney. So we got,
so for this particular one, so buffers. There's a railroad right here. The railroad right away goes to this yellow line here. They're required to have 50 feet in buffer here along here. Well, there's this little stream here. By our current requirements, what they have is, so you're going to have your 50 feet here, and we need you to survey those trees to show us that you meet the quantity of trees and the species are, we have shade, understory, and shrub requirements. As a given rule, they will have no understory trees in here and no shrubs because it's a mature vegetation. So we are basically then saying, oh, well, by the way, even though you're now giving us all this extra space, we're going to make you put a bunch of understory trees, some dogwood, some redbuds, and some shrubs, because that's what the rules say you have to do. So we're getting at fixing this issue. I mean, this clearly is a very large area that they are preserving and not developing. They can. I mean, they looked at taking a road. It's a true site that we're reviewing now. They looked at putting a road, bringing it this way, and actually putting additional homes back there. They could, but they're not doing anything on that side. And current regulations are just making them spend more money. They're basically planting trees to screen trees, and it's just not the best use of dollars when they can be invested in other ways that are better. So that's what a lot of this is getting at, these standards.
Sorry, not to go on track a little bit. Isn't there supposed to be a greenway along here somewhere? And won't they be required to build their portion of it?
In this particular instance, they are dedicating an easement. The greenway is going to be located on this side of the stream, and so that the stream's not impacted, we're taking PIL. Since it's going to be, so that way, when hopefully some of this town center stuff, it can start connecting up. We will be taking PIL.
Thank you.
So that's about it on the buffers.
anything with the second picture?
I'm going to get to that one with the tree protection.
Oh,
too.
okay. I'm sorry.
So now moving on to tree protection. I'm going to make you continue looking at the picture, kind of give you an idea. So on this side, you see green. This side, you can see tree limbs. So aerials are typically flown in the winter. What this tells me is we have evergreens over here, and that we have deciduous back here. The current tree protection standards say save the deciduous first. The standards are. So, but if you look, we got little odd pockets of green up in here. So they end up carving out an area here, taking out this little green one, taking out this little green area, and then having to pay us money, potentially, or find other trees of mitigation over here. So where they really could just save this entire area and get credit for it. So what we would want to do is two things. One, not require them to go out there and survey and tell me what's out there. I can tell, looking at an aerial, as a general what's out there. I can also go to the site and visit it. You know, you get permission, you walk on the site. So that's kind of one part of the tree thing. The other is, you know, giving credit when credit's due for some trees that are out there. Again, getting back to some better crediting system. And then lastly is our preservation's not just going to be only evergreen, only deciduous is kind of the priority one. It's going to be deciduous, it's okay, but there's pockets of evergreen in it. So this would still be kind of a priority 2. It's all evergreens, but we're now saying, you know what, let's open up the door to getting better stands of trees, you know, and not having to have these little isolated odd pockets.
What's the zoning on this?
This is town center residential.
So it could be townhomes?
It is townhomes is what we're currently reviewing.
So Courtney, with these revised standards, is it possible that existing trees will be left during development more often? Because right now, to get the right credits and all the math, they clear cut and then they rebuild according to what is needed to comply with our rules. Mm-hmm. If we change the rules, we will change behaviors. And the behavior I want to encourage is leaving some existing mature trees where possible. And I'm not so keen on whether it's evergreen or not. Just leaving mature trees would be nice. So is that possible with the change you're proposing?
Yeah, the percentage of trees that will be, under the scenario I just gave you, the percentage of trees that will be saved remains the same. It's about having, potentially, I mean, not every site's different, but potentially having a much larger area because we're not doing a random pocket here, a random pocket here.
So,
it's going to, if we get to the nuts and bolts, the percentage will be the same, but instead of saying, you know, 10% here, 50% here, you know, adding up to 100, we're taking just 100%.
And it's possible, if everybody gets to keep it in a larger area, they might leave it more untouched than if it's 10, 20, 30, 40. Is that
correct? Because when you get to the 10, 20, 30, 40, they're going to end up having to mitigate this section.
Right.
Which is not cheap.
Right.
Which will then say, okay, let me see if I can squeeze a house in over here instead, you know, to try to make up for that cost loss. You know, understanding that this is, again, just townhomes, multifamily, commercial, that we, for single family, detached, we cannot require them to save trees. So the next one here, to give you an idea, down, not on the new map, but below the map, is the intersection of Morrisville, Carpenter Road and Davis Drive. This is the back side of the Food Lion in Bethany Village. So this is the site to the north of it. As you can see on this site, the only stands of trees are a few right over here and a few right over here. And those are some that owner planted at some point in time. You know, my initial reaction when I look at this site, I'm like, yeah, it'd be great if you keep talking, but there's really not a lot of great stands of trees to save. Our current percentages require them to save some over here and over here. There's going to be some mitigation involved on this one because it's just a challenge, you know, as to how you save some of them. So there's going to be potential changes in the very, very bottom threshold of what we save percentage-wise. You know, I think this had around 11% coverage. That's what it came up to be. So we're going to have to take a look at that and see if it's the right size. We may or may not make changes, but we just need to take a look at it. So that's kind of another component of the...
What's the zoning there, please?
The zoning there is, you're asking off the top of my head, neighborhood, to the quarter commercial or neighborhood activity center. It's one of the two.
Okay. So is this lot challenged in some way that they can't just retain the standards as they are?
Well, there are some challenges. So, for example, we have cross connectivity requirements. And where do you think the connection's supposed to occur?
You can't go back further?
If there's a retaining wall there, that's probably the height of this building. So it goes down. The retaining wall, you can see, starts here. And the way that the easement's written for cross-access is any point along here. The only part to really make it is at the location where the exact trees are. Now, the other connection, were able to avoid trees. They're going this direction.
That's not rezoning, is it? That's not a rezoning what's happening there?
Nope.
Okay.
We have in the past allowed amendments to eliminate a cross connection. I'm not sure in this case, this is maybe down the weeds, but I mean, I don't see a whole lot of value of cross connection right there, with the road right there.
You have for fire code, there's a lot of value. It's the difference between potentially a developable and non-developable site.
There's a traffic light there.
So that's going to get them, they will have one entrance point somewhere, I think, it's kind of along in here, with the median, so they get their one entrance point here. But having the connection here does get them to the signal, as Councilmember Schlenk just stated. But there's also multiple means of access with regards to fire code. And so having more than one way to get in and out of the site is extremely important.
And you said there's another cross connection
Here, but this one's not functional at this time because there's still a house here. So a lot of times cross connection for planning will allow this stuff to know where we'll have it at some point in the future, but it doesn't necessarily meet fire regulations. So a lot of it is taking a look at what we have. We have a couple of ones that we've used. It just kind of making it a little easier and more straightforward, of when there is value or not value in saving trees. So that's kind of one component of it. Another big component is they currently, if we ask them to save this tree here, we require them to take the tree protection fencing 1 foot outside of it. Well, oftentimes we are collecting more trees in the process according to the development community. Well, my counter argument to that is, well, if you don't do it at the actual drip line, the tree will likely not survive. The response is, well, that's okay, because you're making us save more trees. And apparently it's been a consensus across the board from the development community that we're making it too difficult. We're actually getting more tree safe space than what was agreed to when we went through the process. So what we are proposing as a compromise is fine. We will allow you to pull that tree protection fencing back, but we're going to increase our tree safe percentages. It's not going to be a loss to the town in this particular instance. We recognize that some may die around the edge now, but we're getting more. So the ones that could die are probably the ones that we weren't saving in the first place. So
does that provide them more flexibility? They prefer this new way?
They don't know about this yet. So, I am sure they're not going to be fans, but they are now required to save more trees. That's what's being proposed in here.
So they might be happy without this tax amendment, given the choice.
No, if you give them the choice of keep as is or have, text amendment, they're probably not going to be happy with either one, but we are trying to make it a wash. You asked for those ones where I listen, but where the staff's like, no, we drew a hard line. We worked really hard on those numbers. Mm-hmm. This is one of those instances where, okay, we may be saving more trees. Well, fine. We will make the number a little bit higher, but we will give you the point of where you literally want to put this tree protection fencing in to have clear developable area. And there may be some that will dry along the perimeter. We get it, but our goal is this percentage saved was the same before any potential text amendment. So that's, I think, one of those examples where we're trying, to ensure things are as balanced as they possibly can be. Granted, once they hear, they may just take the current tree things. They really are not getting what they want in some ways.
Is it easier to administrate the way that you're recommending so it'll be clear? We want simple and clear and enforceable.
When it comes to the tree fencing, it's a line on a map that gets staked out in the field. Where there's the mismatch, they'll say their tree save area is the line here, and then the next tree protection plan is putting the line out here. So suddenly where they wanted to put a parking space is where this challenge has come into play.
So it will help.
I think it will help clarify where that boundary is, because they just want to use the tree protection boundary of the tree save area as their boundary, not the strip line. So I think it will help with some design aspects. But in the field, it won't have any impact once
Right.
they're required to follow the line.
Tell me what the drip line is, please.
The drip line is,
See how the just consultants
the
work.
drip line, yeah, so the far canopy of the tree, and you're going down. So if you get
Raindrops
under,
through. Okay.
so it's right, yeah, like when the water raindrops are good, it's good, and then we go 1 foot beyond that. The goal is to help to preserve the root line.
It's better than Kerry. Kerry, what is they have, the tree, what they have?
Champion tree?
Yeah, champion trees. You have to go in front of the council, and that's.
Yeah, and we made, when we went through our prioritization, that is actually one of the lower ranked ones, because traditionally they just don't survive. Yeah, when they're big and pretty, they potentially towards the end of their life.
Go to the council for every champion tree, and then.
With the proposed changes that Courtney's saying, though, from a consultant standpoint coming in with an application, rather than them having to go out, figure out where their line might be, they go out and survey the trees along there so they can put the circles on the plan of where that root zone is. Now they can essentially just put straight lines on a page, offset it for the tree save. It saves them on the consultant standpoint. It saves time, obviously. So, I mean, overall, from a designer applicant standpoint, it's probably a cleaner process.
But do we deal with champion trees in Morrisville?
I'm sorry?
Do we deal with champion trees in Morrisville?
We call them shade trees, and they are one of the lower ranking priorities. I mean, because the big picture is, I mean, they're gorgeous, but they're already 100+ years old, and they're older. I mean, do you want to save a younger stand of trees, a giant group, or do you want to save one that's potentially towards the end of its life anyway, and then once you start going in and developing around it,
The roots are going to be
you're shortening its life. I mean, we have an example of one that was saved here. There's one, it is no longer alive. They had the one down in, the Cary at the old mall down there, Cary
Town Center.
Cary Town Center, yeah. And, that one didn't survive. So there's lots of examples where it didn't work quite as planned. So does anybody have any other additional questions about tree protection? So off-street parking and loading, I think for the most part, it's fairly straightforward. Really, one of the big things here is we currently have, we added as part of the UDO overflow parking, so we require like 2.25 spaces for some of our smaller lot subdivisions. Well, instead of doing that, we're going to go 2 spaces for each home, but then add guest parking requirements. And with those guest parking requirements, there's also, how do you locate it? Because currently it's like these odd little driveways that kind of pop out in different places, and having just more thoughtful design, whether it's integrating on-street parking in some longer stretches, having dedicated parking lots. So we're going to go back and take a look at improving that. Lots of changes to our alternative parking standards, just trying to find better fits for how do we handle some of our mixed-use developments. Just trying to find better ways to address certain situations that they have there. I think this is all just improvement stuff, building on some of the great stuff that we're currently doing and making it better. Nothing dramatic policy-wise in here. Access and circulation. Again, this is really getting at some of our cross-access requirements. Recently, we brought a rezoning through because there's a 50-foot easement. Required a retaining wall. We needed 60 feet. The other person's not willing to give the 60 feet. And it kind of kills things. So making sure that we are clear that how wide these easements have to be, so that when the connection is necessary, it can occur. But again, nothing too terribly dramatic. Any questions on this section? We have our design standards. So a couple of different things. Big one is when we were reviewing an industrial building recently, we realized that none of our industrial standards were carried forward from the old code. Not sure how we did that, but we did it. So we need to bring those back because they are definitely industrial uses, have just different needs than your normal retail type use. Also, we've noticed that in the TCC, the Town Center Commercial District, some of our variability standards don't apply. I think that was really a carryover from the old code, but they should apply, so that we don't end up with very long stretches of wall without any play. Kind of moving on to the architectural variability for the attached, for the townhomes. So this particular project here is a townhome development that we are currently reviewing. They have alley loaded, they have front garage loaded, they have single car garage, they have double car. I mean, there's lots of variability in the standards. The buildings look, dramatically different across the street, and there's nothing they can do to meet the code. I mean, they have tried. And so that, they've done a lot of work. The project will come to y'all for approval because we cannot get our standards to work on the site. That tells me our standards are really broken. And so now they're at the point, we spent all this money in coming up with a creative design, and we have the longer process. And the point of having the design standards was the shorter process approved by staff. So we need to go back and fix that. But those are some of the key changes in there. So when you do see the Myers Point project, just remember they put a lot of time and energy to try to meet code, and it can't happen. Then miscellaneous standards. So this is just kind of that catch-all of the different requests that we have received that didn't necessarily fit into any, nice little group, if you will. Some of it is clear. It's state regulations, the fence wrap. Some of it are wants, needs, desires. Mini storage expansion. Probably once a week we get a phone call.
Can we talk about that one a little bit?
We can talk about that one.
What does that mean?
So currently we allow mini storage in the industrial management district. Mini storage like to site near multifamily development.
Sure.
It's kind of their cash cow. And what their new model is, this one giant building and everything's internal. So it's not the tradition you drive up to. It's unload your vehicle, take it into these storage units internal to the development. That's what they're asking. So they're saying, can't we have this new prettier product and then have it along 54 and other places along those lines? Pretty is subjective, they definitely are an upgrade, to what was out there before. They're great tax, generators. They don't use a lot of water and sewer services. I mean, there's some advantages to them, But the question is whether or not you want to expand the use of mini storage. Understanding that they would have some very specific design criteria that would come along with them.
Would you allow what you hold it on 70?
That's exactly what they're talking about.
I would say, heck no.
There's another.
If you go out to 70 and go to that one that used to be a rock climbing facility, it's all U-Haul now, and it's perfect on 70, but I don't think that works in Morrisville.
And that's what a lot of them have. So there's one up near me that they did. Well, there's probably 3 near me that I have now. They're pretty large and they're imposing because they don't have windows. And when they do have windows, their doors are usually this color. So like the B right storage, I think, or something along those lines. For yellow doors, it goes along with the beehive image. U-Haul, there's their orange doors. Some of the color they have on the side of the buildings, that'd be a little bit different. They'd be brick, 75% masonry, but.
Did they do one on 55?
I've heard there's one out there, but I don't know what it looks like to answer the question. That's the same thing.
Right between Panther Creek and the fire
entrance
station.
when you come out of Carpenter, they have glass. They have glass and you can see the doors.
Then yes, that is exactly what we're talking about based off your description, but I have not seen that one to tell you.
So
somewhere, yeah.
So right now, when somebody comes to you and wants those, you say we can't yet do a special use?
I tell them they need to go to the industrial management district where the use is permitted.
Right.
But they don't want to be part of the industrial management district because it's typically a little more buried. International Drive, and so they're not getting the visibility that they need for people to know that they exist.
But that's all going to change when we open up recruitment
Assuming you keep it as industrial management. Maybe pockets in there.
So right now, no rules will be broken because they can do it. They just don't want to do it where they're doing it.
That's a very, yes, they want to expand options of where they can locate.
And what does that mean? What zoning districts are you talking about? Or you don't even know yet? Just
You know,
wanna
it would be-
evaluate.
Yeah, corridor commercial, probably.
So we can say no.
Office institutional.
I don't know what,
Yeah.
I don't know why we would unless the standards are so outrageously high and
Upscale.
just upscale and.
Totally screened.
Well,
Yeah, I just,
I know, we've had Capri Flavors, we've had inquiries, so that activity center district there, you know, converting that to mini storage.
why? To me, that's just, I don't know. Nothing against mini storage, we all use it sometime in our lives, but I don't know that that's what I want to see popping up around town any more than it is already allowed. That's just me.
we should make it look like a Class A office building.
You know, we could have fairly
Well,
significant standards.
Now, the one that Carrie just talked about, debated and approved across from the Lowe's on Maynard, that one, I thought I saw some design of that one. Is that a Busy Bee one, or is that a different brand?
I don't know.
And again, we can't dictate if it's a U-Haul or Busy Bee or anything else, right? It's just, it is what it is,
And
and
we do
whoever.
not regulate colors.
Right, so.
Keeping that in mind, you know, we don't regulate what's on the other side of glass. You know, we can, anything designed to attract attention is considered a sign, so there are some limitations. You know, is what they can do on the other side of the glass, but.
So if we leave it at rezoning, we have a lot of,
Yes, so maybe it's best to leave it as is,
Yeah,
so
it
that
has
it
to be a
can be
rezoning.
in the industrial only right now, and then, right.
Yeah,
Like
so when they
right
come
about-
and get it rezoned.
Well, I mean, so really it would be more of a matter of changing the permitted use table, not a matter of rezoning. Because if they wanted to, say, go locate next door to this building, you know, the use is not permitted. So there's no rezoning other than, do they rezone to industrial management, which we would recommend a denial of because it's not consistent with our adopted plans. You know, because we use those to guide rezonings. But yes, I mean, could you take one of these CC parcels and rezone it to industrial management? Yeah, yes, we could.
well, it's their option. They would ask us to do it. Yeah. I think you're hearing consensus that says we don't want to expand it.
And that's what I needed. Those are the big policy directions.
Expand what?
That's
Industrial. Management.
expand.
Mini storage.
Allow mini storage outside of
the
industrial.
Specific type
No.
of product.
Okay. And the next other one, which I know y'all spent a lot of time deciding on, is our right-of-way encroachment process. So there was specific text written related to, I believe it was a gazebo. So we have that standard there for things like that. We have different standards for signs in the right-of-way. And Code Right, one of their tasks was to go through and find cumbersome regulations where there was a complete mismatch. And this is one that they identified. So their recommendation is to take a look at the entire right-of-way enforcement process. You know, not only what uses, but, you know, is it through planning or is it really a public works function? Yeah, because we're not treating, you know, fiber. We're not just really treating all, I mean, utilities have their own process. In the end of the day, a right-of-way encroachment is a right-of-way encroachment, and there should be a standardized process on how that is addressed.
So other towns have this.
Yes,
So you can look at what other towns do and bring us something.
absolutely we could.
That makes
So, okay.
Now, the signs you mentioned,
Wrap signs.
you can elaborate about the sign.
As to the wrap signs, it was part of it by state law. It was part of the regulatory reform,
So
actually.
it's an alignment then?
It's an alignment thing. Currently, we're allowing it, we're just not enforcing it. And it's a violation.
And that you comply.
So I think you really gave me some great feedback on the direction to go. And we will work out a time to come back to the work session after the text has been drafted. And it will be, I'll work it out with the budget and we'll see when we can get back in there. Talk to the consultant as well. Okay.
This has been very helpful. I want to thank you because, I mean, getting this earlier in the process than at the end. And I know we've also had complex rezonings in the last 2 to 3 years, and whatever we can do is something just really big to bring it up to the council and the developed applicant. I think it just helps it when, waiting later and later in the process, even before it got to P and Z. So this is very helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very. Is the food out here so we could take our?
Let me check.
Yeah, if it's there, we'll take a break right now and get settled back in. And thank you, Courtney.
Absolutely.
Can I just ask you something on the sort of related subject? The development that's being proposed next to Bethany Village. Is there anything about the design of that does that design fully meet all of our requirements? Okay. I've seen it. And that's too bad. It meets all the requirements.
I haven't seen it and I'm having heartburns.
I think it's kind of a cool design, personally.
You think what?
It's kind of a cool design.
Courtney likes it.
I think it'd look great somewhere else.
Retail with apartments above?
Retail and apartments.
So it's multifamily on the upper stories. Well, and you can drive through part of it too. So imagine there's kind of a building here with a drive-through area and kind of a building here, and then their second and third
Delivery
stories
was a little bit
combined.
delayed, so
This is all
they're
retail
not quite here, but
and
give them
here
10
it's all the
minutes.
amenities for the
Okay.
residents. So there's like a yoga studio and all this other stuff that's in there. And then the upper stories are.
I think that'll take a while. Why don't we go ahead and we're going to work through lunch break now.
There's similar stuff to it.
We'll break now
It's gonna be right in the
and then
middle.
rejoin. As soon as the food's here, we'll get it and then come back here.
Okay.
This one is or no?
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Are there conceptual drawings that we can just bring up on the computer with me? So we can see?
if it's.
Yeah, we have free time right now, so just let everyone know.
We make it two here and there.
Michael can take a walk and come after half an hour.
So
If you're talking special use permits, you can take a walk.
Right, exactly.
So again, why do we have them? They're really just for specific uses, and those are the uses that may be appropriate in the district, but because of its nature, its extent, some potential impacts, you really have to take a closer look at that particular use. And so I kind of put some examples up here. Adult establishments, that's kind of one of your, kind of across the board, special use permit, landfills, convenience centers. So those are your traditional, kind of those more intense uses, if you will, that fall into the special use permit category. And with that, they have those very specific findings that you go through. If you meet those findings, your project is approved. If you don't meet your findings, your project is not approved. So at the transfer station recently, they were looking at an initial site on Airport Boulevard next to an old house that may or may not have anybody actually living in it. And so I asked a very specific question. How are you going to state that you are compatible with your surrounding uses when you have a house next door? And so they felt they were not going to be able to meet those findings. I said, well, where are more appropriate industrial management districts in town? I said, take a look at International Drive. On the one side, it does back up to residential, but once you go far enough north, you're not adjacent to really any residential, and if you stay on the timber side. And that is exactly what they did. So from that standpoint, I would say special use permits are working in the town, that we are able to send them to very specific areas with similar type uses. Challenges. I recognize that you cannot talk outside of the hearing, so you really get very limited feedback on how the public does or doesn't, like or dislike, particular use. And I recognize that. So really, what can we do? Well, as part of the UDO, we've already scaled back the types of uses that were special use permits. And so I think we've already really checked that box as an option, but I think we've already done that.
Well, does that doesn't necessarily send them through the rezoning process. So how does that help us? How does it help us if it's not a rezoning and it's a special use?
Under the old code, we had some uses that came to just weren't necessary. It wasn't the process, I don't think was beneficial for the type of use that it was. So, I mean, we can go back and look at those particular uses and say, you know, is it a use that should be administrative? And that's really what this gets down to. Is it an administrative use or is it a special use permit type use? Understanding administrative means you have to approve it if it meets the minimum standards. We did that as part of the EO. So there is no rezoning per se, as we're talking about. You don't really have that type of district. You know, really what you can do is a lot of jurisdictions, all special use permits go to the Board of Adjustment. You have that option here. And we do have a VOA. So you can send those.
Go there.
Huh?
And they used to go there.
They did in some cases and they did in others. So under the old code, we had some that went, so I think we had like convenience stores did. But then other aspects of the store actually went to council. And then there was like two different things of approval. So that is an option. I think for me though, I know you are not fans, but I don't really understand what it is that you dislike about it to best understand how to potentially fix it.
So with the one that we just looked at, the waste transfer storage area, there were two things that jumped out at me that would have made that process maybe I'll say better. One is if we, well, first of all, I think it should have been a standalone meeting. That's all. I'd like to see that for special use. We don't have that many of them, so I would advocate maybe we could do it as a standalone. That's all our focus is. To have it kind of at the end of a meeting or during a meeting was, I believe, a hardship. I don't think it helps the flow of it.
Okay.
So that was the first thing. The second thing, and this will take a little more discussion, but one of the points that was brought up, it's always, to me, it's a one-way trial where only one side has kind of the influence and the power and the experts and everything. And I understand the town has all that. But in this case, I would have loved to see a much more robust conversation about the TIA in particular, and what it, because here you had the applicant with all their information, all their experts, all that stuff, and there's no one out there to debate it.
So you're saying have somebody who represents the town?
Yeah, and to me, traffic is something we should be kind of defending ourselves against, and being much more proactive. So, and I know, Benjamin was a little bit hamstrung because all he could say is, yeah, it's a proper TIA, and that's all we could say. I would have liked to, if we kind of knew about it ahead of time, to really put a defense against that TIA and be able to talk about it. And I'm not sure how we do that, because if we can only talk and do stuff during this meeting, but yet they're allowed to have experts talk about it and do everything to get ready for this, application, and yet we're just limited to what we can talk about on the spot.
Look,
did that make any sense? What I was trying to say?
No,
absolutely.
For example, like when Vinnie Gould talked, okay, he might have talked right or wrong. This is one part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Then their attorney came and asked questions and made kind of calls in his arguments. Okay, this is not this. So we did not have our representation and what they were presenting, saying, okay, this is what we do. And for us to ask, we did not know, like, do we go ask? Or because at the time, are we competent enough to ask?
Well, I would say,
Let me make a couple points.
Yeah, okay.
On the thing about the standalone meeting, I think that's good to an extent, but then are you going to say you're going to vote at the end of the meeting? If they are complicated and you're going to hear from their expert, town's review of their expert or whatever, are you going to be ready to vote at the end of the meeting? So it may take two But you could have one meeting devoted to a bulk of it.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily be committed to decide at 11:30 at night, you know. But on the more substantive point, I would say that the tricky thing is that in the special use permit situation, the use is permitted in the district. It's not like it's a rezoning and you're trying to decide whether to go from commercial to residential. It's properly zoned, it's a permitted use in the district, subject to these 6 findings. One of the findings is that it not, I forget exactly the phrase, substantially
impact traffic.
So it's going to change the traffic. I mean, any use is going to increase traffic. Is it going to substantially degrade traffic?
Yeah, I think it was like unreasonably is the word.
So, that's the box you're playing in. And so we make them go through the planning board before they come to you. So you're coming through 2 steps. And I would say, what I would take from what you're saying is that we just need, as a staff, to maybe have a higher level of review. We do have a third-party traffic engineering firm we use. We could more aggressively vet their TIA through a third party, not just put it all on staff.
Yeah. I guess that's what I'm asking, if it's whatever within the rules that we can enhance our ability to kind of defend ourselves. And I would argue that what Vinnie Gold was talking about and the next to the neighbors at a good use and all that stuff, to me, that's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm strictly talking about the traffic impacts. And
no, I'm going to say, I agree the same, but the way the other attorney questioned him, we did not have the chance to question that. That's what I mean.
But the thing is, we could have.
We could have.
So we all had the ability, to ask those same questions, if you wanted to. Anybody that comes up there can be asked the questions. In this particular instance, I had sent an email to Dr. Gold so he understood what was going to take place. I said, you have to be prepared that it has to be expert testimony. You have to be prepared, to basically cross-examined. So he knew the parameters
the practical
of it.
reality is the average citizen is not going to go hire an attorney. Not going to go hire their own traffic engineer.
Yeah, and that's what I feel like it's a one-way thing, and unless a neighborhood is involved and they get real excited and hire an attorney, it's just kind of the applicant goes through the process and there's no one arguing. Successfully.
Right.
Yeah.
So I like your idea of maybe going ahead of the, when we have these things, say, okay, let's look at the traffic and then give our internal people a chance to really.
That's a cost because we're going to have to pay.
Well, I think in this case, I don't know if it would have made a difference or not, but I feel like we were, even though we're looking at something, maybe we weren't happy with what they were saying. There's nothing we could have done about it. I felt helpless.
There's nothing to the contrary.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
The absence of that.
And maybe there was nothing to the contrary because you felt that need to.
We didn't even know if that was the, yeah.
So that is one of the findings that is really data-driven and it's not subjective. So that's in a good way. Kind of what Frank was saying. Perhaps we can have the first of these meetings as part of a regular council meeting, and then we can decide at that point whether or not we need to dig in and hire our own expert for any of the findings and give that direction.
I'm not sure. Courtney and Frank, it's like, are we going to have everybody certified and witnessed and have them there for 10 minutes and decide if we need more information? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting the first time we see it, it's presented to us, and they make their case on all the points, and then we decide if we need to have other data sources, experts, and then we can direct staff to do that, and then they come back again, and then we have our robust discussion in a separate meeting.
I like the idea. I just think practically, I don't want to be taking a very long time for the first meeting in a council meeting. I'd rather have a special meeting, and then we can make that decision.
I think it could be done. We're not the first town people to see this. There's steps beforehand that we could, now that we're aware of it, maybe just an ask of us, I'll be done in a second. An ask is when there's something that impacts traffic in particular, heads up, and let's make sure that it's
At the planning board level, it could be.
yeah.
Or-
Yeah. And I know I agree it's data driven, but to me it's almost like an appraisal that it can be any number that the applicant wants it to be. Just like an appraisal of a piece of commercial property, you can get 10 different values depending on who you ask and what the parameters
So
are.
whatever the offering price is, that's what it comes back being.
If you look at I think we went for Galax Shops, there was a quality issue. It had a 30-minute time limit. The appraiser, he came, he took almost 45 minutes showing pictures. Do we really have to go through that? And we gave the entire presentation for them that day was almost 2 hours. So is the process of, do we allow him to go 2.5 hours to going through this whole thing? And then it's pretty much a drag after 2.5 hours giving the presentation. And then, so should we start putting a time limit, give a half-an-hour presentation?
I'd say the Walmart special use permit was a whole lot longer than this one,
Yeah,
so.
I think time limit is not the right.
But that's what they're putting.
I mean, that's why I want to have a standalone meeting. So
Right.
that
Yeah, I think you have to remember when from the applicant perspective, I think two things from what I've heard. One is you're requiring them to provide you with evidence to support these facts. And from their perspective, they're not going to want to walk away after you've disapproved it and said, if we made this one more point. So they're going to try to give you everything they can because that's their only shot. And the second is when you talk about things like TIA and stuff, remember part of the commitment and purpose of the UDO is to really define that process and a length of time in that process. So going into a meeting, hearing stuff, and then deciding what the next step is might also be problematic.
No, I mean to say, hear for first 30 minutes from them and then open up for questions. If they are talking for 2 hours, then where do we end?
So we can go through and a couple of things. Our process, first of all, is very different than everybody else. Every single attorney that I talk to is like, why does it go to the planning division? Kind of a complicated step. It's a little unclear. My recommendation for years has been to remove them out of the process. It's not required by state law. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe it is. I think they provide valuable input, don't get me wrong, but I think it also makes the process a little more cumbersome, And, on the applicant side, it's very foreign to them as well. And you have attorneys that do SUPs across the state, and every single one, I have to re-explain the process, and they don't really understand it, and they don't really understand how they participate in it. It's typically an SUP goes to, an elected body, and that's who makes the decision. I think to Martha's point, you know what, they have one shot. At any point, y'all open that hearing, the end of that night, y'all can close the hearing. You have the right to do so. So they are going to give you every single piece of information that could potentially be important in improving their case. So it may be 5 hours worth of information that they're going to give you. And we can say that we're dedicating this much at this night and this much at this night, but we do need to be clear to the applicant what the process is on the onset. If it is, you get 30 minutes at each meeting or whatever have you, or you have special needs, it's fine. They just need to know, in fairness, they need to know what's happening on the front end. They also, their perspective, they are hiring all these people to come in. They are paying to have all these people. So in some ways, they want to get it all done in one meeting. Because when you shut that and you end that close that public hearing, that's it. They don't have to pay for those people to come back again, as well. So there's some, some things along with those. Would it, in this particular case, would it have been a big deal to have our traffic consultant there? No, I don't think the information would have changed. Special use permit that we had for Walmart, I think that was a case where it was important. But the question is, then do we also get appraisals? Do we have our own appraiser come in and do a counter evaluation? What other? So we're going to have to, this may be more time.
I wasn't advocating outside traffic, to be honest with you. Maybe there's some other pieces to it, but
you know, and having a better understanding, so is it a matter of, we have on-call contracts, so when we have an FP come in, we have our pre-selected group that can be brought in, you know, to the meetings. I mean, that's an option too, but traffic is just one little nugget of data per se. The rest of it, I think, is kind of subjective, you know, and so it's straightforward. Do you or don't you comply with the comprehensive plan? But the only number stuff is really TIA and appraisal.
How do other towns do it?
It goes to either the Board of Adjustment or Town Council,
So if
for
they
the most
come,
part.
But their process could be a little different.
if it comes to the town council, do they allow them like 2 hours and listen to them?
I mean, I can go and find out specifically, but usually there's a period of time that they allocate to it. And I think what the mayor would say was, well, let's allocate a meeting to it. We'll have a special meeting, you know, and we can go in saying, you know.
Kerry does, but they, from what I asked Don and others and Laurie, they said we'll listen to them for half an hour, and then we'll open up, and the discussion will go for 2 more hours. That's a different. But the presentation, the first initial presentation, will be just 30 minutes. You know.
Like opening remarks, we're going to meet all these highlights, but they don't have to go into detail and bore us with.
Yeah.
Because I find a lot. I'm sorry, I'm not going to reiterate the case or look at it. When they brought up their property, all they talked about were around neighborhoods. So to me, they could have put it on 54 too, because they had all the data that said, hey, this is. But that's fine.
They could have, yes, and staff would have recommended denial. I mean, I was pretty clear from the onset. It was not. I felt it was not an appropriate location for one. You know, I didn't see how staff could support that finding being met. Because we do give our opinion, if you will, on the different findings as to whether or not we believe they met.
I just had trouble with them only bringing 40% capacity for traffic, because once to me, they go over capacity, and Martha should be able to see those reports, tonnage-wise. You wouldn't allow a Park West Village to come and get developed and show only 40% capacity. You don't do that anywhere else, so I don't know why we allow them. And the other one I had trouble with is why can't they build a 4-story building if that's a requirement? I mean, it should be a 4-sided building. But that leads to my next question, which is, will we see this at site plan? Because I don't think does a special use permit include a site plan?
Special use permit does not include the site plan in that, so basically you made the decision of whether or not the use was or not appropriate, was or was not appropriate in that specific area. Any subsequent approvals stay for the site plan in this particular instance will go to, staff. Now, we have to make sure that in those findings, any conditions of the findings are met. That's part of it. So do they get their state approvals and everything else?
But sometimes we go to a rezoning, you say, no, that's a site plan, don't consider that. And that's how I kind of looked at this, because I can't wrap my head on why they're the only place in Morrisville that doesn't have to have a 4-sided building.
We don't require, there's no requirement to have 4-sided buildings in Morrisville. What you find driving it is,
And you don't call it a building unless it's 4-sided.
No, we have structures. Once, so you have structures. You have to, we can probably, I pull the code. But we have structures and definition of a structure. Pretty much everything's a structure. Even a mailbox falls into the purview of a structure. Then you get to buildings and it talks about the sides and the structure, and it's going to have a full building permit. Anything greater than 12 feet, by 12 feet, 143 feet or so, it's going to have a full building permit. But no, nowhere do we say you have to have sides to your building.
Car wash you do.
Look at Church Street Park. We have that, or the Morrisville Community Park. We have the shelters. Those are structures.
In theory, yes. In theory, you could have open door bathrooms. We don't do that. Those are decisions that are made.
No, I don't think that meets code. I don't think you could. But that's my point, is you can't have a car wash that can't be enclosed according to our code.
We have specific car wash requirements for
but it's all right. The
center,
decision is made. You're
have.
basically saying that it's going to go through site plan. We probably won't see it again. And I'm just saying I think there's a defining process that they're
certainly.
Twice.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, for the most part,
not yet.
Administrative approvals, which doesn't meet then the requirements that any associates have to be approved. So it's an administrative approval at that point. that's not identified as a council administrative renewal.
Okay, so getting back to this idea of having our own transportation analysis done, are we talking about always on the front end on every special use permit, or are we talking about when it comes to us and we feel uncomfortable and then we say we want our own transportation analysis?
I think the second one, because this was unique in that these are big trucks, and to me it was a different animal than if it was, resident or office or whatever. I mean, they were.
I agree. Okay.
I think it was different. I don't know that we need to do it on every one of them, but.
Is it about 5,000 or 10,000? Do we have an idea of what a TIA confirmation?
So if they had run their own scenarios on it, then what's the cost to us?
What now?
If we ran a comparison study.
Using a consultant?
The transfer site.
Yeah, generally, well, it depends on how big of a TIA, because that transfer site they didn't go out and do counts at all the locations necessarily, and didn't do as much analysis as may have been done in a full-blown TIA, but generally speaking, TIA, a true full-blown TIA is going to cost you probably between $5,000 and $10,000, depending on the scale and scope and how many intersections you're looking at.
So I would suggest that maybe, since this is still going through planning and zoning, I haven't sort of heard council's consensus that we want to take that away. We can sort of leave it up to staff if they think that we're going to want that, so that when it's brought to us, we'd have it, instead of saying every time.
I think not every time, but I don't know if staff can know if we want that or not. They have to ask us because, it depends on the type of special use. There's a lot of factors that might.
What's the allowed communication with us on these things throughout the process?
Or before it starts?
Yeah.
When does it start with us? When it's administered to the town, which I would disagree with?
Yeah, but we don't get anything. We won't have anything until that night.
Is it the planning board that we could start? Because I thought we
No,
were
we're
kind
not
of told to
gonna
stay
do
away from the planning
What's
board
our
meetings.
trigger?
We try to keep that separate until it comes to you with a clean slate and a planning board recommendation.
What do other towns do? See, I think that.
Board of Adjustment.
Well, no, with how you get.
Right.
When does this process start with the town? Because they all allow them to come to the town, but when can the town not look at it? As soon as it comes into the town, or
And I think once it's filed, it's a special use permit application, and probably you shouldn't be dabbling in it until it comes to you for dabbling.
So if we didn't use a planning board, use the Board of Adjustment, would it ever come to us?
Use the Board of Adjustment when it comes to you. I mean, honestly, my recommendation is either it just goes to town council or it just goes to the Board of Adjustment.
As much as I hate these, they need to come to us.
Yeah, but I think the layer of the planning and zoning board
is cumbersome for them.
And I think it can potentially complicate. The question is whether or not are they truly an expert, and we're now providing their opinion, or just something. It's all about expert testimony. And one can question whether or not they are experts, but yet they're providing a recommendation and inputting the information. And that is why most jurisdictions opt not to have that extra layer, just so it's very clear. To argue that point, though, it's great to have another set of eyes look at it. There's advantages and disadvantages.
Is there any way to replace that planning and zoning meeting with a preliminary meeting with the council? Here's the package. Here's what we're going to come to you in a month with. To enable us to figure out, do we do this, or we don't let it come to us? Ideally that.
Theoretically, that might be work.
Yeah, that would.
Maybe that's the best solution.
Yeah, then you can see whether it's something that jumps out at you as concerning or not.
Yeah.
So can I add to that? If we're going to do that, then we might as well just take it on.
That's what I mean.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not do the planning and zoning.
Exactly.
Got it.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm on.
Yeah.
But take that time in the process to, it could be you have 30 minutes. Tell us about your project. Give us all the information. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a month. that type of thing. If that's allowed.
I see all these compromises, so I think we need to re-summarize what Courtney's hearing, just to make sure that everybody understands.
Okay, well, I guess, so my first question is, do you or don't you want to do the plenary? I mean, would you rather
I don't see the
replace-
value.
No.
No, it delays, and we can use that time for the 30-minute
Answer is
stump
no.
speech.
Okay, so PCB, no. And consensus, y'all all want a special meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
30 minutes.
I'm
Okay.
uncomfortable
I'm
limiting
not-
their
I'm
time to
gonna say
present.
So
Oh, well.
we all want a special meeting, I think where
They'd
I'm
still
not
have a
hearing a
limited time at the
consensus.
real meeting, down a month later.
Yeah, 30 minutes just a briefing of what they
Just a
want to
briefing. Here's a summary of what we're talking about.
do. Yeah, you don't
Why
want
do
a
we want a
5
special
hour
meeting for
coming
30
and
minutes?
giving.
No. I'm talking about the,
So it is kind of an
Full-
intro meeting.
an intro
Intro
meeting,
meeting.
And then a special
and then have the
session.
official special use meeting down the road.
I got you.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, wait, hold on.
So would that be at a council meeting, just to
Yes.
kind of rephrase, at a council meeting?
Sure, it could be.
We would have the 30-minute, here's your clock, go. We talk about what our next steps are for the special meeting, which would have all the evidence, all the details kind of thing. But it would be like a first look, a complete meeting, and then we would either vote at the complete meeting or we bring it back to council at another meeting and do a vote.
So we would,
That might be
I'm
great.
following you.
I don't,
So at a regular meeting, we would have a 30-minute block. And in theory, this is when you truly open the public hearing. May not be for the public, but you're opening the case.
Right.
You're giving them 30 minutes to give their spiel and then present all the evidence. You will take that meeting, decide what additional information you need. You know, you kind of mull it over, and you'll come back at the big meeting when we open up for the public and everything else. For that meeting, that's where you'll just say, we need this additional information to make our decision.
Well, I think you could do
I
that
think
at the
we need to do
30-minute
that
meeting.
earlier.
You could do
So
that.
the 30-minute
on-
one, okay. So at the 30-minute one, you'll take the initial look at, you know, we need, at the big hearing, we need a traffic engineer representing the
Town's
board,
interests.
you know, at that point.
we need
And any other special individuals that you may need to have a more balanced perspective on a particular item. So for example, if you love the appraisal report, have problems, you can have, you know,
Yes.
something like, I mean, just something, I mean, it just, you will look and see what additional information you need.
So stop and think for a minute. This is the first time we're getting the information, and this was an easy one,
No,
quite
this
frankly.
was a-
This was, I've been at special use permits where there's been more information. I'm not sure that I want to be tied into, I'm going to read all that and know it all right there in that 30 minutes. I'm going to understand at that moment that what information, more information I need.
No, I don't think Liz, you're asking me, what you're saying, you're taking information and saying, oh, by the way, you have this TIA requirement. How about we need our TIA guy to look into it?
Well, our
So-
TIA guy does review stuff, so we do peer reviews on the things. So
Yeah, and we'll ask you, like, do you think we require TIA, or then we'll weigh in, do we need appraiser on our end? You know, they'll say yes or no. And then I say, okay, this is like more information, and the topic will end there, and then they'll come back with all those things. At a
At a
later
special meeting.
At a special meeting, that's it.
I tell you what, I would leave this to Courtney right now to go figure out how, that we don't like the process, because we're going to have to come back and
do text changes and
text
everything.
changes and vote on it. I would say go up and
So do you
write
have
something
enough
up
to
and
kind
let
of
us
think?
react to it.
I'll also just add, and we've had this experience, it could take months to get an appraisal scheduled and done.
Yeah, well, that, yeah.
So.
Well, I'm a lot
yeah.
less worried about an appraisal being wrong or right.
And I personally
I don't
think
think
it's
it's our purview.
value to have an expert there. They can evaluate what they provided. Because at the end of the day, it's their job, not our job. It is their job to demonstrate the findings are met. So if they provide this document, we can have our peer review done. If that person shows up and says, no, I disagree. 40% is not an it's not, you need to use 90. So you can then say applicant go back and do 90, send them back. Because again, it's not for us to say they're wrong, it's for them to prove they've provided you all the adequate information.
So we're already getting peer review?
On some TIA stuff we do and some we don't. It depends on the particular full-blown TIAs, yes. It's a peer review. It's not something we do in-house. When there are general studies, some of those we can use information that we have in-house to say whether or not what was provided was correct. And other times we'll send it out for a peer review as well. But I will come back, and with a kind of a proposal of next steps of where we're going.
Luckily, we don't have a lot of these. So.
One quick question, then legal question kind of. It's quasi-judicial, so it means we have to do everything in open session. What if we wanted to talk to our counsel? Because again, you're the one, we have to do that in council, or could we say, no, we want to talk with our counsel behind closed doors? Okay. But we have to deliberate in open for a quasi-judicial. We couldn't go behind the scenes and come out, make our decision, announce it.
Correct. I think that's
That might be an option in the future.
Okay. Overhead utility lines. By way of background, we have existing utilities. For this portion, it's not Morrisville, and now there's that. So we have sections where there's existing utility lines. As part of the UDO, one of the big changes was we required all existing overhead utility lines, with the exception of like major transmission lines, when the development came in to bury them underground. And I'm going to give you some paraphrase quotes here. That requirement does not incentivize development, and it is not welcoming to business owners and investors into Morrisville. End quote. So that's kind of like the one, and then number two is Duke is Progress Energy is also non-supportive. I mean really non-supportive of burying them. So my initial reaction was quite the same as some of the faces that I'm seeing here, and because I'm like, well. Where I live, they're all buried underline, and I have yet to lose power. Where I grew up, they were all above ground, and we could go 3 weeks without power after a major storm. So they like to be able to see problems before they happen. And so when they go underline, they can't necessarily see something that's potentially going awry. I will argue that's what cameras are for. There's a lot of things that but they're not big supporters of it. They have sent us clips. When we kind of push, we have been out of their policies and guidelines. They have sent us images. My response to that is it says may, it doesn't say you won't. I mean, it literally had the word may, so we kind of push back again. My big question for y'all is, how hard do y'all want us to fight this?
I want you to bury the power lines. Yes. Very simple.
Okay. So then if they can't bury, there's some instances where the stretch is not long enough to bury. Are we willing to accept payment in lieu? And I'm going to go on a little bit further here. It is then going to be a significant streetscape improvement project for us. So any trees that they are planting will most likely be taken out as part of the streetscape improvement, and we will be spending way more money than just the cost of the power line underground. Rich can probably tell you some certain cost with Morrisville Carpenter Road.
Yeah,
we've been evaluating as part of that.
Well, I know about that.
Well, and just real high level, we were just initially getting into the conversations, but just to put it into context, to bury the lines along Morrisville Carpenter from approximately where Franklin Upchurch intersects with Morrisville Carpenter, that general area, just from there to almost Old Savannah is about $1.5 million.
Who pays that?
Right now, we would have to be paying that as part of our lab project.
Yeah, keep it up.
So just, I mean, in part, some of that depends upon.
And all the vegetation is disappearing. So not only is it in theory, at 1.5 million to bury, then we have all the landscaping cost associated with that of going back and revegetating.
If we're allowed to.
If we're even allowed to. We may not have enough adequate room, and we may not be able to put trees back in. So I say the easy response is let's do PIL. But are we really prepared? I mean, are we really prepared to then invest more into an entire streetscape improvement project is what it would boil down.
What do other towns do? I'm sure. could somebody come in and ask for a waiver saying under these circumstances, this is why you wouldn't want to do it like your case for us?
As a general rule, all new development, they do it.
Right.
Some of it, there's a lot of power lines that were buried as part of Park West as well. I mean, some do because it's easier. I mean, it's aesthetically, it's more attractive and more desired. Your sign, I mean, it
No, I
starts
agree,
with
but
a
does
sign.
Capex or Carry or Apex, for instance, are in their downtown, are they saying to people, no, you don't have to bury it?
I do not know of any other, I'm not going to say that they don't, I haven't researched it, but I do not know of any other jurisdiction that makes it mandatory that you install all existing overhead utility lines.
Courtney, if we collected the payment in lieu, would we then take the money and do the work? And
Because in theory, you have this little guy here that doesn't have a big enough stretch to even do it.
Yeah.
And you have this little one here and this little one here. So now we've collected multiple miles worth. Are we then willing to go?
It's like our sidewalk gaps.
It's never really going to
It's never, and that's
never
partly
enough
what I'm getting at.
One other aesthetic with it as well that we're finding with Morrisville Carpenter, for instance. So it's about a 2,400 stretch of road, I believe. They're saying that approximately every 600 to 800 feet, they're going to have above ground cabinets that are about 5 by 8 by about 5 or 6 feet tall. I can't remember exactly the dimensions, but they have to have those cabinets spaced all along the corridor as well, because that's how they can then add additional services or expand their service or do some modifications if necessary. So, it's underground. There would then be utility boxes that would be in conflict. The other part of that being also for the power company, sometimes they are in existing right-of-way, so that's fine. But if they are in a location where they have their own easement outside the right-of-way, the expectation is they will maintain that. So if a road expands, for instance, if just widening it and saying, hey, well, you can put it in the right-of-way now, they won't take that. They want it to be in addition to. So as these developments come through, they would then obviously have to dedicate right-of-way for road expansions or whatnot, and then provide them an additional minimum. Well, right now we've got them knocked down to 15 feet is what they told us they could probably accept on our project, but it's kind of at their discretion at that point as well from what they had to what they're willing to accept. So
is it easier to have this rule just for new?
Well, we already have all new utilities going underground. That's easy.
So we're talking about redevelopment?
Well, even if a new development came in on existing, say those homes were torn down and a new development was put in, all their services would be underground. This is just whether you take those particular lines that are existing and bury them when you build your new building.
When you do a new building or something?
I'm confused then. When do you?
So what scenario are we talking about today? I'm
So
getting fuzzy too.
today, let's say that Park West bought all of these old homes and they wanted to build. They're going to tear all the homes down and all their service connections to all their new buildings will be underground. What we were requiring them to do is to take those existing ones that are out there today before they went in and purchased their land and also bury those. So it's all the above, anything when you drive down the road, anything that you see out there that's above ground now, that's really what we're talking about.
I'm so confused. Why wouldn't we just go with the first scenario? When we build it, we bury it.
They don't have to bury what's existing.
We're going to put in 2 sets of lines then? Or?
Yeah, so they'll just feed off underground off of this to the development. That's what you see.
There's no poles in the development.
Exactly. Breckenridge
There's
doesn't
poles
have
at the
any.
street.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's some lines along there.
There's some underground somewhere that they're tapping into. So they don't need what's existing, they don't care what's existing, and it can stay there as far as they're concerned.
Correct.
their service would pull off that pole and be completely underground into the site, as opposed to what you would see in some other locations where another pole entering into their site or a cable directly to their building overhead.
Are there some lines that are more major than others, so that certain ones are probably more expensive to bury than others?
Well, yeah, because it's not always electricity, it's cable, and anybody else, utility providers is running. So yes, I mean, if it's just electricity, it's just electricity you're bearing, but it could be multiple utility providers you're bearing. So I'm not going to pretend it's not expensive. It is expensive.
The size of the lines as well, because for instance, those Morrisville Carpenter lines are called
Those are
dual
major
phase or
ones.
triple, I can't exactly remember
Those are
what they
big.
said, but that obviously does complicate it even more because that's where they have to have much more, even though it's underground, they have to make sure that
All
there's
the
spacing.
sidewalks would be gone.
Every 800 feet, they have to have boxes, and then in the middle of those, they have to have large manholes to still be able to access. So it does get more complicated with the larger service lines or transmission lines versus a service line, say. But it is.
So what's your recommendation?
I mean, this is. I mean,
Well, no, I'd
more
be
of an
interested.
extent-
That's why I asked.
I personally, the poles on the major corridors I don't notice them. Internal to new development, I think it's fine. But for the cost benefit analysis of it, I mean, like I said, we're talking for a quarter of a mile or a third of a mile of road, it's about $1.5 million. So I mean, that's a pretty significant expense.
And that's what we're looking at as the town to do. So this affects us.
Right, and the other thing is putting it, moving them or putting them underground, obviously too. Our other regulations would then, sort of right away, and then we had to give 15 or 20 feet to the power company to be able to install their lines. Then that pushes the development up. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And we do that today regardless whether the lines are under or over,
Well, that's true too, I guess.
So yeah, I mean the challenge.
They might be having the they may be
They
actually you might be using the present easement there because if they have the power line, they have the easement to that.
They do, but I think for me the policy question really boils down to, and there's some instances where we cannot, if there's just not enough wire lengthwise to bury. 1,300 linear feet is really what they want. Are we willing as a town to undertake the expense, recognizing we are going in underfunded, even at 150%, to do streetscape improvements? If we're not willing to do that, then we should not have this
Well,
requirement.
if you narrow it down to what you're talking about, 1,300 square feet.
1,300 linear feet. That is their guidance. I mean, they can do it less for that. I mean,
Right.
but then it's still, then you're going to have this
Say them
haphazard.
Yeah, but you said we're the only town that does this.
I said I didn't research it. I am not aware of another town, is what I said.
So why is your policy of 150%, especially when you're not able to recoup it, especially this scenario? If you are so certain that you're not able to recoup with 150, make it 250 for this kind of project, or 350, whatever your price is.
So 150 is what we've always used because that helps the inflation, and that's the cost of the utility underground. In that we can probably recover. They've already now installed their landscaping. We cannot collect PIL for landscaping they're actually installing. So then are they not installing any landscaping along the roads? Then yes, I could collect PIL for it. But I can't say, install this landscaping now, but we're also going to collect some payment in lieu for a streetscape project that we are going to do at some point in the future.
Is what we're doing on Morrisville Carpenter Road considered new utility or just moving existing utility?
Moving existing, but burying one of the things we had heard from the council was that burying the lines through that corridor to the extent practicable was something we wanted to incorporate into the project, so that's what we've included. That's what right now is what we're starting the conversations with Duke Energy to figure out how to do it. I'll be honest with you, they're not real thrilled about the idea of it at all. But obviously it's like they said to us, it's your dime.
Is it covered under lap funding?
I believe the burial of the Duke lines, I believe we should be able to get that included or covered as part of that. The way we made our submittal. But again, that's also they're giving us a $1.5 million estimate that comes in at 1.8, 1.9. Now we're starting to look at that.
Yeah, and you start on one street. Well, now we got to do every street in town. You can't start picking and choosing. Well, we're going to bury lines here, but not the other side of town, kind of thing.
So I asked that question because if this is considered moving existing utilities, if this was strictly for new utilities, this rule that you have to bury it.
Yeah, so it's.
What would that do or not do?
If we only required all new utilities, that's no impact at all. I mean, that's standard practice. This is the additional cost of taking what's there and putting it underground.
Has anybody done this in the past, or have we may do this in the past?
We've had lots of development to do it in the past.
Did they complain, or did they say no, aesthetically, this is what we want to do?
Everyone probably complained, but some of them, so for example, sheets here on 54, it was conditioned for them, and they did what they could, but there were constraints because of the intersection lights and then the length of the property. And there was lots of other challenges on that site too, you know. So in some ways they really couldn't. I think some were, or they could, but some were impossible to.
It sounds like it's hard to get a kind of one-size-fits-all answer here. So, I mean, we've gone from heck yes to heck no in 30 minutes. So,
I mean, my initial gut is always heck yes, but
as it is.
Yeah.
I think in policy-wise, is it short-sighted for us to say let's collect PIL? I mean, PIL is designed so you will use it at some point in time. And I don't think it's fair to collect it if we would never ever use it.
Courtney, are there any incentives that we could get a developer to do this work on existing lines? I mean, obviously,
we've looked at incentivizing certain development standards in the past, you know, be it for other type stuff, and just the way we are and our cost of our land and some other things. There's no good incentive out there to encourage certain things, if you will.
it sounds like we didn't give you a great answer. But
I don't think
any
we
other
can
thoughts?
answer at all.
Did you look at what Raleigh does? Because they seem, I imagine they're an older town, much older. I'm sure this is something that's come up to them before, how they do it.
Courtney, are there certain areas in town that we'd absolutely want everything buried for aesthetics?
No, I mean, I think this is just a general aesthetic. I mean, in my opinion, if it cannot be installed because the power company will not do it for their policy, then we just waive it. You know, or remove the requirement outright, which I don't think is the best thing. Because there could be some major redevelopment sites where they could go and install it. So I think.
So leaving it is okay and we're still protected?
I think we can leave it, but then we need to clarify the text of, do we collect PIL, or if the power company says no, because it doesn't comply with our policies, then we get that in writing and we waive the requirement.
Okay. So it's clarification.
I mean, that, if I were to make a recommendation, that would be it.
Seconded.
And so I understood the power company, they would prefer lines be underground, I would think. They don't prefer it.
They want,
but they don't want to do it.
well, no, they
don't
prefer
want to
they
pay for
stay above ground. They can
would prefer
see
they
problems,
always got it.
so they can do,
Okay.
and they can see things before they happen.
All right,
Interesting.
They don't mind the ice and the tree line.
To me, it was very counterintuitive. It seems
And
to
the
be one of
vehicles
areas,
hitting
but,
the poles.
okay.
So I want to, so the guidance you've given us is leave the provision, but provide a waiver clause based on what a power company is telling us.
And remove the PIL.
We don't
No
collect,
PIL.
we don't
Okay,
currently
so that
collect
was not
PIL.
even.
Yeah, I don't have the authority to collect it later.
Okay.
Okay, so ETJ extension. So the way that this works is we have every jurisdiction, and I have Wake County's land use plan map on that back wall, if anybody wants to take a look at it. Every single jurisdiction has what's within their ETJ boundary, and then they have short-range urban service areas. We have the ability to request the Wake County Commissioners to extend our ETJ boundary to incorporate 2 areas that are in short-range urban service areas. 2 areas. One is located at the end of Kit Creek Road, right before you cross over 147. And the other one is located, if I were to stand at the Northwest Park, towards the back of the park with the building behind me, it's all that area, kind of all around it, off of Louis Stevens Drive. So those are the two areas where we have the ability to do it. There are some requirements that we do have to meet. So kind of the first step is council does have to take an action to say, yes, we would like to move forward with this process. And then we have to prepare reports to give to Wake County that demonstrate some very clear criteria. Some of those criteria, include that we are committed to incorporating these areas into our comprehensive plan, which in transportation plan, land use plan, those type things. We need to show that it can be served within 5 years of the effective date of the expansion, served with water and sewer utilities. There's water and sewer in both of these areas, so they could be served. We're not required to get, necessarily extend lines directly to it, but if it were developed, that developer has the ability to access a line. And then we have to demonstrate how past development trends indicate that this area could be voluntarily annexed within the next 10 years or so. So those are some of the general criteria that we can move forward with. So my question is, one.
I'm sorry.
So my question is, one, do y'all want to entertain this process? We do have other options. We can go to those two property owners. We can go to them and say, please voluntarily annex into our jurisdiction. So we don't have to go through this process, but then they are paying taxes to Morrisville. This process is kind of a hold harmless. The only thing that's really impacting them is zoning. The zoning does change, but it doesn't impact their tax records unless they're revalued because we rezone it. But we can put it at zoning at very low density residential, which is our least intense use, and then they can come through and rezone it to something else in the future. Or we can say we want very low density residential in these areas and just put it at that, but they may increase the property value potentially. Don't know. Those are questions that even when I contact revenue department, I can't always get a great answer. Because they're always kind of looking at for highest and best use, and zoning is a very small nugget of what they use. And sometimes they don't use it at all because it may be zoned agricultural, but they know it can be commercial.
So is this the only area left for us?
Those are the only areas left for us. That's it.
Well, under this designation, right? There's other.
Under the
other donut holes,
ETJ
right?
expansion concept. This is all we have left.
My question, I'm just looking at the Louis Stevens. Who's funding that road expansion? I mean, they're going to build the road right where that star is, right?
I'm going to have Ben tell you who's funding it.
So it's funded right now by NCDOT.
100%?
Yes.
Okay.
For 2 lanes on a 4-lane right-of-way. So they are looking right now, their plan is to purchase a right-of-way wide enough for four lanes, but only build 2 lanes.
Okay.
2021, right?
2020.
And I'm going to give you another good reason, building off that, since you've opened the door, is there are 3 jurisdictions currently in that area, Town of Cary.
You're bursting my bubble.
I'm sorry. So the Town of Cary, Town of Morrisville, and Wake County.
And RTP.
Yeah, and RTP. So Morrisville likes sidewalks. RTP likes sidewalks. Cary likes sidewalks. Wake County doesn't do sidewalks. So, and the reason they don't is they don't maintain roads. So there's a reason why there's not sidewalks involved. If we extend our ETJ boundary and we rezone it, we take that out of the equation. Wake County is no longer part of the equation. It's all 3 jurisdictions that support the use of sidewalks. So I'm advocating clearly to extend ETJ right here. I really do think it's a great idea. Once we have it's in our ETJ, really our next step is really getting in some annexation agreements with our bordering jurisdictions so that we don't have to worry about anybody necessarily gobbling up anybody else's potential developable land.
So Cary will not come and grab it saying we want it to.
They could if we don't.
I think we need to put in, go as far as we can with our ETJ boundary and then seek to have annexation agreements. We have one with Durham. currently, but I think we need to look at our neighboring jurisdictions and get those in place as well, so that we all have a good understanding. It's well understood that you stay within your ETJ boundary.
How many property owners are we talking about?
2.
One in each scenario.
Mhm.
Okay. And do we know who they are? Have we contacted them? Do we
I
have any feel for what's going
had a
on?
basic conversation.
Oh,
Well, so Esther Dunnigan talked to me about something else, and she told me that a long time ago they came to the town and asked. It was a former planning director. She wasn't positive. Based off of who she was talking about, I think I know which planning director it was, that came to see if, they could be part of this, and were told they weren't interested. Or that could have, I don't know the whole story. I mean, it could have been we could never have met the criteria. There was no water, there was no sewer, and I don't know if it was an annexation or ETJ. I don't know all the details. The response was, well, we wanted that years ago, and y'all said no. But I don't know if it's necessarily off the table now.
Okay, so we got one that's probably.
Yeah, and my understanding, we've spoken to Wake County already, planning department, to really go over this process. These two are fairly straightforward, which works for our benefit of having the commissioners approve it. If the property owner's like, no way, that does not work to our benefit, so they strongly recommend trying to get some buy-in, as you start the process. But you don't have to have property owner agreement to get approved.
And it doesn't change, we don't get taxed from these. We wouldn't get the tax revenue until it was annexed.
That is correct.
And we don't have any additional costs as far as sewer, water. It's all close enough.
Mm-hmm.
And what are some potential downsides to us doing this?
Another municipality approaches them?
I mean, a potential downside,
I mean,
I don't know if they're really.
It doesn't sound like there's
But a
anything.
potential downside is the residents or the two property owners will say, I do not want this, and the county says no. And we've invested a lot of times, energy into it.
Well, that's why I think that's a step that has to happen in the beginning. I think it's all fairness to the property owners. You need to have that conversation with them too.
I mean, we can start that in the very beginning. And so the first step is, it's this basic, y'all want to do it, and there's a resolution. And then we do post notices for hearings and all, and there's opportunities like we post the property, we notify the property owners. But the county said, you may want to reach out before you even start the process to educate them of what this is about before they get the letter. Explain to them, here's a parcel adjacent to you that's undeveloped. This is what the tax rate is. Here is your tax rate. Try to give some comparables to let them know that you have no intention on going through the statutory annexation process. And this is just about planning jurisdictions.
How many acres are each?
I cannot remember the number off the top of my head. I can give the answers. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
So if they, Courtney, let's just say, no, we'd rather be annexed by RTP or Cary or something. Is there could they provide water and sewer to these sites, or are we the only municipality at this point that can get water and sewer here?
Well, RTP has the same, or very similar water sewer agreement like we do with the town of Cary. So they could develop.
But there's nothing there in RTP, so there can't be water or sewer. I mean, I don't imagine, is there water and sewer on that side of 540?
Well, there's water and sewer stubs coming up,
From Davis?
where we've developed, like we tapped into water and sewer.
Yeah, that's us
before.
though. I mean, it's.
Well, it's Cary's water and sewer service.
There's a line back there.
Okay, so they don't care whose it is as long as it's nearby.
Because our agreement is that Cary will serve, our areas. No different than RTP has that same agreement. Where it's clearly different, but principle.
I agree with Liz that I think we should talk to these property owners, especially if there's only 2 of them, and get some feedback.
I'm fine with that too. Now, just a couple particular questions. One on the left, Kids Creek. The green, Carrie controls that, that's their ETJ, or is that actually zoned, Carrie?
That's actually Breckenridge.
So the one up,
No, on the left, the green. That's not
so the
Breckenridge.
green area.
Oh, the green.
So the green area, that's the Lewis Stevens Drive. Is the one
No,
that's
it's the other side of it.
Yeah, but so that just so that we're all talking about the same thing. So where the star is located on the image to the left, that's the Lewis Stevens Drive extension.
Okay.
The green area, the darker green,
Yeah.
is annexed. The lighter green is not annexed,
But Carrie.
but it's all here. Yes,
And so you say annex, so it is zoned, it is their property.
it is zoned.
It's
So
not
now,
their ETJ, okay. So
well,
if
no,
somebody,
their light green would be ETJ. So this area here incorporated. This area here incorporated. These little tiny ones there
are their ETJ?
are their ETJ.
Okay. So let's say nothing happens, it continues the way it is, the two property owners, if they go develop it, what happens?
Well, they can do two things. They can either go to the town of Cary and say, will you voluntarily annex me? Or they can go to the town of Morrisville and say, will you voluntarily annex me?
So they can and say, what's the best deal you got, which is what happened to us before over the years.
I think before, over the years, it wasn't quite the same way. And I mean, they will say, who can I get some better density stuff through? Yeah, I don't doubt their shop.
Then the other piece of property, what's to the left of it, is that Durham County or is that still Wake County?
To the left of that is Wake County, and that's where RTP comes in. You cross over that, and that's where RTP. So most of the brown that we're seeing is all RTP, Wake County.
But it's not developable land that much. It's like, you see the slope that's 50 feet drop there.
Right, kind of like that Lewis Stevens section, it's pretty steep.
Look at all the streams on that part.
But yeah, go ahead and talk to them, I guess, and see what they say.
Okay, and
Everyone
if they
okay to talk?
are amenable, do you want us to then bring back the resolution? And if they're not amenable, we'll bring back the conversation?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Brickman, right, the owner of the property owner?
It's called marketing.
It's an investment company.
Yeah, they bought it from Brickman.
It used to be
Triangle
Triangle Brick,
Brick.
but
Triangle Brick.
somebody clearly has purchased it.
Yeah, they bought it from Triangle Brick, I think, recently.
And that's a railroad line, I think, to the left, in the green, on Kids Creek.
Yes.
Actually, they bought it after Northwest bought it.
So that's a natural barrier.
And Steve, I think it was you that was asking about the acreages. I did look it up. The property on the left at the end of Lewis Stevens Road is 52.77 acres, and the property on the right at the end of Kids Creek Road is 25.37 acres.
Yeah, but the terrain is pretty.
It's rough.
That's rough.
No, at Kids Creek? It's pretty close.
There's a reason
You
it's
remember
still
we went for the
Okay,
streams and all
so
that?
small lot, single family. You know, question is, why do we have it? Couple of reasons. One is, right before we started the UDO process, the Berkshires was approved, and we needed to figure out where we could put them in a new code without making homeowners at the time they actually purchased their house having non-conforming lots. In that same note, we went through and took a look at the entire town, did the same thing. Our goal was to hold all property owners harmless, you know, to make sure that some of the things that they enjoy today, like the ability to add on a screen porch, you know, pre-DO and post-UDO is the same. So we ended up, even though it really is not straightforward, in the land use plan only shows images of types of residential, doesn't have a lot of description. It's basically, here are your density parameters, this is what it kind of looks like, and that was it. That's all the guidance. So while it showed images of townhomes, and it talks about the Berkshires and actually apartments and things, not Berkshires, but townhome development right below that, the Gables. So it talks about the Gables, and it talks about all the multifamily development in town going in the HDR district, the high density residential district. We made a very conscious effort at the staff level to make sure, again, these people are kind of held harmless. What we honestly never envisioned was that developers would continue to buy land and ask to continue to build small lot single family. I don't think that was really in the framework of our imagination. We were so intently focused on making sure that, you know, everybody kind of just enjoyed their property. So So there's a couple of things here.
Unintended consequences of a good decision.
You know, and I, first of all, I know that people feel differently across the board on the small lot, you know, single family residential. I think some are fine because it's single family residential. I think some are fine because it's selling. You know, there's a market demand for it. I think some people don't like it, you know, but I can't tell you where necessarily everybody falls, you know, in that spectrum. So there's a couple of things we can do. I mean, if you are completely content with how it is, we can make no changes. You know, we'll leave it as is. There really isn't any high-density residential development or zoning land that's vacant. So the only way it's going to happen is if legislative requests for rezoning come to you, and then you have discretion as to whether or not to approve or disapprove the request. And I know a lot of times it gets there, y'all kind of feel like you are kind of pinned into a corner. But with our current rezoning process, there's very little financial investment on behalf of the applicant at that point. And we do not require site plans like we used to. They have enough at that point to see whether or not they can potentially make a profit. Due diligence, that's all that's happened. So they know it's a calculated risk when they come to you that they may not get approved. Kind of keep that in the back of your mind. You don't have to feel compelled to do it because it's their normal job risk that they are looking at that point. They know the land's not zoned appropriately, they know what they need to make a profit, and they're going to see if they can potentially make that profit. And they recognize there are going to be losses along the way. So that's one option. No, leave it as is, and y'all can just make the choices so they come to you. Other option is, in the land use plan, there aren't any alternatives that really talk about what each housing type is, so we can go back and modify the land use plan to get much further clarity into what is low density residential, what really is high density residential, you know, and we can kind of take that route. Or something that I'm going to probably talk about a couple times is we really just need to take a look at our land use plan in general. The process has started in 2007, it was adopted in 2009, and like the transportation plan, there are some portions of it that really need to be updated and evaluated. So it's kind of the little Band-Aid portion, or kind of a big thing. I'm not going to really ask which way you want to go because I'm going to have to hold kind of on it. But if you have any questions, I will answer them.
Since we're not giving our opinion, when do you need to know more information to make something like this topic, you know, in scope? So is it like you're looking for after budget cycle?
No. If you want the land use plan, I need to know today so I can let the powers that be know in 2 days.
Because it's
so for any requests. I mean, so it's not something, it is not free. This is something that we will be hiring somebody to do. It is going to be an investment just like the transportation. There's costs associated with it.
So let me, can I follow up on that? Because this was the big question not too long ago.
Whether we do them together or separately.
Whether we do them together or separate.
That's correct.
And if we're going to do it, are we too far along in the transportation plan to sync these two up, or is now the time to sync them up?
I'm going to talk a little bit about that too. But we do have an opportunity that I do have to have some direction from y'all today, that I can feed information into the transportation plan that then can be used to feed land use guidance.
So why don't you continue and come back to the question?
That works too.
Okay, or I have two questions on the same line with the background. So this high density residential district, are you talking about zero lot lines and what we talked about with Cal Land? Because he made some recommendations about how he thought it could be fixed by interpretation of the zone, the lot sizes.
So for our high density residential, we're talking about we have to use as the base minimum model the Berkshire's product. They are a 6 foot separation. So I have in the high density district for single family, what you see out there is what our district was modeled after. So what I'm talking about is, do we go back and retool that? Do we create it, another district, rezone these people? I don't know. I mean, there's lots of different ways, but we can't just eliminate the use.
I thought Cal Land had some constructive ideas how to fix it.
Yeah, but they're going to 8 feet instead of 6
I thought the lots were getting bigger.
to allow for their 8 feet versus 6.
Okay.
I mean, call it
Okay, well,
constructive, I think
you
it's about the
answered
same thing. So,
Okay.
you know, so it's,
Sorry to interrupt.
no, that's fine. So I'm going to move on to some of the next ones. Multifamily. It's another one of our faves. So this map is going to look familiar. I have 2 much larger ones on the wall here. The one on the screen is the one on the right-hand side. What I want to show you is the one on the left includes every single zoning district in the town where you can build apartments or multifamily development. So condos are included in that. So multifamily development. You can take a look at this and you can see there's lots of existing development that falls within those blue and green areas. Moving over to the map on the right.
So it's just
Gordon, is it just?
Yeah, so it's
What
just.
is it on that map?
Well, there's actually the orange too, that's Park West, but we can, as well. So but basically, everywhere on this map, that's the more bold colors, the green are green, the blue are blue, and the orange. The code says you can have multifamily in those districts. Let's say absence of what's out there, absence. It is a district where the use is permitted.
It's allowed. Okay.
Now the map on the right says, okay, we already have apartments built here, so we're taking that parcel out. There's single family built in this HDR district, so we're taking that one out. So what we're left with over here are areas where in blue, it's administratively approved, meaning there's no rezoning, it's allowed by right. Recognizing if it's over 50 units, y'all are the administrative body. If it's under 50, planning department's the administrative body. So that's the blue. Now the green are areas that require rezoning. So the big green blob kind of in the middle, that's our TOD district. Somebody has to rezone to the TOD district, but they can build multifamily on there. And the rest are really kind of found within our town center. And there's a couple little pieces kind of speckled elsewhere. So really, that's what's left zoning district-wise. Not any rezoning requests, please change me from industrial management to something else. But those are the basics that are left out there now. Yes.
The one that we looked at on that big piece of paper with the red line to talk about trees, that's, is that entire, was that all that, all 5 of those properties that we saw being brought together and put into townhomes, or was it just?
Yes, they were all being brought together into townhomes.
So that's on this map, kind of dead center there.
Yeah, it's not
right.
all the pieces. It doesn't include this one right here,
right.
But it's the
But
balance.
that whole thing. Okay.
Basically
So that's
area.
we're thinking that's going to be townhomes.
We are currently reviewing and it's
Gotcha.
close to approval.
Okay.
It's one of those ones where it's actually a conditional rezoning process.
Okay, so that's greens are rezoning, blues are administratively allowed. If it's over 50,
Y'all are the administrative body.
okay,
We have to approve.
You have to approve it. It meets the minimum standards.
So what's all this? I mean, what part?
That's Main Street,
Main
street area.
So they can put in apartments if they wanted to.
less than 50.
Well,
Well, they can,
administratively, for us, if it comes to us, we can't really turn it down.
That is correct. I mean, if
Okay.
it meets the minimum standards of the Main Street District, you have to approve
Okay,
it.
sort of like the
It's just like the station.
station. Yes. Okay.
Do we know how many units that is? Is it too early to say?
We have not done any type of analysis to determine constraints. I mean, it really represents, I think it was like, what, 3% or something along those lines of what's left to build out there.
Doesn't look that good.
Well, the reason I say that though is I want to make sure that Councilmember Carmella brought up a good point. This retreat, but also in the past that we're the whole apartments is where we as a council want to have more home ownership or apartments where the concern is transient and some of the demographic presentation we saw earlier on the younger demographic. So we don't have to do it today, but I do think this is very helpful. But then I think we need to convene as a council and maybe a more policy discussion of what do we want that mix to be, and what do we have control over.
And I think so. Here's a couple things we're going to feed. So I'm going to take a look at TOD aside. All the other blue areas are primarily all activity center districts. is kind of what's left. So we can take a look at some of our activity center districts and say, do we want apartments in that particular district? I mean, because there's multiple, we have 4 of them. Caution you, if it is a district that currently has them, we would be creating non-conforming uses to remove it. So I'd heavily caution that's not the best idea. We can look at, okay, do we need to retool our activity center districts? You know, I'd say for a town our size, having 4, that's a lot. I also recognize how we got to the 4, so I'm not going to discount that either. But that's a lot for a town our size. You know, but we could look at, you know, the intersection of Town Hall and McCrimmon. Is that an activity center, or is that really another district? You know, it's a great question. I don't know. You know, all the blue right next to the TOD site. So we could go in and start honing, but I'm getting back to the land use plan thing again. You know, the land use plan was the guidance that created every single one of these districts. Lots of time and lots of energy and lots of citizen participation got to that point. If the citizens of Morrisville want something different, then we need to go find out what it is. So then we can best inform the decision of how we change the framework. So kind of keep that in mind. I don't think there's a lot of areas left, but there are areas left to put them.
How many apartment complexes or basically units are you looking in the present scenario?
That we're reviewing or talking to anybody about?
No. I know you asked for 4, so are you thinking like 2,000 more units?
Well, I don't know the names. I can answer you what parcels we talk to people about. I can answer you which ones are in review. You know, those are the things that we say. Up in near Walmart, we talk to people all the time about up there. I lost count of how many conversations I've had with different developers. You know, but nothing at this point has been submitted. You know, clearly there was interest here in Park West, expanding in that particular area for apartments as well. I have not had any conversations in the McCrimmon Town Hall, you know, area. Doesn't mean that we're not going to, but basically up in the northern part in a regional activity center and down in the southern part in our community activity center, feeding off the energy of Park West Village. Those are the 2 areas where we get most of the interest.
What is the area right, it looks like at the Breckenridge entrance at Parkside and Davis? You have dark blue there above the
This
pink.
piece right here?
Yeah, what
I
is
think it's actually a permanent green easement, so I'm not sure you can do, there's some deed restriction on
Okay.
it.
It's not very big either.
It's not very big,
Right.
and we did not get into whether or not in
It
theory it
isn't.
could. This was just a very back of the napkin image, if you will.
Could I ask, could you distribute a copy of this one on the right to the town council so we can sit there and really look at it and figure out it? I mean, I don't want to miss something where we're going to come back in 2 years and say, why didn't we do something about this one? Just because it's so small.
And the one behind CVS, I think, on Davis, there's an apartment complex coming by.
CBS? The CBS is, so you're talking about, I'm sorry, you said Davis?
Davis
Okay.
CVS.
So yeah, so that CVS is located right there. There's all this area, but it's a low density residential. We've had people come to us to talk about it. But it is a rezoning, and after they've been explained the process, they didn't think that they would have a project that was approvable and didn't move forward.
Oh, because the very garden and all those things were removed. I thought there was at one time the apartment complex guys were coming in. That's been.
Yeah, I mean, we get lots of requests, but typically most people are not willing to go through the rezoning process because we will clearly tell them that it doesn't comply with our land use plan. You know, and we can look at, you know, is an activity center and district in the area potentially appropriate? Yes, we can talk about recommended, but it is a land use plan amendment and it is a rezoning, and nobody's been willing to make that risk.
And frankly, Courtney, you heard the demographic. I think she referenced the closest she has seen is Charlottesville, having such a high apartment complexes. in other than Morrisville. Nothing against apartment complex, but the age group that you see, it clearly says you're getting high-skilled people in the age or early age into Morrisville, and then they're plugged out, going somewhere else. So how do we keep it? It boils down to two things: is can we keep a better quality? At the back of my mind is saying, can we build a better product of a home, because these are good education, they have the money, they want to build, go for a $500,000 or a 700,000 home and want stable schools. A, we have no control on the schools, and B, we don't have, that kind of a product that we're able to build. So obviously they're
So what's the product gap is the first question, right?
Yeah, product gap is, what is the product gap? And that we are not able to keep them here. And the second is, we are just like a loading dock, or landing dock for them by giving them more apartments to come them in and stage them here.
I don't think it's a product gap. I think it's we have a pretty. It's expensive. I mean, our average price house is what, $280 or something. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I mean, we have the highest.
It's expensive, but the key is.
It's
don't take me wrong. It is expensive, but the thing what they're looking is, can I get a 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom apartment, 4-bedroom single family for like $350? You can't get it in Morrisville for $350. So they'll go out of Morrisville. That's what it's become right now.
We're not going to change that.
We can't control product.
No, we're not going to do that.
We can create lot sizes, but there's so much more. I mean, it's not just, so we may have the price that everybody, there's a range of prices here. So that from that standpoint, I think there are those opportunities. But then when you look at some of the ranges, the backyards also get kind of tiny, and then you have a stage of thing where they want to be able to throw a baseball in the backyard, and then to get that, it jumps. So I mean, are they leaving because of inadequate open space in their own private yard? It may not be an issue for some, it may be an issue for others. Are they leaving because they don't like the airport noise? Are they leaving because they don't like the train tracks? Are they leaving because their kids keep getting redistricted? I mean, why are they leaving? I'm not convinced it's housing product is always the reason.
It's not
there's
housing.
a lot of
Housing
other
is
factors.
one, for me, for sure. I know schooling is continuously. I've seen my kid as an example. Elementary, when it comes to middle, redistricting again. High school, again, redistricting. So continuous redistricting, because there's no stability in schooling. That is the key, and obviously closer proximity. So those factors, at the same time, we're increasing the number of apartment complexes and saying, hey, I'm getting all these closer proximity to work. Morrisville is so strategically placed, no one can beat that. That is the beauty of Morrisville. But how can we keep them in Morrisville for a longer period is clearly that shows out of the demographic.
Yeah, and I don't think there's an easy answer, because you're going to save them in transportation. People may live in Breckenridge, go out to Amberley, and they can still get to their job at Lenova the same amount of time. Because it's just, there are people who it's quicker for them to go head west, hop on 540 to get up here to Carrington Mill, go to work, than it is for them to sit on McCrimmon, across the railroad tracks, and come up 54.
Oh, for sure.
So there are, that does weigh. A lot of people are like, okay, great, I can go out there. Yeah, I am further away, but services are moving that direction. So there's lots of things that are, that can't just say, is it just the apartments, or is it just the size of our single family, or just our quality of that. It's such a complicated concept to see how people make one of the largest investments they make in their life.
And that's what is, how can we collectively think on how can we get that back is the key here. That's for the reason we're here. When we see the data and we see this thing, and I think this data should be taken to the school board guys and be shown this is exactly what is happening. I'll go top one or two.
Like a joint kind of session.
A joint will never happen here. Go on two or two. No, they'll never come.
I know.
I gave up. It's almost a year now.
So getting back to this, multifamily discussion, Courtney, what do you need from us? I mean, we feel sometimes, at least I do, that we have too many apartments that we're building and not enough single-family home starts. Maybe in the recent years, I've been seeing a lot of, denser projects, and some of that is our trends, and then we got, more information yesterday about the trends of the family, situation.
The cost of our land is expensive here, so the idea of a starter home, unless the starter home is in the $300,000. I mean, you can discount the cost of the land. It's not possible. Over the course of not quite 15 years or so, our payment in lieu, Parkland payment in lieu for a single home, it was around the $1,200 mark. We have some that are over $3,000, a unit now, a lot. That cost goes into the cost of the home. And so when your land is just, expensive, we're so awesome to price ourselves out of certain markets. It's an unfortunate way to kind of look at it. So unless, the town's in the business of buying land high, selling it low, so that you can then create another market, I'm not sure there's an easy answer to that one.
Exactly.
So we will review payment in lieu for apartments?
Payment in lieu is recalculated every single year.
Right.
And then
Just the formula for it is what I'm asking for.
The formula that was just adopted 2 years ago?
Yeah.
We can look at it.
Yeah, I'd like to look at it.
So for this map on the right, could we just cherry pick any of those blue ones and say, okay, we're interested in making that so we can't be multifamily anymore?
You can, but we'd have to think about the pros and the cons. Of whether or not, you may want to, it may be a matter of rezoning it to a different district.
That's within our authority, but it's not really nice to the owner unless they sort of give approval, right?
Especially since we just rezoned a bunch of them recently.
So, this is helpful, but I'm not sure if it gives us
Well, I think
any
it'd be nice if we
actionable
could
info.
individually study this. If there's something in particular, maybe just ask Courtney, what about this? And you may find out it's always been zoned multifamily, or or we may find out this is perfectly fine. It's not that much. Whatever happens here is fine. And so this is, to me, it's encouraging that it's actually so little. That there's really not that much more left.
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind that we cannot avoid the downtown, which will have the high density of 1,200 apartments.
Well, that's there.
Which we are, encouraging it.
Yeah, we're promoting that,
we are
advocating for it.
1,200 apartments, in downtown.
I'm not.
Well, I don't know what the
Or like whatever. That's
the
parking deck
That's a
is.
DFI number.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, I
that
think
is.
there's 1,200 apartments in this world.
Or somewhere near the Walmart sector is fine. Like that area is.
Yeah, you would have to take some of these activity centers and
tweak them.
Well, you would have to rezone to probably medium density residential.
Yeah.
And that's
Okay. Or just, again, the other end of it, you can look at the quality of their building and fees and incentivize it that way.
you're right. There's multiple options.
Well, I think Michael brings up a good point. If you look at the apartment complexes here in this town, some of them cost more than my mortgage was. These are not inexpensive apartment complexes. These not the average person can't afford to live in an apartment in Morrisville. So
It's imbalance.
The question is
It's
not
not
how
an
good the look
awful
is.
thing.
It's not. It's never the question is. Yeah, it's a wow factor always. It's question of home ownership and
That translates to station.
It's like
we're not.
It's like a train station.
I don't think you can rezone it. That's
And I think the mayor's making a good point. Is part of our balance is at this point irrevocable and interchangeable. You're not going to dramatically at this point affect the balance, especially I think what I'm saying is, and what the mayor's saying is, this is what you know could get added, but even if you limited it, it's just not going to change where we're at now significantly. You can't undo that is really what I'm saying. So, and then what I think the map shows is there's only some modest level of change and influence you're going to be able to implement. Is that accurate, Courtney?
I think it's a very accurate statement. And then I'm going to actually recommend probably taking a break before we move on to the next topic. But when I start to talk about this and other stuff all around the town center, I'm going to probably send you on to a direction that will change everything that you see there as well.
Let's not get too
upset
The only other thing I'll add is that, you know, in addition to the apartments, I think the other concern that I've had is we've been consistently faced with the situation of applicants saying, well, I want to do medium density, but that doesn't really work, so I want to do high density. And I know that we've talked about, you know, what we can do as a council to say, if you want to build a product and it's medium density, then you build medium density, or that we have some kind of a policy, because I'd rather have multifamily than houses in Morrisville that are just 8 feet apart. And that, you know, I mean, it's almost, even though we're calling it single family, it's almost like a townhome.
Well, I guess getting back to that, I mean, do you want to see more small lot single family? Yes or no?
If it's home ownership, I do.
Y'all are, I mean, I could be wrong, but y'all all feel a little bit different about it. I mean,
so let me ask, why is home ownership
I think you buy into a community. I think that's the standard. It's kind of an American dream, kind of.
It is for some. Ownership
I was just
for
going to say
that
that's
product might still be a rental,
right.
You're right. We had lots of Berkshires and lots of Cotton Plates that were purchased.
That's the reason I made it.
And they are original, and they're automatically purchased through a company that does not give every homes for a living.
And you can limit that too.
No, we cannot limit that.
I thought you could through
Yeah, you
HOAs.
No, all the theory and everything are limiting the amount of investment to ownership. HOAs can limit it.
Yeah. I think the HOA
HOA
covenants and restrictions are
restrictions.
what, that's the legal place that you can do that. That's not the town of Cary.
The town cannot do it, HOA can do it.
No, but I mean, we can encourage HOAs to build it.
Yeah.
But I'm back to
You
your,
can't
but
legislate.
no, I know, but I'm just saying, but there's a better incentive for that than apartments.
HOA is not going to care what we think. I mean, it's the builder.
no, the builder won't.
They won't care. They just want to build and build.
That's fine, I understand, but there are builders that'd be willing to say, okay, I'll have an HOA. Yes, an HOA is in place. Like most of the big neighborhoods you have nowadays that are built, they have HOAs.
I know, but they're all run by the developer, the
Yeah,
HOAs.
right. Like Hicks Creek doesn't have their own.
And what the limitation is, it exists in my HOA. But the limitation is that corporations can't buy. You know, so I can't put it under my corporation.
Yeah.
But if I go buy 100 homes in my neighborhood under my own individual names, it's not restricted that way.
Sure. All right. You guys let's take a 10-minute break. We'll meet back at 2:15 and continue on. Did you get the?
I would actually would think what the damn light is.
Fix the streets, will you?
What did I miss for town center? What am I missing that?
Selling really fast.
I did it quickly, and I feel like there might be a couple typos just because I've just been sitting here. You missed it, didn't
I'm not saying you should
Yeah, I mean, so the road infrastructure isn't caught up.
No, you
It's
can
back
get
to
up.
add more density.
Right now. Do it right now.
Like that's why when I put Tom Low, I said, I can't really support this right now because that road is going to get packed. And I know that you were going to be okay with that apartment complex. Because I think it's the right thing in the right place. But if the residents don't want it right now, I think it's okay to make them wait a couple of months. That's really unpleasant, yeah. It'd be hilarious. Garage or a transfer station or...
Yes, well, yes, yes.
That's what you don't wish for?
Yes.
So,
There was also an I haven't seen that yet. I'm just ignoring. I'm looking for it. And 2 minutes later, I got it. Thank you. This is a good picture. Oh my gosh. I mentioned great. Oh, great. Okay. And no. Yeah, it's like a behind username and screen. Thank you. Looks good. Is that what that is? Yeah. Oh, look. Really good. Well, and I tried to get the angle where it's cute. Yeah, that's like when Sarah's up here, and then I cropped Sarah. Oh, it looks good. Am I yawning? No, you look really focused. Everyone was focused. It was right at the very beginning. Yeah. So everybody was looking right at it. Do you need help, Katie? Did you get this one? Just falling down everywhere. It didn't look like I was wearing the same outfit. Oh, yeah. Oh, everything's so nice and new. Cozy. Yeah.
The other things that I had,
Hey Rich, Sarah tweeted that we were ahead of schedule, so if anybody wanted to come out and see, you can probably be getting out early. So, see, this is a bed. It's like, what is this supposed to be?
given that it's large enough space to put in.
Yeah, we're sure about that.
Area, dog park area.
Who else are they seeing?
Just rush.
Don't know.
Yeah, whole bunch of because we're tapping this on to a different closed session.
So we'll just hold that.
Yeah.
Really, if we can get
Oh, yeah, I bet that's it. I bet you're right. Oh man, that's kind of sad.
My son had a birthday party this afternoon.
Jack, she's a hell of a thing.
So I got this time, place, email, comment, and good luck. Okay. I know you're busy. Is there a break?
Am I right that I remember that some of this property will be sold by a relative and doesn't
Oh, yeah. His assignments today. I was like, just go get an Under Armour shirt or something like that.
Yes, but it's that. True. I can see why. Yes. Yes. Demographic. I know this page is like 60 countries.
You can go get visit this store for $10, and you did what?
You know.
Oh yeah, yeah. Did you see the one today?
I'm ready to
Yeah, Yeah, don't forget about those.
Yes, you do.
Oh, we have
Really a lot of row houses.
Yeah, where did you?
Those would be defined as townhomes.
Yeah, okay.
I'd have to ask the logistical staff.
Oh,
My answer is probably
he is a
not.
troll.
Yes,
And they're
but
beautiful,
I'm sure,
Jeremiah Street.
well, I'm sure we've got,
We consider those row houses.
So,
flash drives.
Well, it's all townhomes.
oh, no.
They're actually what they're building.
Okay.
Didn't really bother me that much. Point to
He
other
hasn't
sites.
been around there a little while, but it's like before.
Yeah. I have no problem. I think we should have a better chance of getting homeowners to put in than out of the
But, I mean,
park.
here.
Well, I mean,
I agree with
Yeah.
this comment.
You're right. I mean, I agree. You're exiting the gates
It's
at a higher percentage rate. I do not disagree with that at all.
You know what I mean? How
Well,
this,
it's
like,
back there, yeah.
you go check
I don't mind
and
more.
stuff.
I'll mention it to Steve. I'm not
So,
actually.
Like I said, it's just one of the ones where I think y'all all have different faults.
yeah, that's the one I was
And I don't know if there's a right or wrong one. I mean, it's, sometimes I would consider that a glaring answer.
even if you go to.
But this, these are,
Well, what's the okay? What's zoning wise? What's the difference between our
And that's
UDO wise between what Cal and Lennox and what they did between
and that's
going
why
to
I
row
don't
house?
Oh, yeah.
And that was the argument we had back when Ed White wanted to do it. And I said, all you do is take the town
Every
and call
single
it
thing,
a home.
like,
It's a single
that
home.
tweet is like,
Yeah. And that was the problem, but that was the counter.
yeah, so that's where I,
What,
no, I
Berkshire?
didn't let that one go. Here's a link to the
Yeah, that's what I'm
agenda.
saying.
Come on out, except for you.
Yeah.
I'm sad for you.
But I think that's what urbanization
but we can also say that.
in downtown Raleigh. They're not building anything really big yard.
No, I mean, they are tearing down an old house with five
And
points.
then
They're
making
really
it small
small.
and taking away the yard, and that's why you need more parking.
You know. But, and then Ross Johnson, they pay price of land for the parkland, and they have to pay for it.
You've been working hard.
Huh?
You've been working hard.
Now I'll ask more questions because I'm in a zombie mode now.
Okay.
So she'll get all the answers.
I'm sorry, I'm straight.
When I go into zombie mode.
Straight.
Didn't they tell you that when you ran for election? you were about
That's
to
the little
squeeze
bit of
it?
OCD I have.
Well, Frank, sorry to interrupt.
So should we give them zombie?
I'll do anything they'll want me to.
So everybody knows it.
I may tell you it's a bad idea, but I will still transact your request.
That's about 30 minutes. Why not? Thank you.
Recommendation. I think if we take the planning board out,
Townhome?
Yeah.
I think it's been kind of a waste of
You need to
stuff.
see it.
For the applicant,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
And maybe spend their time better
With all that.
making their case to the council, seeing where council has
Just point on that.
concerns,
Using the stream, the only building for the stream.
and then, gives them a chance to go to the celebration.
Right.
Whatever, in other words, I don't necessarily know for all the cost of the house or what happened. You could say, hey, we're not concerned about traffic, we're concerned about impact on the properties. And these forces them to go back and do some more work and bring this and whatever.
Yeah, that's
Or,
what
it gives you a basis for denying,
Yes.
if you're not.
And they don't drag it out by bringing up all this. It's like, okay, that's kind of.
That makes me laugh, how the rich figured that out. What? That person, what they didn't understand.
Nobody can come. Nobody can.
Jeannie. So Sarah tweeted yesterday the statistic of 36% of our population saw that. Jeannie didn't mean that's what he said. Different.
So why were you using this?
Realizing Asian and countries.
Well, they have the burden of establishing
which made me laugh, but also made me a little sad. I know, that's why I was like, there's like 60 countries in it, and people don't remember, people don't realize that. There are people that don't know what that means. People don't realize Asia's a continent, like she's not a country.
Education.
No. Well, that's what we do in local government. We educate the public.
My father-in-law thought that the governor was responsible for the limitations on beach umbrellas on the beaches we go to. I know. I kind of fussed him out. I was like, how long have I worked together? How many times have we had this conversation?
Well, I don't even live in the city anymore. My mom's like, do you know when they're going to pick my trash up if it's a holiday? Yeah. I worked for that town for 8.5 years, and I told you, everywhere you could look to find any altered schedule.
My neighbor called me to ask how much it would be to get a dog at the animal center the other day. I said, well, if it hasn't changed in the last year and a half, it would be this. Also, I wonder, did you ever look the boards and committees?
No, but I don't think it looks bad.
The hotel, motel, board,
We didn't have
it has a different name. I'm sorry, let me real quick. I started making coffee, but it says put more water in. Father, I like to hear that.
I would do it, but first of all, I don't.
There may not have been a city board. There may have just been a board. Like the Convention Visitor Bureau.
I'm already, again, what is stuff
But anyway,
more permanent right now.
I feel like I probably know somebody.
Well, she probably worked very closely with the Convention and Visitor Center. Or Convention and Visitors
They're coming to Morrisville.
Center or CVBB, something like that.
Again, at least you have more of an opportunity of.
Then we have the downtown group, which is like restaurants, hotels, downtown organization, downtown businesses. And then she still works for, or is on the board of the Black Theater Festival. So they work really closely with a lot of hotels.
Next screen,
Well, my former supervisor in Winston, she formerly worked with the Convention and Visitor Center. So she knew a lot of people there.
Where's that at?
Well,
is that over near?
At least once a year. We had
TGA?
So,
That was likely not a city board then. It was likely just a board in fairness.
Yeah. That's what I got after him too. I'm like, you were an involved person. And then my brother-in-law was arguing with the president.
You never know. You never know.
It could be about your beach umbrellas.
That's right.
Just know when we go in the closed session, make sure we're
Yeah, Parkside School, it's like, why? Because they want to put an entrance. And you don't want that.
Okay, and I still have the documentation from yesterday.
Okay,
Took that out of their packet.
And Jerry's actually made a presentation. He's done a couple slides for the first one.
Okay.
So we'll just have to.
Right, I mean, the front side of it's something little roads.
All right, so we probably need to add it to a flash drive.
Yeah, and I've mentioned that right now. And we'll have time, because Ben's still going to present.
Right, and I think they draw this circle and say that they live a mile and a half. We don't provide that. At the same time, they're looking at it and saying, well, then we have to.
Just wondering, since you recently
What happened?
Nothing. I'm just giving out.
All right, you guys ready to?
I can cut that portion out.
Who's our presenter?
I think Courtney is.
Courtney's still
Courtney.
up.
Courtney.
7 for Courtney.
You're on, Courtney.
Who's winning the basketball game, man?
Oh yeah, what's the basketball score?
Stand by.
Hold on.
Let me give you a report.
And I think he needs two.
One day we'll want to.
Yeah.
Well, I can't report on that one, but Carolina's down 31-48, but they just started the second half. So.
Wow, is that by 17?
Terrible, man. What's going on?
Yeah. But they're just in the second half. They're at like 15 minutes 45 seconds.
They're playing. They're playing Miami.
Yes, they're at Miami.
Wow. Okay.
So the next half an hour.
All right, we're back. Part 2.
Courtney.
Okay, so airport overlay. I don't think there's a single one of you that has not approached me about the map on any break the entire time. But, so airport overlay. So as you're aware that RDU, as part of their 2040 vision process, has published contour maps. Specifically, this contour map. I'm going to blow it up here in a second, but just to give you an overview of the map, and preface this, just because their plan shows new contours doesn't mean that the contours that they use to guide policies are going to change. This information is used to inform the FAA when it comes to their planning and their programming of how they develop. So to blow it up a little bit, and to give you an idea, the area, kind of in the, I'm going to just do it, it's a lot easier. So the area in here is our airport overlay A. That's where we no residential, no sensitive uses. This little darker color here is airport overlay B, and that's where we do allow some residential uses, and that is based off of the 65 decibel contour line. The line on the map is this line right here. To give you another comparison, we did it in a little bit different colors, is we've added a couple different lines. Pink, airport overlay A, this orange here is airport overlay B. The 65 contours shown in their plan are the orange ones here.
What was the reason of A and B?
It was our way to allow some residential and some schools to be built on the east side of NC 54. Excuse me, west side of NC 54. Apparently I don't know my compass today. The west side of NC 54. So they have this. The next step in their plan is, so their board did preliminary approve the plan. It does go to the FAA. When it goes there, they will either approve it or approve it with revisions. They actually have not submitted it to them for approval yet. They're hoping to do it soon. But the FAA was requesting some additional information, but didn't give them very clear guidance on what that information was, so they're kind of in a holding pattern right now. But they're really hoping at some point late summer that they will get FAA approval or approval with conditions. So how do we have the current airport contours that we have today? So they've been in place since the 90s, and they resulted in some settling of some cases. Especially when American Airlines had their hub here. There were some reverse condemnation cases that basically said the noise from this airport has devalued the property of my land, but yet you didn't purchase it. So they actually never made it to court. There was some settling that occurred. They settled any cases from 55 on up. That's really important. So 55 is what they use as their benchmark to settle.
That's decibels, not the highway.
Yes. Thank you, decibels. So they use that kind of as their benchmark for settling. And then the end result of that was the creation of the noise contour map that we use today.
That's based on 65.
Correct. And when they did it, they based theirs off, if we had our ultimate build out of all our runways, all of our terminals, this is what those contours will be. Now what has happened since the 90s? Airport technology has changed. Some stark differences. Well, not only are airplanes quieter, but airplane they're approaching, it used to be this really long flight path. They can come in at sharper angles now. They can take off at sharper angles. So that's why you'll see it's kind of like this little mushroomy shape kind of at the end of each runway, the black lines of runways. So there's some changes in technology. Well, they also don't have to have the distance that they used to have between planes. So it's kind of like a plane would land, get out of the way, and the next plane. So you had pauses. So if you think of sound waves, it's definitely, it had peaks and valleys. Well, now they can stack them and bring them on in. So these big valleys you used to have, they're not really existing anymore. So you're ending up with more of a solid peak with little tinier kind of valleys, longer peaks, especially not so much us per se, but understanding this is federal guidance that's used, but the major hubs in Houston, Atlanta, they are now receiving significant complaints. While the noise may be not as loud, it is more frequent, and because of that, it becomes more bothersome. Right. So there is actually, at the federal level, potential changes as to what is going to be defined as the sensitive, non-sensitive boundary. And they're really looking at using 50 or 55 as that new boundary. And because of that action that's taking place, and because of the settlement cases they have, they do not plan on changing their contours at all. So what they have in place today, they plan to keep. There has been no formal vote. I will say that, but that is the direction at this point in time. We are going to consider monitoring it. I will say that. I am also working with Raleigh. They're monitoring it. Two of us are heavily impacted by the outcome of these contours. The map on the previous screen, I worked with actually the city of Raleigh. We were having conversations, and it's something they put together as part of our conversations. So what does this mean to us? I think it's kind of the next step. We are happy to facilitate. If you want more technical answers, if you will, or technical information, Martha and I are happy to facilitate meetings. We can go over to the airport and meet with them. And they can explain it probably in much better detail than I. I tried to give it my version of what my understanding is, but we can do that. So that's kind of one thing. Other thing is they do not regulate uses. FAA doesn't regulate our uses either for the most part. Some caveats to that. The FAA, within you're in a certain area, they do have to approve all uses. So, for example, if we had a heavy industrial facility that generated a lot of waste through smoke pipes, they may prohibit it in this area because on a low ceiling day, there's nowhere for that the smoke to dissipate, and then it will impede the ability for airplanes to land. So there are some use caveats. What they do regulate is they do regulate height. Clearly we can't have a skyscraper located at the outlet mall because that is right in a direct flight path. And so height, they do have that. But outside of that, we don't. It is more of an understanding of what we will and will not do. And we create the formal regulations through the adoption of the code to say what can and cannot go anywhere. So do we have the ability to follow the new contours? Yes. I'm not saying Kerry's going to do it, not saying Raleigh's going to do it, but does each jurisdiction have the right to do it? Yes, we do. Only caution is to put a lot of thought into it. Clearly the airport would oppose us doing that. I said to a couple of people I know last night while we're eating dinner, and that runway where American, flies out of, not Southwest, but Terminal 2, that one's the more active one. That's the one that they're shifting, making longer to help get more international flights in. So that was the flight path we were under really last time we were to the Baby Moon. Or the airplanes, obviously. When we had the ribbon cutting ceremony at McCrimmon, there's a section where the mayor stopped speaking, to allow the plane to pass. So that's what I would caution you. Just because we can, the question is, should we? Not really asking for an answer. This is just more information of what we can and can't do.
I'll just add that Courtney is on the RDU Vision 2040 Technical Advisory, and I'm on the Policy Advisory, and I have a meeting, my next meeting with that group is February 27th. It is my expectation that they're going to sort of ask that group to sort of endorse the whole RDU Vision 2040 plan. I can also tell you, how do I nicely say this? I don't think it's going to make a hill of beans of difference if we approve it or not. They have intentions of taking this forward and implementing it. I mean, I'm just being candid there. But depending on how you want to proceed, I don't know that we will or won't be talking about noise contours at this meeting, that I could bring you back information. I just don't know that answer, but just additional information for this conversation.
So when you say use these contours, you mean allow different uses?
I mean, we regulate the uses. When we made a conscious effort, policy-wise, at some point in the town, that we would follow the recommended guidance from the FAA and the RDU Airport Authority.
Courtney, are we, what, does our UDO point to a generic 65 decibel line or these lines on the map, regardless of what the decibel level is?
If you look at this map over here, we take that, we've overlaid it on our zoning map, and so we've created a layer of our zoning, all understanding how we got there. It was a 65 line that we used, decibel line, but it's basically creates an overlay. It's an overlay district, zoning district.
Right, I mean, is someone going to come and say, well, I'm going to build in here because 65 is over near 40 now?
No, because our zoning district is tied to our zoning ordinance. This is the line we use.
Okay. So we don't really have to call it a 65 decibel line. It could be called the airport overlay noise line.
And that is actually what it is called. We have literally Floating District Airport Overlay A and Floating District Airport Overlay B. We just have all said that we created it using this 65 decibel contour line.
And we've allowed exceptions in there already, A and B both.
Correct. So and some of the exceptions I'm going to use, I know I've been asked by more than one person. So in Perimeter Park, there are industrial flex buildings. Industrial flex are designed to be flexible. That's what they are. Well, if somebody leases out 2 out of the 10 tenant spaces to a church, the use is still industrial flex. So, we have not enforced, those types of things because they're usually temporary until they have enough money and they move on to a larger facility. That said, if that church then wanted to take over the entire building, it becomes a change of more than 50%. And so there's some other stuff that comes along those lines.
Sorry.
She said. That's why there's a church off of airport. I mean, a church using a flex space off of airport.
That's why a church is using flex space.
Gotcha.
Now, the other church that's out there has been there long before these rules. There's some homes out on the airport that were there long before we ever. They can expand, and if they burst down, they have a short window to rebuild before they cannot rebuild again.
Were we allowed, I think it was Montessori, or was it Cedar Forks, and then Wake Tech, did they get an exemption so you could put a school inside of it?
We don't, so universities aren't restricted. It's a Wake Tech, college and university, so Wake Tech gets that exclusion. And then for the Montessori, they are in the B, so they had to do some additional sound attenuation in their facility.
And then that satisfied the requirement.
Yes, sir.
Okay, behind them is the apartment complex.
Correct. Yeah, because that's all that same boundary where we just used it before.
So what would happen if someone came to you and wanted to do kind of non-permitted use in that area? Would it a non-star, a rezoning, or
I would tell them it's a non-permitted use in that district.
What if someone wanted to build a school?
I would tell them it's a non-permitted use in the district.
Good try now.
I know, that's right.
I think with how you've explained it, it's reasonable to keep the lines where they are.
So, moving on, so this is where a little while ago we all asked the question about the land use plan and the transportation plan. And now that I've given you information on here are the rules, but we can change them up, I'm going to ask y'all some questions now. So we have the McCrimmon Extension Development Guide. The map on the screen, there's also one on the wall if you want to take a closer look at it. But the one on the screen is pulled directly out of this guide. And it was a general guidance report. Doesn't have a lot of meat to it, if you will. There's a general guidance report as to when we built McCrimmon Parkway, kind of what should have happened in that area. All the landowners were involved in the process. And really what came out of that was that you would have probably primarily industrial uses, but then around key intersections is where we would start looking at some higher end commercial, some more mix of uses. We have scenario planning for both 54 and McCrimmon Parkway as well as a transportation plan. And what scenario planning is, says if you have basically these types of uses, what impact is it going to have on your road network? So, I've just given you the spiel of why it's probably a bad idea to change our noise contours, but I've also kind of given you the spiel as to why you technically can. So through scenario planning, if you want us to start taking a look at what if we, at these key nodes, allow mixed-use development that have apartments in it, we can feed that into the scenario to see what impact it has. So if it's just all industrial and commercial, this is what the impact to our road is. Okay. Now if we add some heavy, more intense residential, kind of some selected key areas, what is that impact? And if you want to throw in any other kind of big, broad type, it's like commercial uses, mixed uses, into that, we can do that too. We have the option to do two alternatives in addition to kind of what the base is out there. So my question to you is, what would you like to take a look at? It can do two things. One, if we do look at amending the land use plan, we can use the information to help guide that. Two, we need to go through and probably rezone portions of the McCrimmon Extension. We know what the right-of-way is now. We can rezone it based off the guidance report. Probably put business activity centers, kind of the intersections, leave the desk industrial, something along those lines, have that process. Or we can again feed scenarios and then use that to feed what we should rezone. Because I think what we don't want is for us to build a road, all these applications start coming at us to build different things, these different rezoning requests, and we have not gone out and done a really good job of seeing what the true impact is to the community.
Are you talking about just analyzing the traffic impact?
I'm going to have Ben explain a little more. This is where it gets more technical.
Yeah. So for the transportation plan, we are doing the scenario planning that Courtney was talking about is focused in on the traffic. We're really just looking at what's out there and and looking at a couple different type of build out scenarios, let's call them, and see what those effects what that would do to the traffic out there, to the road network, based on some data we already have. What we can also do with scenario planning, which is where we would be getting into more of whether it's a land use plan update or small area plan even, you can also with scenario planning look at other things and look at more of a land use side thing as well, where you can plug in different, you can do suitability analyses, so you can come up with suitability factors, one of which, so for like the airport overlay, you could do a suitability factor with noise and do some scenario planning with that. So there's a transportation aspect of it, but to really, I think this may be where Courtney was getting a little bit, to really build off of the development guide that we have, there probably needs to be some more detailed land use work done as well. And that's where we're going to be getting into more of either a small area plan or a land use plan update.
I think we could look and say we made all of the McCrimmon Extension all mixed use. I mean, we can get an idea, but really, for better use of the term, it's kind of blows up the road network. When we can get that, and then we can say, okay, when we do feed with the land use side, we'd say that's probably not the direction we want to go. But if we were able to put a couple of different little scenarios in there and say, they all seem to have the same impact on the road network, that could say, well, we can really explore some options. There aren't really any that are potentially off the table.
Are you thinking about doing like a financial impact too?
And we've talked about that in the past in the planning department. That would be more along the lines of a small area plan or even a land use plan. The other thing that I was going to mention too is just that I think we need to be cognizant of is how quickly this road project is moving along. And as Courtney said, as soon as that road is open, we're probably going to get a lot more applications in looking to develop it. And so we are coming, I think, we are coming up to potentially a break point of if we wait too much longer, it may be too late to do some of this before we start getting these requests in.
I think it's better.
Just two quick comments. I think a couple weeks or months ago we talked about the east-west connector.
It was not removed off this plan.
Okay. Was it the entire length of it or just the part, I'll say, east of McCrimmon?
Just the part east.
Okay, all right. And the second part, I thought we had done a McCrimmon small area plan already.
We did a guidance report. We did not do a plan.
Okay.
There was not enough funding to do a full-blown plan.
I don't remember it being that much more detailed, except that there were pictures of what the intersections would look like and the, things like that. But
there are. I mean, like I said, I could take this and say industrial and then put business activity centers. At each apex, maybe we can do that, or at each intersection.
But you feel a kind of an official small area plan would be a separate effort, what you're talking about, the transportation piece of it, or is it all kind of the same?
It would need to be a separate effort. It could build off of the transportation piece, but the land use specific piece would need to be a separate effort. The folks we have on board that are doing our transportation plan are really transportation people, so they wouldn't necessarily have the expertise to do some of the land use specific.
I know we talked about an overall, we have the land use plan and then the zoning map, or plan that kind of went hand in hand back in '09. Is this does it make sense to do kind of to go forward with this one because it's a little more urgent?
It could,
or
as long as
should it be
you
done
then
with the
put
bigger
this
one?
one in with it. So,
This is a morning retreat.
That were all.
Before you move on, can I make one comment about this though? I think it's really critical and important that we're looking at this area very closely. This is the last biggest piece of property in the town of Morrisville to be developed, and I think we need to be real careful and maximize what we can out of this area, and that's why I asked about the financial impact. Clearly the transportation piece is equally as important, but to understand how we can maximize and get the best we can out of this area, I think is going to be good.
I've heard numbers of 300 million worth of taxable opportunity in that corridor, but I agree with Liz. I mean, I think that this is a good opportunity for us to be proactive and make sure that we are doing everything we can to make sure once the road is built that we're ready to get these applications rather than waiting.
So I'm going to ask this terrible financial question. Could we build a school there that would not give us any taxes?
All right, so now I have to talk because I will tell you this. Is when we were looking at school placement in Morrisville, when you were talking about the NC 147, and I mentioned to you I was talking to the woman at Wake County that does all the property and land acquisition, and I can't pull her name back right now.
Park.
Thank you. They have already looked at this area. it's not a viable area for them. Land topography, because I asked the question. And that doesn't mean we couldn't go back and ask, but I did ask some of those questions. And they were only looking at a very high level, and the fact that it was an airport overlay interest, I mean, they knew that going into the analysis, so it was very high level. But I've at least asked that question before, so.
So it's important that our public knows also that we've asked the question, because we get asked the question every day, why can't we get a high school or middle school in Morrisville? So we've got to make that a little more transparent to people, that this area, if it's not suitable, that it's already been evaluated by the schools.
But the guy, like when I had this appraiser who were working for that, like the special use, Mr. Stevens has 170 acres in this area. So they say, like, not to say like in the 170 acres, Parker could find acres.
Well, and again, this was a very high-level, informal, I don't want to say off-the-record conversation, but this wasn't.
No, I'm not saying
that. But I at least, at this point in this conversation, you know, I think you should at least know that they had already done some looking as part of their normal processes at the school in this area.
But did they go to Courtney and she said, no, it's in the airport overlay district?
No.
No.
Okay, I mean, they didn't get that message as a, that
Ms. Parker has access and does all of that on her own and looks at the topo. She's doing all of that on her own.
But wouldn't someone have looked at this and said, no, it's airport overlay, I can't put a school there? I mean, I would think that if I was doing due diligence and came across, you know, I'd just move on. But the fact of the matter is, maybe we can.
And again, that is definitely another conversation that we can have. But
we'd have to have that sooner rather than later, because people are going to want to build other stuff there.
Right.
Which is why I raise it now. So is it something we want a scenario built in, you know, that would offer commercial?
well, and then you go back to what Courtney's already told you. Even if you can, do you want to?
Right, and I don't know that you want to.
Kids playing outside.
A school necessarily in Lake, you know, the north, even if it's 55. So,
I mean, Courtney and I could certainly Courtney's much more eloquent on all the factors that get involved in those than my informal question or conversation with Ms. Parker on the phone when we were really talking about a different area of town.
I think would the council like to give staff direction to at least investigate it more this time? I think that's a low-hanging fruit. It's good to have that answer.
well, I don't know. We'd say, hey, you know, the 65 is closer to 40, but it's not official, and we're really not going to change our line at all. But you all want to put a school there? I mean,
It'd be good to know if we wanted to, and then we just sort of ask our citizens what they think.
No, citizens is very low in the chain because the guy has to sell first.
Well, this is Wake County's decision.
Yeah,
I understand what he's saying is our citizens, of course, are going to say we want a high school here.
Yeah.
That's what every one of us is going to say.
It's just between the Wake County and the Stevens. Do they want a handshake there?
So, I do think that the first question is going to be, how do you feel about the noise overlay related to a school discussion?
That's something if school has that thing in their criteria, they'll push back. Let's put it to them that it is available if you want, and if they have that, it will affect their quality of kids standards, and they say, hey, 55 is not acceptable to our kids, because they will be, most of the high schools are like 3-story or 4-story buildings.
And it's not the height. So what it has to do with too is, and this gets to the frequency.
Yes.
So, take the train, it runs by, we just turn our heads and we keep on going. But how, I mean, 2 trains have gone by. Imagine if a train has been going the entire time, and not just Amtrak, freight. We would have heard that constant noise the entire time in here. So it's that constant exposure which serves as a distraction, which then impacts the kids' learning. That's what the studies say as a general thing, is it's not the out on the playground, them yelling and carrying on. I'm sure the decibel levels with the kids out there is probably much greater than any airplane, plane. It has to do with the chronic background noise, and there's been studies that say it impacts kids. I am not saying that I will not make a phone call. I mean, if y'all want me to make a phone call, I am more than happy to do so. But we may end up getting the same response, because even if we are willing to change our regulations to make an exception for a high school or something, they might not be willing as the county then change their criteria.
Noise was just one of the factors. It was.
I studied near where the plane slammed it. Okay, it didn't bother me. I'm just telling, not that it doesn't. And also to say where this property is, it's a little away from the path. Where it's even though it is less than a mile, but it's not in the path where it is.
Correct. I mean, there are, clearly a dip between the two, runways.
Yeah, so and it's it's obviously their take. They want to say yes or no. We clearly asked, and we'll end the topic there.
Yeah, we will go ask again.
Yeah, that's it.
So Courtney and I can do that as a joint, at least to gather some more information.
That's all it is.
So each of those red circles, you're saying that if we want to have another little Grace Park there or something like that, we need to take action to let that happen. Otherwise, it's not going to.
I think at this point, and I'll move on to kind of the quick next slide too, is we need to take a look at the red circles, and then we need to take a look at this area that includes the area that we're sitting in now, but all of this kind of Watkins Road area, and do some serious land use planning here to guide what we really want to occur in these areas. Both of these areas are getting ready to open up. And so we can say now, let's just take some preliminary feedback. Let's see how it impacts transportation. That's kind of the first thing. See if we want. We can. There's a mixed use. It was mixed use classification, right? The classification mixed use. It includes residential. It's not saying we're adding residential. It's saying we can just evaluate what the potential impact is on the roads. There's an office criteria. There's some pretty broad-based criteria that we can feed into the model to see what impact, if any. We may find that mixed use is the worst option that we can put in these areas for our road network. We may find it's the best option. So I think at this point it's giving us general guidance of what you would like to see us kind of put along McCrimmon. And it's really just kind of along McCrimmon. That's where the model's pulling information on. Kind of along some of the McCrimmon along in this section too. And so we can feed the model to help guide kind of the next step.
I have no problem with it.
Do you want staff to just make our best guesses of things that can kind of occur or should occur in the absence of any zoning?
So, I'm trying to figure, are you asking us for the approval to go ahead and perform a small area plan study so that we are more sophisticated in our thoughtfulness for this land,
Kind of 2 points. So one, give me ideas, just in absence of rules, what you would like to potentially see us study for the model. So that's kind of one, and that's a good answer that we need today. The other one is food for thought. We are going to get answers for that. Then do you want us to take the answers from that and do our best case, take staff, absence of a financial, analysis, absent of robust public participation, online survey, and all that. And we can go and rezone this area, come up with what we think is the best recommended plan, and kind of narrow it down all internally. Or you're willing, as part of next year's budget, to allocate funding, and that's not the answer I need now. But are you willing to at least consider potentially allocating funding to do land use plan studies for these 2 areas so that we can feed the correct information? Understanding that we have a very short window to prepare that plan to beat development.
So we know Wake Tech is on one side. We know the Wake Competition Center is going to be in this area. So restaurants and, hotels and stuff like that is potentially a complementary kind of business to both of those.
And we have a chance to. We've learned so much up to now to build that part of the town right with all of the complementary uses and just make it such a newer looking part of the area. I mean, I think we should be proactive about this.
Do you want to keep, this is our industrial, so do you want to, I would talk about, kind of layering, who will. So, you have the road and then you kind of have one layer. And those would be the ones that are the most aesthetically pleasing type that are going to be the complementary to us. Do you want us to take another layer back and say that's industrial? Or do you just want to say industrial is on the airport portion, the international extension only? And that's going to be our industrial corridor, and we're going to pull up more commercial, traditional commercial type uses. Those are the things, that you kind of have to put thoughts in. Is it just the nodes that you want, kind of these mixed uses, these higher end uses, and the rest remains the industrial?
Not me. No. Industrial is not our best financial revenue stream. There are better uses. Again, all within balance, but I think there's an opportunity to have a real good mix of uses.
What about medical center or something? Is that a commercial?
I think commercial O&I restaurant, those kind of things.
You name the uses y'all like, and we will find a category that fits.
Yeah.
Because I'm not kidding, the categories are like this long and.
We are at a desert a little bit for a larger medical facility.
And do you want more office park,
Well,
like
they-
more perimeter
they-
direction?
Yes, put that on my
Competitions.
I want that.
They
Sure.
Go down the street.
At the nodes, I think the great job, like more Grace Park type development.
So I'm hearing hotels, restaurants, complementary uses to Wake Tech, Wake Competition Center, medical, office park, and Grace Parks. Those are the potpourri. And I know I heard one or two no ways for the industrial. Is that a consensus?
There's so much space. I think industrial fits well there.
Can you show us the industrial? How much on the map? How much is industrial?
Small
Everything
storage.
that's this blank purple
You
color
don't
you
want
see here?
like
All
storage
that's
area
industrial.
there. How about too big?
I think we got a lot of industrial.
The base scenario will have.
The industrial?
The
That's
industrial,
right.
so-
Base scenario does use this.
So
Thank
these
you
are
for the
two.
reminder.
So we're talking about two additional scenarios on top of the base. So the base scenario will be a
Today.
combination of our existing zoning and the development guide, and then we're looking at two additional scenarios if we were to change the planning for this area.
So do you then want us, when I ask that little question, we can do one that's these kind of general categories you just gave me, and then we can add another one that includes residential, if you're just curious as to what it does.
Yes.
And then what type of residential do you want that to be? That falls into the multifamily, it falls into they have medium lot, large lot residential, medium lot residential, and small lot residential. Those are some other categories.
I would say medium or large lot residential would be my preference.
What is ideal in front of schools, like Wake Tech? What is,
Well, Wake Tech's a commuter school.
Yeah.
So you do want the complementary uses like the restaurants, the kids can go grab lunch and, coffee shops so they can study, or, those are,
But kind
but
of
you gotta
more of a
understand it's commuter
multifamily
schools.
where they can, they can live and study.
What about affordable housing?
So the model doesn't, it's lot size, so
Right.
it doesn't
It's not
take
gonna
that
give
into
us
it.
that granularity, will it?
It's not about
They have it by right.
things like that.
So-
So
traffic.
Yeah, but just, I mean, keep in mind, commuter school, like Texas commuter. So, I mean, yes, there can be apartments. You know, we can always go to some of the, you know, North Wake campus, and I can always take a look. I drove by it not that long ago. I feel like it's out in the middle of nowhere.
I think
But,
some apartments near a
couple
college is important for the
They won't afford it, they won't be able to afford it.
Well, your TOD area is proximate to the Wake County campus.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And yeah, and you do have Carrington,
Yeah, that is,
you have
they
park
can, they can
apartments,
walk
and the
this
permanent park
one way there.
apartments that are both,
So
I mean,
food needs to.
Couldn't we look at other areas, since it's close to the TOD, maybe looking at some, I mean, before we make decisions, you know, sort of looking at sort of the type of development and range of uses. Because TOD typically will promote certain types of.
TOD did have a very, you know, one of the major components of it was a financial analysis. You know, really it's, you know, what could you build there? So that one, and that's, I think there was one with the town center as well initially, but those are really the only two. There's the component. That component was not part of the big land use plan. I mean, yes, you can do, if we're focusing it, if I'm understanding your question correctly, you know, we can do the financial component as part of like a small area plan that includes this entire area. And we could even go down and take a look at TOD and make sure it's being, you know, appropriately captured as part of it.
But it's really the market that's going to drive it and decide what goes there.
Yeah, so you use the you know, you take these financial analysis to help guide your land use. And then you'll take, you know, the market study, you know, what can go there, I mean, what's the demand. But at the end of the day, the market is going to drive it. You're just going to use that information to best feed your guidance policies as to what could go there so that you're avoiding uses that could potentially impact.
So I'd just like to point out, like, each of these circles might end up with a CVS across from a Wells Fargo, across from a Walgreens. Each corner might be that, and a gas station. So, I mean, that might be what we end up with instead of a Grace Park.
Right, so we have to be thoughtful about that.
Yeah, I don't want that.
But we can't really just stop it.
And we don't want a bunch of mini storages that are going in industrial zone.
Throw them all out.
So I guess my first question for you, do you want us to throw in a scenario that includes residential?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Do you want to have it a mix of multifamily and a mix of medium lot, small lot? I mean, I can't do it so much because it goes along the road. So it's not like I can say, this area here is apartments, this area here is going to be. We kind of need to say, maybe this bulk would be this type, this bulk of the road would be this.
So the model is just along the roadway? It's
The
not
model
the
is
lots
along the
that are
roadway.
behind it.
It's within how many feet?
We can dictate that a little bit. So, I mean, we can do a fairly wide corridor, but like I said, probably not the entire area. So, I would say probably no more than, you know, maybe 2,000 feet, half mile on either side of the corridor.
But tell me your big ones then. I mean, if there's their consensus of what you really think, you know, not a potpourri of housing, clear and distinct uses.
I don't think, what are we talking about right now? We're talking about,
What about this one? We can do, well, let's go back. That's kind of done by that. Let's talk to this one, and we can talk the other one. So we can put, say, small lot residential at one, and multifamily on the other, you know, if you wanted to do something like that.
One thing we can do that may make it a little bit, may make the decision a little bit easier for council too is, you know, if you sort of let staff look at it and we can use our best judgment to really look at sort of what we would consider maybe a most conservative or worst case, what would generate the most traffic. And that would at least then let you know, okay, if we just cram whatever we can into, this is the worst it could be. As you crank it back, use bigger lots, houses, different type of houses, you know it would be less. And then if we move forward into a potential land use plan for this area, we could look at that more in depth. But at least from the transportation side, really, I think all we're looking for is, you know, what's the worst case, you know, how bad could the road actually get? And then we can always crank it back knowing that that means the road won't get that bad. So we don't I don't know that we necessarily need a ton of granularity at the transportation part, but if we move forward into more of a land use study, we'll need to get a lot more granular.
Before we did this bond, I thought that just one lane each direction was going to be sufficient for a while. And now that we have 2 lanes each direction, I thought that this is actually helping the rest of the transportation plan. We don't think that this is going to be bad at all.
It shouldn't be, but again, that was all based off of the Triangle Regional Model and sort of our existing plans, which are all from 2009 timeframe,
Okay.
with the development guide being from 2012. So this is, part of the transportation plan update. Part of this exercise will be just to update those assumptions. The model that we use has gotten a lot better from the transportation side of things, the regional model. It's gotten a lot better at diverting trips and stuff. So I certainly don't expect it to, I think you could probably throw almost anything in there, and I don't necessarily think the road would completely become a parking lot. But there probably will be a certain level where you could see some definitive degradation, or maybe up to 2045 it would be fine, but after that it could start degrading even worse and hitting us towards needing a 6-lane road there.
Okay.
That's a lot of flying cars. So.
Yes, use your best judgment.
Can we drive those cars, flying cars?
Best judgment it is. And so we will get that information going and kind of fed the need for really evaluating this. It's going to be the same scenario, just different area of why we need to take a look at it.
That second area, I think that apartments and stuff would, in a small lot, would probably be more appropriate there, because there's not as much space.
Well,
Just my 2 cents on that one.
okay. So next is the town center plan. Just a way of background, the plan was adopted in 2007, and we have had significant changes in the town center since that time. So for example, you have the area near the Hindu Society of North Carolina. It has one little parcel identified as institutional. Reality is they're building a campus. They have purchased several parcels along Kimball limits and several parcels along their other boundary, and it's not really recognized in this plan very well. We have the Civil War Park. We have a direction that has clearly narrowed down based off the Stoudemire rezoning case. We have other areas like the Greenbelt Park. That's really not part of our park system as we've moved forward. That really happened through the adoption of the Town Center Code in 2010. The property owner was 100% against having his land identified as any form of a park. And the council at the time agreed that the Town Center overlay that I talked about earlier would not even apply to this area. Of course, we have the DFI. That's feeding in lots of new information with a completely different template as to what will take place near the main street. So we're at the point now we need to talk about how to modify the plan itself. And the reason this is important is if you start to continue moving forward and you fully embrace the DFI model, that can be used to help overlay some of what we're going to do here. But if somebody comes in for a parcel to rezone it or to build it, and we have not memorialized the DFI plan through either zoning or land use plan, then we may not be able to capture that through private development. So we want to make sure that anything that we put investments into as the town, we can capture equal investments through private development, but we have to have a plan in place and write appropriate regulations to do so. So this is kind of taking a look at the plan. We can do this by updating the whole entire plan itself, or now I've really talked about 3 areas of town that are significant that need to be updated. So do we really now say to ourselves, is this just not a town-wide land use plan update? some heavier emphasis and focus on the 3 areas that we have talked about. But again, this can happen in many different variations. It can be from in-house, this is some tweaking, so we can match whatever y'all choose to do with DFI, or it can be as large as a comprehensive land use plan for the entire town, and this is just a segment of it. So you really don't need a whole lot of feedback there, it's just a little more information for y'all. Next is historic preservation. So we have done a lot of great things in the town. We have a history center with these great videos that you can come watch. There's like mini videos and longer videos. We've had several different events. We have historic preservation as in several houses. We talked about one earlier today. And we've had some guest lecture series. Well, looking back at the cost of some of these events with regards to the attendance, you know, we are spending, like the 150th anniversary event, you know, cost about $4,000, and we estimate that maybe there was about 500 people that attended the event. Whereas we have, and I don't know the cost of these, but you have thousands that attend Spring Fest, 4th of July. So just, it's a lot of energy and effort that are going into these events with extremely low turnout. So really our recommendation moving forward is continue to do the preservation of the homes, the key ones that we have left in the town. Still an important value, but we're going to turn, instead of having history events, that into education. And because education, we make an investment into signs, and here is a map of the town center walking loop. The cost of ordering those signs is the same exact cost as a one-day event. So we've ordered the signs. It's a matter of once the sidewalk projects are complete, they can be installed. We can then get brochures. We can start marketing these with, you know, history is an important component of the school system. They can come down, they can use it. It can be more self-paced. We're not getting people here. We can put the information out there and make it available. We've talked about tying it in with QR codes, that we can get some small videos that will go along as you stop along the way. So it's not even reading. There may be some type of oral history or something else that will go along. So that is, you know, the recommendation that is coming out of the planning department is we are going to reprogram. But before we really start doing that, I needed to have a better understanding of how important are these big history events that we've had. You know, not to say that, you know, at the 200-year anniversary we wouldn't have another big one, but, you know, the 151, we did one then. It was estimated 100 people turned out. You know, and so that's several $1,000s for 100 people. You know, not the best use. So how do y'all feel on retargeting our tax dollars and our energy?
I'd be fine with it.
Yeah,
I think we're shifting. Our whole demographic as a town is shifting too. It's important to remember history, but we don't have to have necessarily an event. I can't see another one needed in the next couple of years. To invest in that QR and kind of a walking loop where we let people self-pace is a great idea. There's many complementary things. You could have like web information links and all sorts of stuff, and that could engage and generate excitement without having the overhead burden of hiring singers, hiring a speaker, doing, you know, and see how that goes for maybe a year or two, and then reevaluate.
We don't want to rule out, I mean, you know, like we might have a special event or two, or have a, you know, Ernest Dollar come back if he wants to do a lecture, but I think retargeting the tax dollars for this kind of thing is a better long-term use of it.
And it's not, you know, I'm not saying we will never have another event. I'm saying these are very targeted events, not annual things.
Yeah.
Just very targeted, very limited, for very specific occasions, and making sure that we can then build on the other things that are happening in the area, so we're tying in to other big events that may be taking place, and we're not just running our own isolated event.
And we still have the county do special events and cultural events through our Parks and Recreation program, which is probably where this is probably better placed anyways.
I like a walking loop. I think that's a self-guided walking loop. I think this is a good idea.
Okay, well, that was my last one.
Courtney, on this walking with, if the Stottlemyre property develops as we think it will, I would maybe advocate for getting people on the greenway up to the overlook, having another one of these signs there. And I guess it'll be, they're actually going to pay for this.
Yeah, they do have to pay for some wayfinding as well as some of these little smaller signs like this as well. So that would be integrated. And then, kind of taking it one step further, y'all are going to hear about the Active Kids Strategic Plan. I'm going to put a plug in for it right now. As you know, one of the things for that is educational things like this tied to our greenway system. So, I think this is just going to be the first wave of many that you'll see implementing different things and different strategies to get residents out and about and moving.
Can I just do one follow-up?
Yeah.
I thought you had said like an hour ago that we needed to make a decision today about a land use plan update. Did I misunderstand? Or
It's been rumbling.
I said, well, you kind of asked the question that I was going to build on the different options. There's a couple of options in there that will be put into the budget and the decisions to be made as part of the budget process. I've given you rationale, for why I'll be making certain requests.
But some are very timely. We have to not just ponder them. Like the McCrimmon one is a timely decision.
But I think we've gotten the very important stuff that we had to have today, which is the scenario planning. So that is going to be the first step. But yeah, big thought of the directions that we need to go. I just don't have big magic numbers like Rick does when it comes to skill.
All right, well, we're ready to take a break. We'll be back at 3:30, and then we'll hit our last major subject, and then we're going to break for closed session after that. All right.
No, Carolina lost 77-62.
Wow, they got their butts kicked.
Yeah, they did. Because Miami is like what was their?
Are they ranked pretty high?
No, not as high as Carolina. Carolina's like 19-3, and they were like 16-8 or something like that.
Were they ranked?
77-62. Carolina lost.
Were they ranked though?
No.
Miami wasn't ranked?
Excuse me. But somebody was injured on Carolina's team and wasn't playing today, too.
Penson.
There we go.
He wasn't.
Yeah, I think the Morrisville beat the Morrisville Clippers 29-12. That's my son's game, so I was excited.
Started going bad because Courtney mentioned they age like in June.
11 and 12-year-old league, and they evidently didn't feel like they needed windows on a west-facing window.
I asked yesterday, I said, did they not have shade?
Well, it's all the tree plantings that we required that weren't yet evergreens.
Lord have mercy.
Okay, because it was Courtney's name.
Well, I was going to say, I'll blame Mr. Mariner. He took them all down a long time ago.
That's true, he did. He sure did.
They're slicing it. Yeah, 542.
Well, if Courtney hadn't taken stand I had to apologize for my bluntness.
Those were daggers coming from her eyes.
I had to apologize for my bluntness.
Don't ever ask to come work in my department, ever.
Don't worry, I won't. I'm good.
I'll recruit you for crap assignments now.
I'm good where I am. Thank you.
I mean, you only have another hour.
No. You got everything done. So.
What time was I supposed to end?
I tipped my hat to you. 3:20. So you're right on schedule.
I beat it by 2 minutes.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I know you did. I mean, you've had
You got
longer.
everything done.
last
So-
night to go back.
Well, you know, I didn't think it was going to take that long, to be honest.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to be much faster.
Yeah,
It's just the first couple of ones.
So they don't have
that
any
were-
plans to have it done by the time they open up the building?
No, they will. They'll have at least the
Yeah,
first.
the airport one.
I mean, I'm just looking at all black.
Oh, it's gonna be harder.
Well, that's what they're doing for their
Okay.
So,
This is better. This is better.
yeah. So they're 4 lane.
You gotta come back.
Which is why we don't have 2 lane blacktop. They're 4 lane around. And then they're gonna do the 2 lane blacktop year for year. I don't know. This front section will, this second section maybe. More than likely it will, because they'll have paving on the market, they'll take sense to do it all at once. But there could be a potential that this is okay.
Yeah, well, he sat here and stood back in the circle.
From our standpoint,
I was looking at my phone, I'm like, what are we gonna get this? He's not even, he just had, he has one outstanding, I just think about it.
I just can't decide about food.
I think that's Southport. Is there going to be proposed to be completely both ways through if there's enough?
no, we're actually, one of the things that we'll see when we come back is this section that probably is going to go away, because this is a complete 50-foot swath, and these buildings used it to put spoil and stuff, so this section really isn't buildable, and it doesn't. That section where.
That's the one they're looking to finish. If there's enough. And if there isn't, I wonder how much.
Yeah, and we're gonna do it as a. Yes.
Yeah. If there's already traffic.
Yeah, so we'll be doing that section as a bid adult, and so we'll have, even if we don't build it, we'll have a bid price, so Gary Huntington's gonna talk about the time about, you know, it's over the contract, we could bring in the pricing, we could so excited.
So you have to be done with us? I mean,
Get a letter, is that?
she's gotta come back and see you.
The potential single sections are here, there's one in here, here, and not the single one. The only single that's
Such a quick weekend.
Recover. Well, tomorrow I'm taking a full day.
and a single purposefully set up. We have just pulled everything.
So used to working out, I don't work out anymore. I want to work out, give my body more than the rest.
Cycle. Convention, 5 minutes, the entire presentation.
No, I'll get through it in 3.
3.
You missed the game, Mark, so what are you in a rush for?
I'm kind of glad I missed the game.
Yeah, well, I know. We would have probably both been yelling at the TV. I could hear my husband and my son.
It sounded like they were losing from the get-go and never caught up.
Alright, so definitely we gotta get it right.
I'll handle each section and
But I mean, I'm gonna put signs.
essentially transit, we don't know.
Transit,
Transit, we don't know. Affordable housing, we have a goal for it.
My goal is always.
DOT funding, we're getting lots.
Okay.
Amy, don't let me forget, we have to get Jerry's presentation.
You need the, I got the Campo book out in my car if you need. You need that?
No.
Ogden's talking infrastructure base.
If you really want to speed up council meetings, you could just start having us do Pecha Kucha. Have you ever heard of that?
Is that a Pokemon?
No, it's a style presentation. Like
different groups that started doing them, but
She did
essentially
not tell me specifically what it was about. She just
slide
said
deck
that
running
we would
and
stick with something to the end. She probably did.
you have, like, I think it's
She probably talked to her,
3 or
talked to
6
you,
minutes
talked
to
to
get
her.
through your slide deck. So
Do we wanna
generally
add it to one of
15 to
these?
30 seconds to slide, you
Yeah.
set it, and you set it running automatically.
Yeah, we wanna add it to
and you
that
just have to get through it.
We'll
and,
add it quickly.
so we've done it I've seen it done at some trainings I've been to, and it's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah.
But it definitely
Do I have like 5 more minutes?
have to just hit the high points and keep moving.
Okay,
I
so
don't know about you, when I see the PowerPoint go up there, I try to see the count on the slide, and I'm either like, oh God, 44 slides. And then you check the pace of the person. You guys did a good one, a couple of weeks ago, or a meeting or so ago, where there were a lot of slides, but you guys went through them, and that was fine. But it's like, this is going to take forever. He's taking 10 minutes per slide.
Yeah. You always hate it when you get the presenters and feel like they have to read through every single thing on the slide.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I can read.
And then they have to talk for another 5 minutes after they finish it.
No.
I'm trying to get them all in the same spot.
You'll end up having like 5 minutes. Fine with me. What? Fine with me. Not for a long time.
Okay. Man, we folks are to get out early.
No questions, okay? Hey, Michael, favor, please don't ask more questions, we can go early.
I'm not going to ask any questions around
This is TOD, okay?
Yeah, just hold that right
Let's see,
there.
what's his favorite word? Favorite word, like a little kitty cat.
Do you want some of these? We do. Oh, well, it was up there. I don't know where. Tape.
Yeah.
No, but it's really fair,
Okay. Give it 2 more minutes. Take it away.
Just enough. I just need a little less than an hour.
You have to stay down.
Oh,
Okay, let's go first. Okay. I stopped it. When I was at Sheets yesterday, I got some
One of the little signs for that up there.
at the office and I brushed my teeth. I floss. I'll do this here. I floss all the
I'm
time.
going to trade with you if you want me to.
That's right. It's a,
But then you got to sit between Aaron and Stephanie.
What are you trying to say, Jeannie?
We're going to toll town hall drive for all Cary residents. To get in, to get out.
too bad there isn't such a thing.
It's warm and dark.
For Morrisville residents, but one from
Well, you could
more than 5 miles away, it's
not bad.
I'm like, I don't
No,
If you did it like,
I know.
you did it
They're not
using
much
electronic tolls, you could, just give all Morrisville residents the toll transponder.
Yes.
That's other technology.
Yes, so we
And
would
then,
have it.
and then anyone who doesn't have the transponder pays.
This is dangerous.
Residents and staff, that's what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we
you
said.
guys should move to Morrisville. You
When
out
you
of
guys
town.
have that merit discussion, maybe we'll get to that point, but unfortunately right now.
I hear Merritt's coming with a free house. What?
Yeah.
Sure.
That housing discussion.
Plumbing is optional.
Yes, that's right.
And electricity.
Right. Go with the gas.
All right, well, we got a couple of us here. Why don't we go ahead and get started then? Go ahead.
All right, so transportation topics, we're going to talk about a little bit about transit, a little bit about TOD and some future transportation funding. I'll pause after I finish going through my slides on each topic so we can, if y'all have any specific questions to that topic, we can talk about it then.
Just roll the track bar.
First topic is transit. So as y'all know, Wake County has adopted a transit plan, includes the 4 big moves. As part of that, Morrisville is expected in the plan to get a commuter rail stop, which is part of the Connect Regionally. program. We're also going to be getting bus service through the Connect All Communities move, and we'll be eligible for a community funding areas program under the increased access to transit move. As far as implementation timeline, there's multiple studies going on right now to help inform the timeline, help inform the transit plan. The three that are probably the biggest for us are the major investment study, which is looking at the bus rapid transit and commuter rail transit, bus service implementation plan, which is looking at how bus service will be implemented throughout the county over the next 10 years, and of course the community funding areas program management plan, which will tell us how the community funding area program will be done. Most of those studies are expected to either be complete or at least have some initial recommendations out by fall of 2017. So really, it'll be later this fall, probably around the November, December timeframe before we really know much more. And then, of course, timeline for us and when we'll get service and when we can look at maybe getting paying to get additional service will be informed as well by those studies. Community funding area program, which is our opportunity to potentially get up to a 50% cost match for increased local service or maybe a circulator, there's the community funding area was set aside in the plan. However, there's not really any detail to that, so that's why they have an on-call contract with a consultant to develop the program. One thing to keep in mind that's very important with the Community Areas program is that in the financial model that is the backbone to the Wake Transit Plan, there's only $7 million over the next 10 years allocated to that community funding area program. However, that can be changed. It'll affect the rest of the plan if it is, but yes. So that's one of the reasons why, really staff recommendation this time is just to wait, let some of these studies run their course. We're not going to be behind the 8 ball if we do, but let's get some more information from some of these studies and let the plan operate a little bit, let some of this implementation work start going before we really decide how we want to move forward. So again, within the next 12 months or so, we should know a lot more and be in a better position to really discuss transit and potential additional transit funding in Morrisville.
Benjamin, can I just make a quick note on that? So this was talked about at Campo when this $7 million over 10 years. See, $700,000 a year for 10 years across all of Wake County.
And it's not even $700,000 a year.
Well, no, that's total. Right.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's 700. Wouldn't that be $7 million?
Well, the way the model is done, it builds on itself. So
okay.
The first 2 years of the model, it's like $150,000
yeah.
total.
So yeah, the bottom line is there's not a whole lot of money in that last bullet point among all the municipalities, and also there's potential for someone that has an existing transit system in their town to use this funding for operational expenses, correct? Because this wasn't capital. This was,
Well, that's one of the things that the plan, like I said, was very lax on details with the community area funding, or community funding areas. So right now the plan doesn't really have any guidance on whether it's capital or operating or what. That's part of the reason they've hired a consultant to develop a program, which we will be involved in. So over the next few months, we'll probably have consultants come and either do presentations or workshops in the town and get some input from y'all as well as our citizens about how to develop this community funding area. But and that's one thing that's not real clear right now is the Wake Forest is the only municipality that's eligible for the community funding area that has a local circulator. But I believe with theirs, they're going to continue funding it. Some of the funding will be taken over with the tax district, and I think Wake Forest may still fund some of it. So that's an unknown at this point. Is if they keep doing their program, can they convert it over to a community funding area? But what they were saying is that the financial model, when they put the funds in the financial model, they used the Wake Forest circulator to determine how much to put in the model. So that's how they came up with the money that's in the model. And then final slide here on transit is just general update on transit service in Morrisville. According to the plan, we're getting bus service. I think we all know that. And it'll most likely, unless Morrisville decides to start our own transit agency, bus service will be provided by either Go Carry or Go Triangle. I know there's been a lot of questions too about the demand response type service where you call a number and a van comes, picks you up, and takes you where you want to go. Any expansion of bus service in town will require expansion of the ADA or on-demand service associated with that. That's by federal rules. Anytime you have a fixed route, you have to offer on-demand service within a certain distance of that. So some of that, I know there's been concern over the years. At one point, we were paying for Wake Tracks to provide us a little bit of additional service. Although now I believe under their newest guidance, we're actually out of their service area now. So, but we will get more demand response type service, especially for elderly and ADA type passengers as we get more fixed route service. And of course, commuter rail service is possible within 10 years. And all the transit service that is shown in the plan, in the Wake Transit Plan for Morrisville and the entire county, is expected to be funded by those Wake Transit funds. So at this point, there is no expectation that Morrisville will have to pay for any of the transit service. That includes, for the most part, transit infrastructure as well. However, some of these studies that I just talked about will inform some of that as well. Certainly, if the town decides we want to start having our own branded bus shelters, we may have to start putting money towards that. But as a general rule, if they show a transit line on Davis Drive with 4 stops in Morrisville, the town wouldn't necessarily be expected to pay in to provide those stops. A couple other notes I had here. Bus service, it more than likely we'll start seeing bus service in the next 3 to 5 years. Could be a little sooner, but I think certainly within the next 3 to 5 years we'll start seeing some of these bus lines that are shown in the plan in Morrisville. Again, the bus service implementation plan will really inform that. The major investment study will also provide more guidance and a better, more concrete timeline for implementation of the commuter rail. The plan says that we should have it within 10 years, but we need to do this in-depth study to determine, A, can we really get there, or B, can we get some semblance of commuter rail within 10 years, and what would that look like? Because there's different frequencies you can do with commuter rail. There's a lot of coordination work that needs to be done with DOT, with the railroad. So, but that's why we're doing this major investment study that'll really give us a much better idea of the commuter rail. And then the one final thing on the funding. So, as to remind you, Wake Transit Plan and the transit funds for the Wake Transit Plan are the sales tax revenues from the new sales tax, registration fee revenues, fare box revenues, state and federal funds. There is non-supplementation language in the law that allowed the half-cent sales tax. Doesn't apply to us, but it does apply to the transit providers, essentially saying that they can't use the new transit funds to supplant funds they're already using on transit. It's the new transit funds are supposed to be used for new or expanded transit. And again, like I said, at this point, the only expectation for town funding is if we wanted upgraded or additional bus stops, or if we want to do a community funding area, or if we wanted, something outside of what's already shown in the plan. But again, the bus service implementation plan will inform that a little bit more.
Are we already? Did they already start collecting the half-cent increase? Or when
The-
does it start?
The half-cent sales tax is expected to begin, the collection that's expected to begin in April 1st, and then starting July 1, the additional vehicle registration fee will begin being collected. And I'll actually be coming back to you within probably the next month or so with another presentation on transit. We have an agreement that we'll have to be signing within the next month or two. And so I'll have some more information on the financials side of that over the next month or so.
With regards to bus service, will there also be efforts made for more stops in Morrisville, or will we begin with existing stops? Because Morrisville doesn't really have a lot of
Right,
stops
so-
close to the residential areas.
Like one.
Yeah, one. We have one.
Yeah.
Two. We have two.
So how would that work? How
Well,
would that
actually, technically, we have 6 stops in town, but they're all in perimeter park. So the transit plan shows multiple bus lines running through Morrisville. I think it shows bus line on 54, bus line on Davis Drive. It doesn't go into great detail on purpose because it's meant to be a vision plan. So that's where the bus service implementation plan, it's not in the plan, but as part of the plan development, they did do some more detailed service planning. So there's some other maps that were created as part of the planning process to inform the larger plan as far as, where potential routes may run. So we'll get into that as we do as the bus service implementation study kicks off. And again, that's another one where they'll be calling out around the county to get input on that and look at that. I will say one of the first stops or routes we may get is Go Carry is very anxious to get their Weston Parkway route started, which when they do get that started, that most likely will serve Park West Village at least. So they have plans to serve a couple stops in Park West Village as part of that route, and they are hoping.
Over at the mayor's house.
And they're hoping to get that route started within the next couple years. And there will be some minor transit increase you'll see over the next year on existing routes. Primarily, they're going to run a little bit later, and they're going to increase the frequency a little bit, but you won't really see any new transit service over the next year or so. Any other questions on transit? All right. Moving on to... There it goes. Okay. Moving on to the TOD and affordable housing, or workforce housing. So as you all know, we do have a small area plan that was adopted back in 2013 for the area. Again, as we mentioned, we may need to look at updating that as part of the, sort of the Wake Tech area that we had talked about, the McCrimmon Extension area. There's been a lot of stuff going on. So the McCrimmon TOD plan is another one that we may want to look at updating some information on, especially as some of these transit studies move along and give us some more information on that. As part of the plan, we do have a policy goal, and it's policy goal number 3 in the plan, which is to provide quality living and transportation choices for a range of users, including teachers, nurses, police and fire personnel, and others that make our town work. In other words, workforce housing. Really, workforce housing, affordable housing is somewhat interchangeable. I know in our plan we use the term workforce housing since it made a little bit more sense for what we were really looking for. But under that goal, it's what we have in the plan is the goal of 20% of the dwelling units in the TOD would be affordable to families making between 50 and 80% of the area median family income, and 10% of the dwelling units in the TOD would be affordable to families making 80 to 120% of the area median family income. And I believe, if I remember correctly, back in 2013, that amount was right around, I think, $56,000 to $58,000. So it was between $45,000 and $55,000 or so. So there in the plan there is an allowance for a reduction to meeting the 2 workforce housing goals if housing is provided for seniors and/or the disabled, making 30% or less of the AMFI, with the maximum allowable amount for this type of housing of 10% of the total dwelling units approved for a given quadrant of the TOD. Again, the plan stated the workforce housing units have to remain affordable in perpetuity or for at least 30 years, even across multiple owners, and a substantial percentage of the workforce housing units on the master parcel where the transit station and retail development are located, or a substantial percentage of the workforce housing needs to be on that master parcel, and then design requirements for workforce housing to help ensure visual compatibility with the remaining housing in the TOD area. as you see on the slide, we currently don't have a policy in the town of how to transact this requirement. We do have potential for some Wake County CDBG funding in the future for workforce housing. Back last year, I think it was, Wake County was working on updating or adopting their 2015 to 2020 consolidated plan, and as part of that work, we did work with them to add funding for land acquisition for the affordable housing at the TOD site into that plan. Primarily because we have no more areas that would qualify for infrastructure projects like Barbie Road, Fiona Circle, or the Upper Church Street sidewalk project we're doing now. We don't really have any more areas that would qualify for that. So we asked, and Wake County said yes, we can instead use that money towards purchase of affordable housing. And so we did get that in the plan. So we have the opportunity to access some funding that way in the future. Ultimately, as the areas continue to develop and we start seeing some development pressure in the TOD, in order to transact this policy goal of workforce housing, staff really probably needs some consultant help to determine how best this policy can be transacted and look at the realities of it. That can be done either on its own, or it potentially could be done as an update of the TOD small area plan as well. But we just need some help from someone who really knows workforce housing more than we do, to what's actual need, and then how can we actually transact this requirement.
Benjamin, just two questions on that. What is affordable to families making 50 to 120%? What does that mean?
That's a great question, and I don't know exactly. It's the general guideline is that 30% of your salary, no more than 30% of your salary, should go to your housing costs. So essentially, I think what they say is that if a family's making 80% of the area median family income, so if the AMFI is $50,000 and 30% of that is $40,000, no more than 30% of that $40,000 should go to housing.
So $1,000 a month.
Yeah, something like that. So, and it's all variable depending on where you live and what your AMFI is.
And if we just, for instance, if we got a CDBG grant, what would we do with that money? We're not in the business of building housing.
Right. As it was put into the consolidated plan and discussions at the time that we put it into the consolidated plan, we would use the money to purchase land. How that was done was really left pretty open. I know at the time one of our thoughts was, well, if we could get this cash from Wake County, then if a developer came in to develop the main parcel of the TOD, we could say, in order to rezone to TOD, you have to meet this policy goal of workforce housing in exchange for dedicating or donating 5 acres for workforce housing. We understand that may be too much to require you to donate just in exchange for rezoning. Here's some below market, we would pay them below market value. So the idea was to get something. This way we can get money from Wake County as an incentive, to be able to provide a further incentive to a developer to provide land, or that if we can just even go out and buy the land ourselves.
So that incentive could take, if we didn't get nearly enough to buy the land, but it was a nice incentive to give to a developer who bought the land, that's still acceptable in this in the grant process?
Yeah. Okay. Well, and we would have to figure that out when our time, I think in the Wake County Consolidated Plan, it was that funding for us was put into like 2019 or 2020, so we have a few years to, and that's another reason why we really need some consultant help to figure out, we potentially have this chunk of cash that we may be able to use in the future, and how can we use that to try and transact our goal?
And so the transit stop itself, you said that as it sits now, there's no cash from the town needed. So what do where our TOD is, what would they do? Come in and buy enough acreage to put up a commuter rail stop and a bus station? And And then it would be up to a private developer kind of to develop the rest of the site?
Yes, I mean, ideally, that's what would happen.
Okay.
That's what should happen. Again, you know, the plan was done way up here, and so that's why the major investment study will get down here, where we can get some better ideas of cost and actually have some ideas. But generally speaking, if it's in the plan, it's supposed to be funded by the revenues.
Okay, thank you.
But there's not enough money in the plan to do that, so the town could be proactive and go out and get the Tiger Grant funding and help with that.
Well, we don't know that there's not enough money in the plan. There's over $2 billion right now. They're estimating over $2 billion of collection just from the half-cent sales tax, I believe, for the plan. So that's what, right now, we don't know if there's going to be enough money. And that's part of the task of the studies, is to determine, okay, we said we would do all this within 10 years. Can we afford it? And then how do we transact it?
Right.
But yeah, the town could.
The state government isn't contributing their portion that they were relying on, nor is it that.
Right. Well, and that's where, at least in the Wake County Transit Plan, we were very careful with our projections of what we would get from the state. So we did not, for example, we did not put into the plan that we're going to rely on, I think, 25 or 50% state funds. We did put into the plan that we're going to rely on some state funds, but not nearly as high a percentage as Durham Orange did.
Yeah, if we want to be proactive as a council, I know we don't have the capacity now, but in a few years, if we want to start trying to gain some site control to make it easy for Wake County to actually acquire the land necessary later, that could be a good thing for developers to start buying up land in the area or something like that.
So, Tuesday, I am going to the first meeting of the Affordable Housing Committee for Wake County. And all of these questions are in the mix. I think the scope is way broader than it is possible to achieve. But affordable housing, workforce housing, tackling homelessness, trying to achieve site control, all of that's in the mix. With Durham County and their light rail system, they're applying for federal grants, which tie in a requirement for a certain amount of affordable housing near stops. I would imagine if Wake County applied for similar federal grants, that same requirement would be applied to, obtaining those funds.
And that's where I'm not completely familiar with that. It's what they call the New Starts program. And I don't know how much of a requirement it is or just a guidance, but there is, I know under President Obama, there was language put into those funding formulas where they do look at they do look at location of affordable housing in relation to where your transit line's going for what they call new large projects.
So, if that holds true in the future, we don't know. But our project could be more favorable, because if we are adopting some requirements or some policies in our TOD that include workforce housing, that would probably, help facilitate Wake County's interest, our interest, and other interested parties.
And again, I think, as we get through this major investment study, that's a lot of the stuff I think the major investment study will look at too, and will tell us, because obviously for the bus rapid transit and commuter rail transit, we are going to be relying on federal funds. The hope is that we'll still be able to get our 50% cost match in federal funds, but that remains to be seen what happens.
But the point he's making is very important. And the first he said is when they're getting the first $2 billion, they'll buy the property. And
well, it's site control, right?
Yeah.
I think we're all clear.
And then they'll go for the meat of it for the rail to the federal.
Right, but we have allocated some space. It's kind of like we allocated the Civil War Park without having site control. Now we're identifying this without site control. It's time to get site control, or at least a plan to get site control, so that we can implement and make this a reality.
If I'm not mistaken, the whole site is controlled by one person.
We don't have site control,
No, but it's up to,
and Wake County doesn't have site
well, that's their
control.
problem.
Well, it's our asset eventually, or a benefit to us, so we want to try to make it as
We're a stakeholder,
facilitated as we can.
right.
It'll be
So,
like the library.
right,
They'll come to us and say, where do you want it?
right. I know they're going to say that, and I'm going to say, talk to the mayor. But the other thing is, we really need to think, and I challenged Wake County at this. I said, you know, serving on the Affordable Committee, I'm going to be asking you the question of what kind of policy can a town the size of Morrisville or any smaller town in Wake County create in order to encourage partners with affordable housing or to lower barriers so that we can develop affordable housing projects. And I think I was thinking of this, you know, in the back of my mind because it's specifically we don't have the funds to. We need help. We need help with the policy. We need help with funds. We need ways, more tools in our toolbox to make this happen.
And moving forward, we already talked about this a little bit, but questions I know have arisen too about sort of the town's role in the TOD. As far as the plan goes, as far as what staff have always assumed, I guess, more than anything, with the TOD is that, you know, we've done the plan. We really will we're relying on a market-driven approach. We've never planned to have an active role necessarily in the TOD. We have the TOD zoning district and the UDO that can be pulled down over the property that allows for the highest density. That in itself is a huge incentive, we feel. So the current approach would be to rely on the private development to purchase the land and then bring forth a development plan that meets the goals in our TOD plan. Luckily, there's not really a whole lot of infrastructure work needed by the town at this point, or even depending on when a developer were to come in, potentially not even much needed by a developer because NCDOT has funded the McCrimmon grade separation, and then Wake Transit, again, should fund the transit station there as well. However, we will have some work on the town side to ensure that any development in the TOD meets the workforce housing goal in the plan, and that's where we need, ultimately, probably need some consultant help to figure out what's the best way to do that and to ensure that happens. Any other questions on TOD?
Does anybody ever come, do you get any interest from anybody on this site and this whole topic?
We have not in a while. There was, before the land, there was a large chunk of land that was for sale for a long time, and we had actively worked with that seller to try and talk to several buyers that he had brought in about the town's plans for the area. But and that property, he ended up selling it to actually Bryant Mariner, who owned a lot of the rest of the property. So, but since that has happened, I'm not aware that we've had any other development interest in the TOD itself.
No, the challenge was the odd shape of all the parcels out there. So when you had somebody looking at one and how to integrate that, meet the policies of the TOD, and you needed one cohesive, parcel to really, or at least ones that didn't have really weird shapes to it. But now, if Mr. Mariner starts to sell off logical pieces or the whole thing, I think you'd have a better chance, but it was just so oddly shaped.
I think ultimately we probably have a better opportunity now because for the most part it's all under one ownership, the main parcel at least. So, it's just a matter of when that property owner decides that he wants to sell. Of course, the town, town council wants to, get more involved in trying to, facilitate that or talk to him more. We certainly could, but at this point, from staff, we've just been a little bit more hands off.
It's also super zone, right?
It's actually all zoned as industrial management, but we have a floating overlay that when if a developer were to go and buy the whole property and want to develop it as a TOD, they could rezone and pull down that overlay.
No, I mean, if it's super fund.
Oh, yes, small portion of the site is a super fund. We've talked to EPA in the past, and our understanding of that is that for the most part it's cleaned up. It's really under monitoring at this point, so there shouldn't be any major issues with that site. I think even at one point we had gotten a letter from EPA saying that it's really just in monitoring now, and there's no major issues with
because
it.
from last I heard was school had gone to a contract with them, and then because of this one, they pulled the contract out because of the super.
And that
It's
super
also
fund
with the transit location we probably go to.
Yeah, well, the Superfund site is actually closer to the rail, so DOT will be dealing with that too as part of the grade separation. So if anyone can get that site in some sort of semblance where they can build on it, it's probably going to be DOT. All right. Move on to the final topic, which is future transportation funding, our favorite topic. So the DOT has released the draft 2018-2027 STIP 2018-2027 STIP State Transportation Improvement Program. We have our adopted 2016 to 2025 STIP. So based on those two documents, these are all the projects that deal with roadways that we currently have in there. As you can see, it's a lot. And this list, if you notice, does not include the Aviation Parkway interchange with I-40 because technically that's not in town. And it's getting ready to go underway now, so I didn't include it. But starting in about 2020, we're going to see lots and lots of road cones for the next 10 years. So all the timelines are there. Some of the timelines for some of the projects that are in the adopted STIP, you may notice, they've changed slightly in the draft STIP. We had several projects where DOT has moved the timelines back a year based on the work that they've done to date on those projects. So I use those draft STIP timelines to be conservative. That's not saying they may still move back up, but for the most part, the ones that move back a year make sense because there's still a lot to be done on those projects. And for those that don't know, that last project, Morrisville ITS signal system, ITS stands for Intelligent Transportation System. That project is one that Campo put in on our behalf, and essentially with the funding of that project, all of our traffic signals in town will be put onto one system. Currently about 90% or so of them are on Carrie's system. Obviously it makes the most sense to add the rest on a Carrie system, but those are some of the discussions we'll have to have, and I'll talk a little bit further about that in the upcoming
Does that
slides.
mean they'll get the cameras too, or no?
That's part of it. The ITS system, Intelligent Transportation System, can be anything from coordinating all the signals to adding cameras to putting the message boards up to doing signal priority. It can mean a lot of different things.
And that is for expansion too, anything in the future? Or no, those are
that would be, I think essentially for that program, it would be everything that's in place at that time would be upgraded and brought in together.
That's a great thing. I
Yeah.
mean, it sounds small, but it's very good.
And we're one of 3 or 4 municipalities in Wake County that got these systems funded in the STIP. We're the earliest funded. All the others are a year or two behind us.
Question on that, when's the next evaluation of all this again?
2 years will be the next step. So
do we get input again? Or?
Yeah, we'll get input through the MPO again. So I'll start working with MPO this spring on projects, on project development and working on projects in Morrisville that may go into the next step.
The 2 that aren't funded, those could change, or is it free?
These are all funded. The ones that are eligible for reprioritization, where they'll have to go back through the system, are, I believe at this point, the McCrimmon Parkway widening is going to be eligible for reprioritization, and that may be it. I believe everything else, even though the construction is more than 5 years out, I think everything else has at least one phase of the project within the first 5 years.
So the Triangle Parkway extension is funded?
In the draft STIP, yes.
Have they done the EPA study?
No. The first step is to get it into the STIP, and so once this STIP is adopted in June, then the DOT will start spending money in earnest. And I believe they put the 147 Triangle Parkway extension in as a design build project. So it would be done similar to how they did 540 and the I-40 rebuild, where they did everything, used one contractor to pretty much do everything. Also, in the draft 2018 to 2027 STIP, we have another 4 bike ped projects funded. Airport Boulevard sidewalks from McCrimmon Parkway to Factory Shops, Morrisville Carpenter Road, which we'll talk about in a minute, Church Street sidewalks, and McCrimmon Parkway sidewalks. All those, as you can see, are funded for construction either in 2020 or 2022, with preliminary engineering funded before that. The one thing to keep in mind, and these are all projects that we submitted last year, and then we submitted 2 years before as well. They all require a 20% local match due to changes in the state funding formula. Previously, the state would fund 20% and the federal government would fund 80%. These projects are still getting the 80% federal funding, but no state funding, so the local government is responsible for the 20% match.
So if we give 30%, will they bump a priority on us?
This is tomorrow.
This is tomorrow.
Doesn't get any quicker than this.
Yeah, I haven't had those discussions, but I don't.
They couldn't do it any faster.
Yeah, I mean, most of these are pretty quick.
Construction 2022 is like 6.
No, but the first.
This is lightning.
No, this is not. This is
tomorrow. And as far as those matching funds for these projects, just to give you an idea, Airport Boulevard project, we would be due for $13,000 to match in PE funds of local funds and $52,000 of local funds for construction. Morrisville Carpenter, $15,000 in PE and $85,000 for construction of local funds. Church Street would be $60,000 in PE, $340,000 in construction because that's a bigger project. And then McCrimmon would be $10,000 local funding in PE and $60,000 of local funding in construction.
That's all good.
It's like $750,000.
So with all that said,
Boom.
that's the number you're looking for.
That's a big one.
We are, so
the
based on...
600 and the 635 are not the same.
Yeah.
It's both.
It's plus.
And that's where the attachment you have in your packet lays it out a little bit better. But ultimately, and again, these are very high-level staff projections, estimating that we could be owing DOT $1.2 million or more over the next 10 years for projects. Now, with that said, the $635,000 for bike ped projects is one thing. That's where we have to do that's our 20% match for those 4 projects. The approximately $600,000 or over $600,000 for roadway projects is if we want to continue our policy of contributing to ensure that all roadway projects also have sidewalk per our plans. And that's because of DOT's pedestrian policy. So that policy requires, for Morrisville, we have a 30% local fund, 70% state fund split. So anytime there's a road project in Morrisville, if we want a sidewalk built as part of that project where there is no sidewalk, we have to pay 30% of that cost.
Sorry, so, I mean, could we ask for that to be changed? I mean, with the new administration coming in, I mean, would they want to reconsider?
We can ask, but that policy has been in place since the 90s.
Oh, okay.
It is a long, and there's a reason that they call their main building downtown the highway building and not the bike ped building. So, the other reason that that roadway funding is a little bit high, and you'll see on the sheet a little bit, the town transportation plan for a lot of the roadway projects we have funded, we actually call for wider sidewalks on those roads, 8 to 10 feet wide, depending on the road. When we do, if we want those wider sidewalks, like here we have a 10-foot wide sidewalk out front, when we do want those wider sidewalks built, DOT will only cost share the first 5 feet. Anything over 5 feet, we have to fund 100% of. We did that with Morrisville Parkway grade separation, where we funded 30% of the sidewalk on the north side of the road, and then we funded more to get a wider sidewalk on the south side of the road.
Benjamin?
Yeah.
The sidewalk project on Morrisville Carpenter Road, why isn't that part of the lab?
And that's a question I have into Campo. We actually have a meeting set. Campo has set up a meeting with DOT next week, or in about 2 weeks. And as TCC chair, I'm invited and to talk about all of our STIP projects. And that one and the McCrimmon Parkway sidewalk project is two that I've already mentioned in Campo. I want to talk about whether through that meeting or elsewhere, in that trying to figure out, ideally we can get those Morrisville Carpenter Road sidewalk funds. Instead of providing our match, we just get DOT's money, put it into our project since we're building the sidewalk anyways. And then for the McCrimmon Parkway sidewalk project, ideally we can get the widening project for that area moved up, tied in with the grade separation project, and do it all at once with sidewalks in it.
All three of them.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll be successful in that, but that is one thing I'm working on. I'll be working on over the next couple of months. Again, as part of this, as we've seen over past DOT projects, with all these projects, anytime there's local funding, we'll have to have a local funding agreement. And it's at that time when council is really saying, yes, we are putting the money towards this. However, it is a lot of money. And again, part of the reason for the discussion today is just to confirm that council does want staff to continue following our adopted transportation plan and get sidewalks on these roads per our transportation plan. And that council ultimately will be willing to pay for those, or town will. The one thing that I do want to note strongly about these estimated costs is that their best guess at this point, I used a fairly high number for the sidewalks. The one big caveat I have is for the McCrimmon Parkway grade separation. I don't know if we're going to be expected to fund part of the bridge structure for that. Because normally when DOT does the bridge, they think roadway and maybe a little bit of buffer on either side of each lane, and that's it. They don't generally design bridges for sidewalks. So my one concern there is that we could be expected to fund a little bit of money to widen that structure in order to have a 10-foot wide path on that structure. One of the things that we'll be talking about as part of our transportation plan update related to that is, are we willing to look at only putting a pathway on one side of that structure, because it may be more cost prohibitive to try and get it on both sides. And based on that structure and where the pedestrian patterns will be, there may be a good argument for only putting it on one side.
There is on Cary Parkway, right near the Ivy Cottage, that's the method they have over that bridge. And it's a thin 5 foot on one side, so if we only do one side, I strongly recommend we go at least wider than 5 feet.
No, and our plan for McCrimmon Parkway does currently, it's either a 10 and a 5 or it's 2 8s. So we would be looking for a minimum of 8 foot wide, but really with McCrimmon Parkway, I think we'll be wanting to look at 10 feet on at least one side, again, because of the future transit. We actually had a meeting about this, staff did, I had a meeting with DOT and Go Triangle staff and campus staff a few weeks ago, and one of the discussions there was, how wide do we make that path? Do we go on and build it out for future transit to be 20 feet wide, or do we look at, only doing maybe 10 feet wide now, and then but provide the structure such that in 8 years when transit comes in, transit can add another 5 or 10 feet with their money.
because they may be using part of the structure to get people from one platform to the other, or there may be a bigger cross-bridge pedestrian traffic. So those are things we'll be looking at as we move forward. Luckily, the McCrimmon Parkway project is still early enough on. We're going to have our transportation plan update completed. We should have our transportation plan update completed before we have to make any definitive decisions on the pedestrian accommodations on that bridge. So I envision that we'll have a lot of discussion about that. And through the transportation plan update, we'll be able to have some better data, hopefully, for you. Look at future uses and get an idea of what actual pedestrian counts may be through there. The final bullet there is really, so I slept in a Holiday Inn Express last night, but I'm not an engineer. Rich is an engineer, but he still doesn't necessarily understand how DOT does this stuff. None of us do. So the one thing, if council wants a better idea of what this money could actually mean over the next 10 years is potentially, it would not be a bad idea to have a consultant, an engineer who's used to working with DOT on projects like this to do a study looking at our roadway projects that are on the STIP and tell us realistically, this is what you're going to be looking at, based on the DOT formulas and what your plan says. Consultant who's used to working with DOT on these type of projects can do that fairly easily, and then put some inflationary factors on there, considering some of these projects are several years out. So that's the one thing that we may want to look at doing over the next year or so for budgeting purposes. And I know Jeannie would appreciate that, and to put into her long-range financial model so that she's not putting in $1.2 million when it may actually be $3 or $1.2 million when it may actually only be $900,000. So, and again, we do have our on-call contract with now Mott McDonald, which is the engineer that reviews all of our TIAs, and they actually do a lot of work for DOT. So we do have an on-call contract where we could start doing this work if we needed to. And if council wants thinks that something like this would be useful, we can work with administration to see about either doing it under current budget or putting in an item for next year's budget.
So I heard a question that the council did continue to support the policy of having sidewalks as part of the project, correct?
Yes, that's the first major question.
Okay. I personally think that we're a greenway town. We like mobility, all that kind of stuff, so I support it. I support the thought to continue that policy, but that I'm one of 7.
I agree with that policy, and I think both for and the other thing is, I know you're going to be talking about this, but with the DOT, but is to definitely see whether when we do a major road widening like Morrisville Park Carpenter or the McCrimmon bypass, that DOT or that we're not forced to pay for the sidewalks on our own. And I mean, I know that that's been the policy, but I don't think that's fair, and I think that we need to, try to see what we can do there. The final thing is, I guess we'll continue to work with Campo and the different organizations just to see where we might be able to get, scoring or credits, because, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is. I mean, Morrisville's invested, when it's all said and done, between McCrimmon and Morrisville Carpenter, $30 million or more on state roads. And so I don't know if that's an issue that we can go to the legislature to see. I know there's STI legislation out there. It's a little bit nebulous, but are there specific solutions that can incentivize other urban areas to do this from a policy perspective? Because I know that the one thing Secretary Coggins told me is that there's just a real concern that STIs are awarded to urban areas, but they're not getting projects funded in the rural areas.
Yeah.
So I don't know where we...
Well, and right now, my understanding on the bonus allocation that's currently in the STI law, the only projects I've heard that discussed with are projects that are funded by tolls. So Campo Division 5 is expected to get a significant bonus allocation from 540. because that's funded predominantly with tolls. I have not heard any discussion of whether smaller projects like ours would be would be eligible, but we'll certainly continue to ask that question.
I just have to comment, I think while it seems, yes, we put in some money on state roads, but we also saw pretty clearly that DOT is willing to come in and partner with us.
Yeah.
Because, if we, we hadn't done the bond in 12 to start, it's turned into a $25 million project versus 15. So I think we have to keep in mind that I think we are getting some benefit from the money we're putting in.
We are.
No one likes to pay for state roads, but let's face it, we've done it. They've stepped up, and we're going to have a really nice,
and every municipality in White County is doing it too. Just about. I mean, Fuquay Barina is funding a lot with state roads. They just passed a huge road bond. Cary obviously always funds a lot.
Realistically, it's kind of the model. If you want something done, you got to at least start it yourself.
Yeah, well, and especially roads like McCrimmon Parkway and Morrisville Carpenter Road under the STI formula. If we didn't do it, they would never be funded, or it would be many, many years. And the nice thing with us, at least starting the funding on it, in case of McCrimmon and in case Morrisville Carpenter Road doing the funding on it, we're also in more control.
Absolutely. Just to answer Vicky's question, the policy, I like the policy we have with sidewalks. I'm sure there's some instances where they don't make sense for whatever reason, and I'm sure we have the flexibility to make the decisions as we come upon them.
And that's where, and we'll update this as part of, this one things we'll look at as part of our transportation plan update too is there are circumstances like out here on 54, it doesn't make sense to put a 5-foot wide sidewalk next to the rail line. Our plan currently shows that. We'll probably come back in and say, let's not do that, but keep the 10-foot wide on this side. So there will be some changes like that probably in our plan that you'll see that in the long run could potentially help reduce some of these costs to DOT, cost shares to DOT, because we'll only be looking at one side of the road versus two.
I like the sidewalk policy too. I support going forward with that.
And also, I think in the previous council meetings, we had discussions like this about the sidewalk. The purpose is to either use the sidewalk or the greenway to go from, use a bike or walkway. If one of the two are there, that a pedestrian can commute. That is the key idea. That they don't have to use, a car or this one. That is the whole thing. Is can they cross town, from point A to point B without using a means of a vehicle? So that's the policy overall. Whether it's a sidewalk or a greenway system, they can hop from a greenway to a sidewalk and vice versa. It doesn't matter really.
And then
either or, it has to be connected. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but I was just wondering, did you have a response to the question about whether you support the policy?
The policies depends on where it is. It's like we had. I still remember where we had Town Hall North that we asked for a connection for a green like a park like a greenway connection was made. Because they be mandated for a greenway connection. So that time they couldn't do a sidewalk because the payment of lieu was taken on the Morrisville McCrimmon Park route. So you take what's the point of taking a payment of lieu and just saying okay, just make a greenway connection. So something was there, so they used it at that time. So for me, policy is one thing. Did you implement it? Is the other thing. We have so many payments of lieu over a period of 10 years. Have we implemented all of them?
We're getting off the subject a little bit. Do you like sidewalks or not?
I does for me it is. It is. I like it, but is it possible, feasible or not?
Well, I think that's
And
always.
that's a different question.
Not to belabor the point, I think we got the majority on that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michael.
I'm for sidewalks, I'm for whole road, so.
Yeah, there you go. Can I ask you one last favor? Could you show the slide that you had all the projects that are hitting?
Yeah, just keep rolling forward.
He's rolling.
Is he rolling? Roll the track thing.
Oh, there you go.
Slow down.
There. So, I just want to make a point here that this, guys, this picture you're seeing is a result of a lot of work from a lot of people, but in particular, I wanted to just thank Benjamin for his work as the chair of the technical committee with Campo. And I can't tell you how well respected he is with this organization, and the rest of the staff that helps with these things. I know it's probably a little bit more than just you, but I know you carry the heaviest load of this work, and we really appreciate it, because if it wasn't for your efforts and everything you've done and the staff has done, I don't think this picture would look like this. Morrisville is very well thought of down at Campo, and just want to say thank you very much, Benjamin.
Benjamin, you said something to start. You said you slept last night at Holiday Inn. So does that mean you need Marriott next time?
There you go. Thank you, Benjamin.
And then the one final question that I had, just would council, and you don't necessarily have to say definitively right now, but would council like to see over the future, for us to look into seeing about maybe getting a consultant to firm up some of these numbers for us? Or are you okay with us sort of winging it?
I would like a little more validation of the numbers, knowing that asphalt is expensive and it can jump. But it's important to our planning, it's important to budgeting.
And again, I'm not saying we'll go out and spend the money tomorrow, just we can start looking into it and try and figure out if it's something we can look at doing under this year's budget, or if we need to come back for a budget request. But.
And one thing, Benjamin, you brought up a very good point on the slide that Mark was talking about, like having a consultant is just giving the right numbers of how much money that we come to. Is that going to be really an expensive amount, or is it what kind of a number are we looking at?
And that I don't know. I'll have to do a little bit of research and see, get some idea of what something like that could cost, and then I'll be able to talk with the administration and see if that's something we can either cover under our existing budget, or if we'll need a special budget appropriation, and get a better idea too of what that, if it would be useful at this point, or if it'd be better to wait. Some of that, those are, I just need to talk to some other folks about that. But I did want to go on and put that out that, the estimated costs you see are my best educated guess on the roadway. For the bike ped, those are all costs from DOT that are actually in the STIP, so those should be pretty good. But for the bike ped stuff, it was really, I did the best I could, but to get better numbers, probably need to get some professional help.
I think it's good to have a better estimate, but quite frankly, this is over 10 years. We're not talking about a lot of money over 10 years, and if we do something now, is it going to be of any value in 5 years to us? So I would say if it's something easy, we have the budget, we have the extra money, and probably,
is there real value in knowing that we have a closer number? It's going to cost what it's going to cost, but we do not like to hear about cost overruns, so
yeah, but
that's the trade-off.
If we say it's $100,000 a year for 10 years, and then it turns out to be 150 or 200,
it matters.
No.
And ideally, I guess what I would envision is that we would get a better cost estimate per project, and we will be able to put inflationary factors on there based on when it was scheduled. But again, is it worth spending $80,000 on? No. Is it worth spending $30,000 on? Probably not. But if it's something that we can do for fairly inexpensive, that could at least inform our long-range financial planning, it may be worth it.
Put in a request and we'll balance it with everything else. Anything else, Benjamin?
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, but, we're going to go into closed session here in a minute.
Yeah, I'd suggest that everybody get their last bits of food or drink so that staff can start cleaning up while we're in closed session. And some of the staff can be excused. You don't need everybody here. Rich needs to stay. Aaron needs to stay. Jerry's going to stay for a few minutes. Todd, not. You have to stay.
I did. Where's the whiskey?
Hey, staff, thank you all very much for coming out over the weekend. We do appreciate